3, go! A beautiful winter's morning here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO after the almost washed out WSK Euro Series opener. We welcome you back north of the eternal city of Rome for round 3 of the WSK Supermasters Series. In a moment, you will get a view of the magnificent Leopard Circuit VITERBO and the sunshine here after the almost washed out Euro Series opener last weekend. Nice to have your company as you join us for round 3 of the WSK Supermasters Series. We kick off the morning with KZ2, their pre-final, in just a moment. It is the third round of the Supermasters Series. The first round at La Conca, the second at Napoli. This is round 3 here at VITERBO. In 2 weeks, we go to the center of the karting universe. South Garda Karting Lonato and then Franciacorta on the 22nd of March for round 5 of the Supermasters Series. This is round 3. This is Ian Silvestrin with you, joined once again by Zach Sweeney. Good morning, Zach, and welcome back to VITERBO after a wild, wet weekend last week for the Euro Series opener.
Yeah, very grateful that the weather is much better here this weekend. It's sunny. Don't let the sun deceive you. It is still quite chilly, a bit nippy in places, but overall good and not a single cloud in sight, which I'm sure a lot of us are grateful for. Of course, a week ago, for those that followed the Euro Series, gave us some pretty decent racing. Looking forward to seeing what we can do for round 3 of the Supermasters.
Zach, before we go to round 3, let's take a look back at what happened round 2 of the championship at Circuito Internazionale Napoli. Yes, it was a marvellous weekend at Circuito Internazionale Napoli from one of the fastest circuits in the world. We come back to Leopard Circuit VITERBO a year almost to the day after the inauguration of this circuit. 16 corners, very technical, nowhere near the top speeds that we saw at Sano, although KZ2 will light up the circuit in just a moment. KZ2, their pre-final over 15 laps. Well, we have nicknamed it the Saudi Kart Trophy after the French team dominate the opening rounds of the Supermaster Series. But as you can see, it's Christian Bertucca and Noah Wolf who put Birol out back on top. They start off the front row of the grid. Noah is alongside Christian. Maxim Orloff out of 3. Then there's Martti Riittanen, also for the team from Lissone, the Sano race winner. Senna van Wallstein and the Euro Series winner, Dian van Verven. Zvaric and Nopiers, Alex Marigliano, the Sicilian, starting alongside Filippo Villani on the 5th row of the grid.
Behind that, of course, it'll be Hiltbrand and Jaden Tien that will keep each other company on row 6. Castle and Jiang, row 7. Yes, and Suleiman on row number 8. Then comes Sizov and Besson sharing row number 9. Umiter and Ida round out the top 20. Behind that, of course, Vavra, Knudsen, Asigny. Then comes Miniev and Jensen Graham, the Scotsman, lining up in 25th and final position after a podium 8 days ago. Of course, in a very wet, wild VITERBO. Jensen Graham, of course, will be looking to work his way forward from 25th position. But as we've been talking about the last couple of days, track position quite important around VITERBO, especially in these dry, fast conditions. He's going to have a bit of trouble, I think, from the back of the grid.
Jensen Graham from hero to zero in the space of a week. Of course, his first WSK podium 8 days ago. It was a Saturday race, as it is for all 3 rounds of the Euro Series. We are back with the Supermaster Series. Jensen, P2 to Dion last week. Yes, the Sodicar Trophy, because the French team 1-2-3 at La Conca, 1-2-3 across the line at Sarno, 1-2-3 last week in the Euro Series. But Christian Cannibal, Bertuca, and Noah Wolf, Noah Lupo, have put the red and white cards from Lissone, just a few miles from the famous Monza circuit, back on top. Christian Cannibal Bertuca, multiple WSK champion, World Cup champion, starting on pole position. Maxim Orlov, pole position in qualifying on Friday morning. In Heat 1, actually stalled off the line. Looking for Filippo Villani, there may be a problem for the Italian. 137 Birolard not seeming to be on track. I can tell you, unfortunately, Kaloyan Barbitsalyev, the Bulgarian, is out after suffering, unfortunately, fractured ribs in his first heat on Friday. It is brutal in KZ2. The field form up as cool as ever with the visor open. Christian Cannibal to the left of your screen in 132. Noah Lupo, Noah Wolf to the right. So all off inside second row of the grid, 101. As we see Michael Ida line up. Evgeny Minyayev and Jensen on the final row of the grid. There is a problem at the back of the grid because it looks as though Morgan Knudsen has missed his grid position. Another formation lap. There is Morgan, who steps out of the kart, so we go round one more time. Morgan Knudsen for the Carol Bash racing team, driving for the 2015 World Champion Carol Bash, the KB Racing Experience team. Carol, of course, also racing in GT Open, the GT World Challenge in GT3 cars, and it looks as though, Zach, we've also lost Filippo Villani before the start, has not lined up after the retirement on Friday with cracked ribs, would you believe, for Kaloyan Barbitsalyev. We're down 2 already.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the physicality of these KZs is not to be understated. There's a reason Formula 1 drivers and professional drivers jump back into them over the winter to keep themselves fresh. They are incredibly physical. Of course, any contact, especially around a technical circuit like VITERBO, is probably going to do some damage, of course. Hopefully we can have Villani back on the grid in the near future, but at least for today, that's not going to be the case. Focusing at the front, though, Christian Bertuca, of course, off the back of the 2025 Final Cup Championship towards the tail end of last year. Wrapped it up a race early, didn't even need to take part in the final. Of course, he did and went on to win it in spectacular fashion, but wrapped up that championship. Well, now he's starting 2026 off with a bang. In terms of the overall championship, though, that currently goes to Maxim Orlov after his domination in La Conca and consolidation 2 weekends ago in Sarno. Of course, look out for the likes of Senna Van Volstein starting this one from P5. He currently sits P5 in the championship and was the one to go and chase in Sarno 2 weekends ago. So plenty of opportunity and a very wide open championship. Also, Dion van Verven sharing the third row with his countryman. Dion van Verven on top in the wet conditions 8 days ago here at VITERBO for the Euro Series. So plenty of talent in this KZ2 pre-final. 15 laps of racing as well to go with it. So plenty of kilometres, just shy of 20. 19.4 will be the duration of this race. And Christian Bertuca will be looking to get a good launch and hold that lead going into turn number 1.
Zach, what a relief to see the circuit dry here this morning. There was standing water all over the circuit last week for the WSK Euro Series opener. Beautiful sunshine. It's currently 14 degrees Celsius. We are expecting 3 more than that, and a dry track, thankfully, all day for round 3, the WSK Supermasters Series. There is Cristiana on pole position in 132. Noah Lupo, Noah Wolf to the right in 136. The Birolard team bring to an end the dominance of the French team for the moment, but it counts for nothing unless they can repeat that this afternoon. The KZ2 pre-final, we welcome you north of the eternal city of Rome, Leopard Circuit VITERBO. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. The first of our 10 pre-finals here this morning in beautiful winter sunshine. We race. Fantastic launch from the inside second row of the grid. Maxim Orlov takes both the Birillard drivers. Goes around the pole here to Bertuca. There was hesitation from Noah Wolf. From the outside front row of the grid, it is Maxim Orlov, the fastest qualifier, the driver who won at La Conca, the reigning WSK Final Cup champion, the reigning KZ2 World Cup champion, CPB Sports Sodicat again back on top in 2026 in KZ2, the opening stages of the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Also looking for Dion van Verven, the Dutchman, has made a good start. Great start, in fact, that's Dion in position 3, right on the back of the pole setter, Christian Cannibal. Bertuca in P2, but it's Maxim Orlov who has streeted off the line, and it's the Russian who leads the end of lap 1, the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Martti Riittanen has actually got up into 4th position. So a clean start for the first pre-final here this morning. Jensen Graham from the back of the grid already trying to make up moves. I can tell you from grid 2, Noah Wolf has come across the line down in 15th place. A disastrous start for the Brit, who has been in scintillating form this week. His teammate in P2, but again, it's CPB Sports Sodicat back in front again. They run first, third, and now 4th as Sinner. Ben Wallstein, the Sano second round race winner, the reigning world champion, goes by and takes Martti Riittanen, and watch out for El Catalan, the 2016 world champion from Blanes, north of Barcelona in Spain. In the 133 Birillard, it's Pedro Hilbrand.
Yeah, it was a pretty good start for Maxim Orlov, of course. Christian Bertuca actually sort of jumped at the start almost, started rolling forward a little bit, stopped himself, and then went once again. So I think maybe just holding the car at the wrong point, didn't get the best of launch after that, and that, of course, allowed Maxim Orlov to go through, who himself actually just sitting on the gantry under investigation by race control.
Yes, both Max Orlov and Bertuca, both under investigation.
I would imagine that's probably to do with maybe the slightly jumpy start that we saw from Christian Bertuca. Maybe Max Orlov sort of reacted to Bertuca himself. We'll get confirmation when we can, but that's sort of my speculation nonetheless. Of course, on the outside of the front row, like we said with Noah Wolf, I think suffered a couple of problems. We did see one of the carts going very slowly through turn number 1 and turn number 2. I think that could well have been Noah Wolf dropping his way down. But the recovery on for the 138, now in 13th position. He's working his way slowly, chipping away at that gap, and maybe to get himself back into the top 10. As it stands, Noah Wolf will still be lining up 3rd for the final a bit later on, but of course you still want those championship points for the pre-final. As it stands, of course, the points ramp up over the course of a round, so there's 50 points now available for a pre-final, which for comparison was worth just as much as a victory in the final 4 weeks ago at La Conca. So as we go through the Supermaster Series, the stakes continue to rise. Max Orlov, though, continuing to rise through the field. That's a bit of a problem there for one of the CPB Sports Audi carts, though.
Just rolling to a stop on the side of the circuit, Dion van Verven. Zach was just about to say that not only Bertuca and Orlov under investigation, Dion van Verven also under investigation. But it's now irrelevant because the Dutchman who won the WSK Euro Series opener 8 days ago here at VITERBO has just rolled to a stop at the exit of turn 11. Dion is out. Orlov under investigation, Bertuca under investigation, as is Van Verven, as is Xenopies. 4 drivers under investigation. We've just lost Morgan Knudsen as well at the exit of the carousel, there at the bottom right of your screen. The Dane having a tough pre-final this morning, missing the grid position, his grid position on the formation lap, and now coming to a stop. Morgan Knudsen is out, as is Dion, as is Matti Zormet. Maxim Orlov in P1 under investigation. No word yet from race control, but it is not usually a good sign. In fact, before I even finish that sentence, it has been made redundant. I can see the board is being prepared. 3-second penalty. It's just a matter of which is the number behind it, or beside it. Suleiman Zanfari, the 5th driver placed under investigation. The Moroccan from El Jadida, also under investigation, as you see Evgeny Minyaev for the Monster K factory team. Go on through, we've lost Marty Somet, Dion van Verven, Morgan Knudsen, Hugo Besson. Villani did not make the start. Varbitsaliev out before the start. This is Sander van Wallstein on the back of Christian Bertucka, who is under investigation as well. For the moment, Maxim Orlov leads. The gap is 1.9 seconds. That will be critical. The board is being prepared for multiple drivers. 5 under investigation. Maxim Orlov with the race lead and a fastest 51.426. Senna on the back of Christian. Out of turn 5, racing down the hill and then up to the highest part of the circuit through the chicane. Just gliding over the ripple strip. Nice style from Christian. This is the race leader on the road for the moment. Maxim Orlov, quite a gap back. Bertucka, who locks up the brake. And at that very moment, race control gives Bertucka a 5-second penalty. He's not the only one. Maxim Orlov, 5-second penalty. 5 drivers under investigation, now 3, because 2 of those have been upgraded to a 5-second penalty, including the driver who's P1 on the road. Maxim Orlov, Sander van Wallstein. Therefore, by default, as Max goes fastest with a 51.301, Sander van Wallstein, the race leader. Pedro in second, he's made a clean start. A wild start, 5 drivers under investigation. Maxim Orlov and Christian Bertucka, 5-second penalties. That puts Bertucka down into 10th place. Orlov in P3, the beneficiary after absolutely missing the start, Noah Wolf, who's now back up into 11th place, half race distance. The KZ2 pre-final this morning. Maxim Orlov, P1 on the road, fastest on circuit with a 51.301. But 3rd overall, Zach, the news is coming from race control fast. Orlov, 5-second penalty. Bertucka, 5-second penalty, but they're not the only ones.
Yeah, they're not indeed. We've got, well, of course, Dion van Verven given one, but he's out. Sem Nopiez, I did see the board getting prepared for him, the 164. Yeah, 5-second penalties lighting up the timing screen like it's a Christmas tree at this rate. We're just over half distance of this one. Now, when it comes to 5-second penalties in karting, you're almost sort of like, well, yeah, that's a done deal. They're going to be losing positions. In this case, though, I kind of do maybe think that Max Orlov could still go on to win this one. He's gaining still a couple of tenths of a second a lap relative to Sander van Wallstein, and because of how long these KZ2 races are, he has got that opportunity to maybe get away. The gap between Orlov and Sander van Wallstein now under 2 seconds net with the penalty. Of course, Orlov leading the race on circuit, but if he's able to pull out a couple more seconds, he might well still be able to win this race. It's unlikely, but if anyone on this grid can go and do it, it is likely to go and be Max Orlov. But Sander van Wallstein doing exactly what he needs to be doing, which is, well, driving as fast as he possibly can, staying within that 5-second of Max Orlov. That being said, last time through a 51.2 from Max Orlov. He's in that 5-second penalty, and I think it's rooted him on to just drive a little bit faster.
Suleiman Zanfari, the 5th driver to be given the under investigation board, now has been given a 5-second penalty as well. We say welcome back to Suleiman Zanfari to the WSK Supermasters Series. Has been racing with us since his days in 60 Mini with Team Komoto back a decade ago. Most recently racing in the Euro Cup Formula 3 Series, the driver from El Jadida on the west coast of Africa, the west coast of Morocco. 5-second penalty as well. So this is all off across the line. Again goes purple. Hilbrand, 2016 world champion. Sander van Wallstein, the round 2 winner, the final third of the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Round 3, the WSK Supermasters Series. As it stands at the moment, Christian Bertucka would still line up on pole position for the final this afternoon. The field spread out. A beautiful winter's morning here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. The track that was built back in 2008 and renovated in 2023. Mr. Flavio Becca, who has taken over the management and ownership of Leopard Circuit VITERBO. It is a world-class facility as you look at Senna Come across the line, down into turn 1. Ben Wallstein, the reigning world champion. 1-1-2 for the CPB Sports Bodycar team. Alex Marigliano. Credit to Il Siciliano for Renta Motorsport. Up into P6, headers Varic. The Birolard teammates. Wide line that time from Bertuca. Pedro just behind. This is turn 6 and 7, a remarkably undulating circuit. 1,294 metres, 1.3 kilometres is Leopard Circuit VITERBO. The triple right-hander coming out of the carousel, then across the line. Not the fastest track in the world. 16 corners, remarkably technical and surprisingly undulating as well. Just clipping the ripple strip, goes Bertuca. And this to one of the best passing opportunities on the track. Turn 5 and then racing back down the hill, the double left, 6 and 7. This is lap 13 and 15, the first of our pre-finals this morning for KZ2. As it stands, Bertuca is on pole position for the final. Orloff, grid 2. Senna Van Wallstein at Woodstock, grid 3. Still alongside Noah Wolf, who's tucked in behind the Brescian Michael Ida. Ahead of Jean Castel. Graham, Radicabra, Zamfari, Minyaev, and Ostini. Vladislav, Brozar Racing. The Ukrainian in the 168 Silly Kart rounds out the field. We've also lost 121 Monster K-Kart of Andrei Sishov, who is out. So the penultimate lap of the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Nice to have your company wherever you're watching us live around the world on WSK.IT, also Motorsport TV as well. Senna Van Wallstein lowers the blind on the radiator, the TM-powered Sodikart Sigma. The Birol Art duo. Well, the Sodikart team 1, 2, 3 across the line in the first 3 races of 2026. They won last year's World Championship with Senna Van Wallstein. They won the KZ2 World Cup with Maxim Orlov. They've won the first 3 races of 2026. But the team from Lissonet, Birol Art, are back. It will be a fabulous final this afternoon, round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series, as we start the last lap of the race. Officially, Senna Van Wallstein is in P1. Maxim Orlov will take the checkered flag first, though. Maxim at the bottom right of your screen. This is Senna. So 5 drivers, almost unprecedented, with 5-second penalties for a jump start. It wasn't the cleanest start in the world. It has been an issue for Orlov, in fact, who rounds the final corner to take the checkered flag and the victory across the line. Orlov stalling in Heat 1 on Friday. Jump start. There's Senna across the line. He officially takes the race win. Bertuca, 5-second penalty and P5, but that's enough for Christian Cannibal to start pole position. Zach, 5 drivers with a jump start. That's something Maxim Orlov needs to work on. 1 stalled start in the first heat on Friday, and now a jump start this morning. He is lightning quick. He finishes with a purple 51.266, fastest on the circuit, but really needs to launch off the line perfectly this afternoon if he is to take victory as he did at Le Conca.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, in his, to his merit, he did finish within a second of Senna Van Wallstein in the end, so he put out a 4.2-second gap purely on merit. Now, obviously, you don't want to be getting that 5-second penalty, but in the end, it only cost him a few championship points, and of course, he'll still be lining up in P2 a bit later on. Senna Van Wallstein, though, was the one to take victory in the KZ2 pre-final for Maxim Orlov and Pedro Hiltbrand, the top 3. Matti Rittinen from Christian Bertuca, the top 5. Then comes Marigliano, yes, Ida, Noah Wolf, Sem Nopiez, again, another driver with that 5-second time penalty, rounding out in P10. Zhang from Castel, then comes Svaric from Favre, Suleiman Minev and Asinyi, the 17th and final driver to be classified as a finisher. We lost Jensen Graham, Jaden T and Sizov, Ulmater, Dion van Verven, Knutsen, Besson and Viliani, who did not start this race. We had 25 starters, 8 of them in one way or another didn't make it to the checkered flag, so 25 and 17 of those finishing. In the end, though, a great drive from Senna van Volstein, and to be fair from Max Orlov, if he can sort the starts out, I think he's going to be a tough man to beat a bit later on.
Beautiful blue sky. What a relief to see that if you joined us for the WSK Euro Series season opener 8 days ago last Saturday. That was certainly not the scene. You're looking south towards the eternal city of Rome, the capital of Italy, the Vallelunga circuit, l'Autodromo di Vallelunga. Is not too far from here. This is Leopard Circuit Viterbo. Second pre-final of the morning is pre-final A for the OK, the direct drive category class. They're down on the grid. It was Davide Bottaro who set pole position on Friday for the Lenovo Kalikart racing team. Lev Krutogolov, he was fastest in the second group. He won the first race of the Supermaster Series at La Conca. He starts on pole position ahead of Davide Bottaro in just a moment for pre-final A. This is round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series, the 4th event of the 21st season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. Lev Krutogolov will start on pole position. Davide Bottaro, he qualified pole 48 hours ago on Friday. They share the front row of the grid. Pre-final A for OK in just a moment. But firstly, the highlights of what has taken place thus far this week in OK here at VITERBO. $63 drivers in the OK original kart category, coming here to VITERBO for round 3 of the Supermaster Series, halfway through the championship, which dates back to 2010 as it was KF2 back in the day. We go back to 2010, it was Antonio Giovinazzi who won the first Supermaster Series in what was then KF2, the approximate equivalent of OK Direct Drive. He also won it a year later. That was in a PCR, the first year in a top kart. KF2 in 2012 was won by Max in an Intrepid. And then Dorian Boccalacci in the Energy course in 2023. It is an Energy course on pole position. The WSK Supermaster Series, some legendary names, the direct drive category. It was KF Callum, who's now racing in the IndyCar World Series, Callum Eilert in 2014. Nicholas Nielsen in 2015, the Le Mans 24-hour winner and Spa 24-hour winner. In OK, Lorenzo Travisanotto, the legends who have won the Supermaster Series. The chapters continue to be written. We welcome Define as as our main sponsor for WSK promotion in 2026. Just reading through the history books. The winners of the WSK Supermaster Series, yes, Lorenzo for Ward Racing in 2016. That was in OK. Clement in 2017. Clement Novalak. Hannes Janka, remember, he was a great champion in 2018 in the Kart Republic. Dexter in 2019, the 2017 world champion, Dexter Patterson. And then in 2020, that bizarre year, it was Nikita Bedrin for Ward Racing. A year later, Rafa Kamada, who lines up for Invicta Racing in the FIA Formula 2 World Championship in just a couple of weeks' time, in fact, in Melbourne, Australia. JT from MK, Joseph Turney, the 2022 Supermaster Series champion. The American James Agozzi. Ian Eichmans in 2024. Both James and Ian racing in the Euro Cup Formula 3 Series in Portugal this weekend. And last year, DVL, Dries van Langendonk, the reigning WSK Supermaster Series champion. That's just in the OK Direct Drive category. We'll take you through some of the history throughout today's broadcast as you join us at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. Lev from Ukraine for the team from Bergamo. Krutogolov, the driver to beat. There are just 6 energy karts racing here this weekend. Out of the 294 drivers, most numerous is Kart Republic with 81. Parallel 49, there's 33 Tony karts, 20 Beryl Arts, 18 CRGs, 6 energy karts. But starting P1 is Lev Krutogolov, the Lakonka race winner. He was also on the podium at the final round of the WSK Final Cup. Il Team Bergamasco in pole position. The Iami-powered Energy Lev to lead the field out onto the circuit. We'll take you through the grid in just a moment. The green flag flies on the grid now, which looks like this. Krutogolov on pole alongside. He's the fastest qualifier from Friday, Davide Bortaro. And it's Devon out of 3. Zach Green for Jamie Green Racing. Out of P4, the Scotsman Aston Sharp team, the Dutchman Endo Arata, Ludovico Mazzola, Philip Hall, Il Trentino, Sala, and the American for Koski Motorsport, Michael McCoy. Grid 11, Oliver Rasmussen, Archie Owen, the Welshman, Yindra Peschel, 2-time WSK champion. His Tony Kart racing teammate Thomas Pradier alongside Rafa Bussato, the Australian, who crossed the line in P1. James Anagnostiadis back in 16. Tatiana Alex Shiva, she's been in great form this week. Luke Tull, welcome back from the Netherlands. Aaron Cavillo and Max Weiland from Chicago, Illinois. Out of grid 20, Noah Baglin, the Super Nationals champion, having a tough run this weekend. Max Christea, Anya Lavar, Eili Christian, Francois Kudal, Gleb Solovov, Maciej Matujovic, Isaac there. Also for Jamie Green Racing, Matteo Gallo, the London-born French driver for Fusion Motorsports, Svetlin Simianov, Angelina Torres, and El Madrileño, the American Nicholas Stanley, who narrowly missed a podium last week, but 2 DNFs have put the MP Gamoto driver way back on grid 32.
Well, they'll make their way around for a second formation lap. And of course, Lev Krutogolov, a very important race for him. He could well be taking the championship lead after this race. Coming into this round, there was a 14-point gap between Yinrik Peschel, who's just been very consistent thus far this year. Hasn't taken a final victory, but has been there or thereabouts on the podium in almost every single race. Lev Krutogolov, though, after the eliminatory heat standings, getting himself that pole position for this pre-final, jumps himself 12 points relative to Yinrik Peschel, who seems to be struggling a little bit this weekend, and also the top 4. So Yinrik Peschel, Lev Krutogolov, Dean Hugendorn and Zach Drummond only separated by 14 points heading into what will be now tipping over the halfway point of the Supermaster Series with just 2 rounds left to go at Lenaso and Franciacorta over the next few weeks. Let's get, obviously, VITERBO done and dusted first, but it is extremely exciting in this championship. Lev Krutogolov will have to hold off Davide Bortaro to get this race 15 laps underway.
There is Lev Krutogolov, 279 on pole position for the Energy Course team. Davide Bortaro on the outside front row of the grid. Pre-final A for OK. We race. Down the inside goes Devon. Waltz dances into second place from the second row of the grid. But it's Lev Krutogolov who just glides over the ripple strip. That energy card has been hooked up all week. And ominously, look at the lead already after 4 corners. It's 5 card lengths. The Ukrainian in position 1. Waltz for Ricky Flynn Motorsport into second place. A clean start the opening stages of the OK pre-final A. Look at Lev Krutogolov back to Devon Waltz. There's Davide Bottaro. As the field come out of turn 12 for the first time. Aston Sharp trying to make his way through. The second Scotsman in contention here this weekend has been in great form. The British champion from Aberdeen on the northeast coast, right up on the North Sea. Van Amersfoort Racing with Berylard. Aston up into P4, just goes by Dean the Dutchman. That's Hugendorn inside rear of the Paralympian, just floating over the circuit. Zach Green for Jamie Green Racing, just behind in P6 for Endo Arata. Il Trentino. Filippo Sala, Mazzola Pradir, Peschel, Michael McCoy, Owen Bussato, and a storming start from Francois Coudal, who's made up 11 positions. The Italian, French, Swiss driver from grid 25 now into 14th, having just taken Oliver Rasmussen. Lev Krutogolov leads by more than 1 second after just 1 lap.
I mean, it's remarkable, really, Lev Krutogolov in the form that he's been on this weekend. He's just been setting the standard race in, race out. Coming into this pre-final, by the way, undefeated thus far this weekend. Obviously, didn't quite get pole, but I think we can forgive him for that. Over the course of his heats over Friday and Saturday, undefeated, taking every victory, and currently sits on 0 penalty points. He can afford to drop, I think, to about 7th or 8th position, and still still take pole comfortably for the final bit later on. Some moves being made in and amongst the field. I think that might be Zach Green and Dean Hugendorn swapping positions. The Dutchman goes through and up into 6th position now. Yeah, Lev Krutogolov leading this one on circuit. He's looking remarkably quick. Like I say, just look at the gap. I mean, yeah, fair enough, there's a bit of a battle for second, but there's absolutely no competition in the fight for first. Still plenty of this race left to go, though. And, that battle from second downwards definitely looks quite enthralling as Dean Hugendorn is trying to carve his way through the field and get himself back into that podium contention after, a storming victory 2 weeks ago at Sarno.
Dean Hugendorn won the Supermaster Series 12 months ago in OK Junior, now racing in OK Senior. Zach Green in great form this weekend. You just saw the 253, the TM-powered Kart Republic, go through. He's just lost that 1 place to Dean. Has Zach Green, he's in P6, driving for the sharp British team. Jamie Green Racing, of course, run by 17-time DTM race winner. Jamie Green, former McLaren Mercedes Formula 1 test driver and Formula A European kart racing race winner. Jamie Green Racing, there is Zach Green, just on the back of Hugendorn. Ahead of Endo Arata. Filippo Sala splits the 2 Tony Kart drivers. There is Bottaro. Aston Sharp. This is a great performance from the Scotsman here this weekend. The 14-year-old from Aberdeen across the line just floats over the ripple strip. Look at the lead from Lev. Almost 2 seconds as he goes purple. Almost into the 51-second bracket. Waltz in second place. A move down the inside. Dean the Dutchman puts the Scotsman back to P5. Here comes Zach on the attack. It's Green for Jamie Green Racing, the 2 British drivers. The Scotsman heads the Englishman. Endo Arata from the land of the rising sun, just behind in the 208 Vortex-powered Tony Kart. We go to Sala Pradir, Yinder Peschel, Ludovico Mazzola, McCoy, Owen, and again, Francois Coudal making moves from grid 25. McCoy has just taken Mazzola. This is Bottaro. Now ahead of Hugendorn, Aston Sharp. Endo Arata goes through. That was Thomas Pradir and the second Tony Kart, 210. Into the Peschel, the 3rd Tony Kart, the WSK Final Cup champion. Rounding out the 10. Lev Krutogolov, purple again. The gap, 2.04 seconds. Like lightning is Lev from Ukraine. Bottaro, the Lenovo Kart Racing Team driver. Up the hill, the highest part of the circuit. through the chicane and then racing down into probably the second best passing opportunity on the circuit. Too far back is Hugendorn this time. It's the Paralin of the Williams Formula One Academy junior driver in P4 behind the Lenovo Carly Kart. There is Aston. Van Amersfoort racing together with Birol Art, having to defend from Zach Green, who may be well a contender for the victory here this afternoon. For Jamie Green Racing, just glances back, does the Brit, to see the Japanese driver Endo Arata, Sala, Pradir, Peschel, McGoy, Matsola, Owen, Kurtal, Anagnostiadis, Rasmussen, Busato, Isaac Sia, the Indonesian in the second Jamie Green Racing kart, Chris Daya and Noah Baglin, the Ferrari Junior, the reigning junior world champion, the Super Nationals champion, struggling here this weekend, down in position 20. He's not the only one though, because Eiley Christian is behind in 21. Stanley from the back of the grid is up to 22, but it's Lev who is dominating. He leads pre-final A. Change there as Salek takes Sharp for position 6. Half race distance, pre-final A. It's the Ukrainian Lev Krutogolov for Team Energy, who leads the way.
Of course, he's looking relatively untouchable. He's just set a new fastest lap of the race at 51.998. Very comfortably the only person under the 52 mark. Of course, you've got Devon Volks just in behind for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. I say just behind, he's 2.5 seconds back in a little bit of a no man's land. He's got Dean Hugendorn about 8 tenths or so behind him, and of course plenty of space in front of him. So Devon Volks just needs to settle into a rhythm and try not to allow the Dutchman to close in too much. That being said, previous lap time is 52.3 for Devon Volks, 52.1 going the way of Dean Hugendorn. It'll only be a few laps at this rate. So Dean Hugendorn is knocking on the door of the American, and we could have a fight and a contest for P2. As it stands, of course, that extra position for Dean Hugendorn would promote him up into P4 for the grid of the final bit later on. So that's, of course, going to be very important for Dean Hugendorn, and also with it, an extra couple of championship points. As it stands, finishing third in the pre-final gets him 30, finishing second gets him an extra 10 and up to 40. And with how close this championship is, it's going to be vitally important that he maximises those points while he can. Of course, later on, when the final's worth 70 championship points, that's going to be even more important to maximise the results there. At the moment, Lev Krutogolov, though, he looks to be the favourite to do that. As we always say, though, you know, it's one thing to keep winning, and then, of course, once you get to the final, all the gloves are off and anything can happen, even if you're the favourite all weekend long. There's a sent to the inside there. That's Aston Sharp, I believe, on the inside.
It was actually Green.
Zach Green, in fact, going to the inside of Davide Portari. Yeah, it would have been just in front. So the 253 up now into what is 4th position, and a nice little send there into the inside of what is turn 6 and 7. Not often do you see too many moves happen there, but Zach Green making the most of it. Lev Krutogolov now 2.9 seconds clear of the pack.
Second pass, just a slight correction. That was the second pass from Green. It was he who went past Sharp just a couple of laps ago, not Sala. And he's made the second pass as well. Now Zach Green in P4 for Jamie Green Racing.
Lap 10 of 15, and only a few laps left to go in this race. 2/3 of the way through. Lev Krutogolov, once again, the new fastest lap of the race last time through, a 51.961. And continuing the very consistent run of form. I mean, being within a 10th of a second is impressive enough. We'll have to wait and see what can happen for the final later on, because it seems that he's untouchable in this pre-final. But like I was saying, as we know, complacency and hubris is one thing. You definitely got to be careful in that final. It can very easily all go thrown away. Lev Krutogolov, he's going to be hoping it's a nice smooth sail, as it is in this first pre-final of 2 for OK. Of course, Devon Volks now being chased by Dean Hugendorn. That is that battle there between, of course, the Ricky Flynn and the Paralin. Devon Volks, he's, for a while was in a bit of no man's land. Now, into the closing stage of this race, he's going to have to be looking over his shoulder, try and keep the Dutchman at bay. Dean Hugendorn, of course, knows what it takes to win at this level, the Williams junior driver. And reigning Supermaster Series champion, of course, in OKJ, stepping up into OK Senior, and has definitely been very impressive, taking the move to Paralin. And, his results, I think, speak for themselves in terms of how quick that he has been. And right now, he's knocking on the door for a second position in the pre-final. That promotes him up a position on the grid later on in the final. And also with it, an extra 10 championship points. Dean Hugendorn definitely wants to find a way through Devon Volks with the final 4 laps now upon us.
Zach, I realise this is still early in the day. We've got 4 laps remaining in pre-final A and then pre-final B, where Luke Horner will start on pole position. Lev just to make the point, just goes fastest. Again, he goes purple with a 51.9 as opposed to Waltz in second with a 51.3. 51.3 for Hugendorf, 52 dead for Zach Green. Has anybody, in terms of outright pace, got an answer for the Ukrainian, for the Energy Course team? Lev Krutogolov disappears at the bottom of your screen. This is Waltz. Devon ahead of Dean. And back to Zach Green. As it stands, Zach Green, second row start for the final provisionally. That outright pace, like lightning, is Lev Krutogolov from Ukraine. He is dominating 4 seconds, the length of the main straight. 52 dead that time, 52.2 for Waltz, holding off Dean Hugendorf with 2.5 laps remaining. Dean closing right in on the back of Devon. There's Zach Green in P4. Luke Corner will start off pole position in just a moment for pre-final B. He's been quick, yet unlucky so far in the WSK Supermaster Series. Lev Krutogolov, Lekonka race winner. It was James Anagnostiadis who crossed the line in P1 at Lekonka. The front spoiler was down though. James, incidentally, still stuck down in 14th after getting qualifying all wrong and has struggled ever since this weekend. Waltz in second for RFM. Dean the Dutchman. Zach Green is catching for Jamie Green Racing. Zach in 2.53. The older of the two Green brothers, the second generation racer. Growing up in Monaco in his early years. Remarkably fluent in French is the Englishman. And super quick as well. He's catching up to the back of Dean the Dutchman. Devon from Boise, Idaho. Former competitor in the BMX World Championships is Devon Waltz for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. This is Zach Green for Jamie Green Racing into the carousel in P4. Closing in on the back of the Williams F1 Academy driver Dean Hugendorf. The Paralympic Motorsport Lev Krutogolov is dominating. He goes down into turn 1 as Waltz comes out of the final corner. Last lap, Ukraine, the United States, the Netherlands, and the Brits in P4. Lev Krutogolov is dominating in OK at Leopard Circuit VITERBO this weekend. The Energy Course driver will win pre-final A. He will line up on pole position for the final. Vincerà questa gara Lev Krutogolov. Sì, lo so, scaramanzia in italiano, però tranquillo, vincerà. The Italian's very superstitious. You're not allowed to say that he will win. He's going into the carousel now. He can roll to that checkered flag, which is about to wave. Lev Krutogolov wins pre-final A, pole position per il team Bergamasco. Ecco la vittoria. He wins it and dominates as well. Waltz dances home to second. Hugendorf 3. Zach Green P4 and P4 on the grid at least for the final this afternoon. Botaro, Sharp, Sala, Arata, Pradir, Michael McCoy in P10.
Well, that was a sensational drive from Lev Krutogolov. Fastest lap of the race, was averaging lap times within a tenth and a half of each other for the entirety of that race. His best one at 51.9, his last lap across the line at 52.0. So he done all right, let's put it that way. Air temp now 14 degrees Celsius. So let's take a look at the highlights. It was a good start from the Energy Course of Lev Krutogolov. A dart to the inside from Devon Waltz, just holding that third position. So it moves throughout the entirety of the field. Dean Hugendorf was one of them in the 236 to try and carve his way forwards and would make sense. His favourite move in towards turn number 5, that hairpin there, and just tipping his way through. The checker flag would fly though, and Lev Krutogolov would take pole position for the final 8 run. He would take victory, of course, for this pre-final. He would bank himself 50 championship points, and with it take the championship lead from Yinrik Peschel, who in the end could only finish P11 after 15 laps of racing. Running through the full results in a few moments' time. As there you can see Lev Krutogolov at Energy Course taking the victory from Devon Waltz and Dean Hugendorf, the top 3 in pre-final A. Zach Green, Davide Bortaro from Aston Sharp, Filippo Sala making some moves up a couple of places to finish P7. There were Rata from Then comes Pradier and Michael McGoy, the top 10, the American not making any movement through the field, but crucially not any further back. The Czech driver and ex-championship leader Jindřich Pešel finishes P11 from Matzola. Then comes James Anagnostiatis, Archie Owen, Kerdal and Bagel in the top 16. As we can see towards the back end of the field, the likes of Chris Dare, Krisan, Simon Storez, Tal, Kivilio, Solovov, and then comes Violent, Masijevic from Anyaliva and Gallo behind that, and then, well, Simonov and the only non-finisher or even non-starter, Alex Shiva. So we had 32, well, meant to start, 31 that did start and then did finish, which is always good to see. Biggest gainer, by the way, in that race, Nicholas Stanley, from what was 32nd into 17th. I don't know if that's going to be enough to make the final later on, but a stark effort from, well, the American Spaniard, Nicholas Stanley, 261. So I'm sure you saw a couple of his overtakes as he carved his way upwards through the field. We'll have to wait and see if he's going to join us on the grid a bit later on today. Also, some big gainers. Noah Baglin up 5, Kerdal up 10 as well. Biggest gainer within the top 10 though was Pradier, up 5 positions from 14th into 9th. We say overtaking is difficult. Some people definitely put that to bed really, and definitely showcase that overtaking around VITERBO definitely is very possible, and you can do quite a lot of it. Of course, OK pre-final way done and dusted. We'll move on to pre-final B in just a few moments time. Luke Kornda alongside Zach Drummond for the front row, and a very important race I think for Zach Drummond in order to maximise his results. He came into this race, came into this weekend 4th place in the championship off the back of great results for Lev Krutikov and Dean Hugendorn. Not the best result for Jindřich Pešel. There's a lot to gain here for Zach Drummond, and while limiting the damage to the likes of Krutikov and Hugendorn, who are looking remarkably quick this weekend.
The second Scotsman in action in OK starts out of grid 2, but it's Luke Kornda. If anybody can take the fight to Krutikov speed-wise, it's seemingly the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver who starts on pole. Zach out of 2, Benjamin out of 3, Il Peruviano Mariano Lopez, and then William Kalija from Melbourne, Australia, Andrea Mani from Monaco, Ivanikov, and Peter Stiller works his way to P8. Henry out of grid 9, he won here last year. Bosco Adias 10th. He was on the podium last week in the Euro Series. Karar Fidan, he won the Euro Series here 8 days ago. Via Piana for Koski Motorsport. Purcell, Asher Oxteen, Nicholas Schaufler. Watch him back in 15 alongside Iskander the Great. Tudor Shurkan for Gold Star Racing. It's Drew Waltz who is next, head of Lillian Scarborough. And Jean-Mateo Rousseau, Goretsky, Bruno Blanco, Mika Runitz, Luis Nunez, Emiliano Hernandez. The Mexicans group together. Matias Gonzalez for the Beyond Racing team. Amin Kara Osman, Nefeli Cosmopoulos, Yuri Lavar, Eduardo Salmonde, and Pietro Baguti on the back of the grid. There is Luke already with the lead of the start-finish straight. So quick in the first 2 rounds of the Supermaster Series. Again, narrowly missing the podium through circumstances in the rain last week. Luke Kornda from Cologne in Germany, the team from England. Ricky Flynn Motorsport on pole position. We just saw domination from Lev Krutikov and lightning quick speed. If anybody, speed-wise, has got an answer for the Ukrainian, it seems to be certainly the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver, Luke Kornda, DKM Junior Champion. Starting on pole, Zach Drummond. The Scotsman knows how to fight, was given a 5-second penalty, 3-second penalty for a jump start yesterday. Absolutely furious when he got the news crossing the line, waving his fist in the air. That anger, well, he came back to officially be classified 5th. Overall, it was a stunning drive. Zach to attack from grid 2. Watch Iskander Zulfikari, the 6-time WSK champion, starting back on grid 16 for the Tony Kart Racing team, alongside the returning Nicholas Schaufler. But it's Luke on pole position, pre-final B for OK round 3, the Supermaster Series. The TM, Gia TM on the Lando Norris kart for Ricky Flynn Motorsport of Luke Kornda on pole position, being pushed up to the line. Benjamin Menach, who was on the podium 8 days ago in the rain here at VITERBO in the Euro Series. We race. Great start from Zach from the outside of the front row of the grid. Benjamin on the inside of the Scotsman. Lopez and Kalija looking for a way through, but it's Luke Kornda from pole position for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. coming out of turn 5, racing down the hill in P1, Benjamin in second, the first of the Fusion Motorsport carts. It's the Glaswegian Zach Drummond. The second is Mariano Lopez in 2.28. Zach's in 2.73, a clean start for pre-final B. Luke already with a nice lead in beautiful winter sunshine as Billy C goes down the inside. Kalija takes El Peruviano Mariano Lopez, but he's passed on the exit as well by Vladimir Ivanikov. Nice pass by the Birla driver. The now Italian Vladimir Ivanikov will come across the line in P4. There's Zach in third place. Andrea Mani trying to fight his way through with Henry Domain. Peter Stiller. This is a great performance for the Chinese-born Italian who's in P8 at the end of lap 1. Karar Firan, who won in the rain 8 days ago for the Ward Racing team, the first round of the Euro Series. The Indonesian in 11th place, 10th place. Just got by, Schaufler just behind.
Indeed so, a good launch from Luke Cornder and a very important one at that. We know how important track position can be, especially once the race has settled down a little bit here at VITERBO, so that was really important there from Luke Cornder. A great start as well from the Ward Racing of Benjamin Menach, just to tip the Fusion of Zach Drummond up in a second. Of course, a very important race for Zach Drummond here, as it stands with a third place finish in the pre-final. We'll rank him up 6th on the grid later on. Of course, a swap with Benjamin Menach would actually put him up into 4th position, so some big swings happening in terms of that starting grid position for the final later on, and also as well those championship points for Zach Drummond that he needs to go and get relative to the likes of Lev Krutogolov and Dean Hugendorn, and more importantly Yinrik Pesho, who's having a slightly off weekend here at VITERBO, and that's a perfect opportunity for the other 3 championship protagonists to really go and contest. Lap number 3 at 15, so plenty of racing still to come. Zach Drummond on the back of Benjamin Menach. Meanwhile, Luke Cornder setting the fastest lap of the race at 53.1. We'll keep an eye on the lap times as they work their way around to see if they can get anywhere near I think it was a 51.9 that was set just a few moments ago from Lev Krutogolov, and how the relative pace stacks up. Look at Zach Drummond though, all over the rear end of Benjamin Menach, riding that rear bumper through the carousel in the subsequent corners, really being aggressive, trying to apply some of that pressure to the Spaniard to work his way back up in a second. The top 3 though completely breaking away from the likes of Ivanikov, Lopez and Kalija by virtue of their very hard battling that we saw. Zach Drummond the one with the fastest lap, as the pair of them closing back onto the leader. A huge send to the inside from the Glaswegian there. Zach Drummond up in a 2nd place.
Fabulous pass from Drummond. That came from turn 2 because Benjamin Menach was slightly sideways as they climbed the hills. Zach with the attack, and Drummond is now the top Brit. The Scotsman in 2nd place. The Scottish flag on the top of his helmet. The British flag on the top of Benjamin Menach's helmet. The now Spaniard for the Swedish Ward Racing team, who was on the podium in the Euro Series 8 days ago in P3. That was a brilliant pass. Watch this. Into turn 5. Did not break until he was past the Ward Racing Paralyn. To be fair, Benjamin Menach did give him space. Benjamin, the British Spaniard, in P3. Zach just smashes over the ripple strip, setting off after Luke Cornder, who's got a lead of 0.6 of a second. Back to Ivanikov. Kalita in P5. It's Billy C. Head of Bosco Arias, the 2nd Fusion Motorsport driver. El Peruviano Mariano Lopez just climbing the hill now. Ahead of Andrea Mani, Henry Domain, Viapiana, Karar Firan, Schaufler, Oxteen, Sulficari up to 14 ahead of Purcell. Stiller has not made a good start. Peter, he's gone backwards to 16th from Jurkan. Drew Watts, Bruno Blanco, Yuri Lavar ahead of GMR. Russo just outside the top 20. 63 drivers for round 3 of the Supermaster Series. We're down to the final 36. We will be down to the final 36 this afternoon. For quite a few of these drivers, Zach, this is the race of their life just to make it through to the final. For quite a few, half the field in fact, their weekend ends right here as Neville Cosmopoulos goes through behind Salmonde, Goretzky and Matias Gonzalez.
Yeah, indeed so. Of course, there's only so many spaces on that final, and well, the entire weekend of work all whittles down to the final 36 that will be joining us for the, I believe, 18-lap shootout later on in OKC. And Luke Cornder leads by just half a second from Zach Drummond, who's setting the pace. And you can see there the Ricky Flynn, LN car of Luke Cornder being chased down by the Fusion of Zach Drummond. and the 273 after getting through on Benjamin Menashe very aggressively. Of course, think back to Le Conca where Zach Drummond and Filippo Sala definitely got their elbows out a little bit. There was some bouts of frustration and visible signs of it between the two. Both of them incredibly aggressive drivers. Zach Drummond, one of them in the world of real-life racing and in the sim, in iRacing or whatever platform you put him on. He's very aggressive, very aware, very good at working his way through the field.
That's right, Zach. You have gone wheel to wheel with Zach Drummond on iRacing again in the last couple of weeks.
I have, yeah. The first time we met each other, he left-hand downed me going into in Alton Park. He bounced off me, went into the pit wall. Then we had a slightly bit more of a tidy kerfuffle. Still at Alton Park, still in Formula 4 machinery, which I think a lot of the drivers use as a training tool because the way you drive it incredibly similar to how you do a go-kart, all with the pedals, very minimal amounts of steering. And Zach Drummond, like I say, just incredibly impressive with how we went from the back of the group. We both completely messed up qualifying. And I was taking it quite cautious. He completely sending it, worked his way up a million spaces in the opening couple of laps. Very good with his racecraft, knows when and when not to be aggressive, and he's proving that on circuit today in his pursuit of Luke Corner. Fastest lap of the race, of course, for Zach Drummond at 52.1, and continuing now to close that gap to Luke Corner still with just under half the race still remaining.
He does have an electrifying style. In the background, we've just seen Kalija go by and take Vladimir Ivanikov. Billy C into P4. Just coming down the hill now, Ivanikov, and it's Bosco. Second Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver, the Spaniard. The kart is absolutely hooked up. I'm talking about Drummond's Fusion Motorsport. Kart Republic, as is that of Luke Corner. He's in P1. As it stands, it is Krutogolov and Corner on the front row of the grid for the final, even if Drummond does get by the German, which is looking, to be honest, quite likely, because Drummond is really closing up onto the back of the German. There's Kalija, Ivanikov, Bosco Arias, Mani, Villapiana, Lopez, Karan Firan. Yes, even if Drummond does go by and take Luke Corner for the victory in pre-final B, it will be Luke and Lev on the front row of the grid for the final. This is lap 9 of 15. This is the battle for second place. Sorry, for the race lead. In second place is Zach Drummond into turn 12. Benjamin for Ward Racing. First WSK podium 8 days ago in the pouring rain here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. What a relief to have beautiful blue sky north of Caput Mundi, the once centre, or the centre of the once known universe. Centre of the former Roman Empire, the Italian capital, for about 1 hour's drive north of the 1960 Olympic city of Rome. As Billy C almost into the 51s, fastest on circuit. Well, the Australian who won the Supermaster Series in Mini a couple of seasons ago. 2024 it was for the Dean Baby race. There's Kalija from Melbourne, Australia, the city which is still reeling in the last few days, to be perfectly honest, after losing a round of the World MotoGP Championships. Yes, MotoGP coming back to the streets of Adelaide. The former Adelaide Formula One Grand Prix street circuit will host the Australian round of the MotoGP World Championship in Adelaide from 2027. William Kalija from Melbourne, the city which will host the first round of the FIA Formula One World Championship in 2 weeks' time, the same day that we race at the centre of the karting universe. South Garda Karting Lonato, round 4 of the Supermaster Series. This is round 3, as Luke just rides the ripple strip, gets up onto 2 wheels. Zach on the back of the German. This is Benjamin. This is Billy C. Fastest on circuit is William Kalija. Driver coach, former World Cup champion Felice Tiene, who is also mentoring Benjamin Westwood. The Zvadic brothers, also Karar Firan, mentoring his young protege well. Felice Tiene watching on from the grandstand, imparting his knowledge these days. Former World Cup champion Felice Tiene. There's Kalija. Of course, in his early days, it was the great Dave Serra, multiple international and national champion, who mentored Kalija, who again goes fast as the bottom right of your screen. Kalija with a 52 dead, fastest on circuit, 1.5 seconds back, and a purple sector. The Paralin is coming. This is lap 12 of 15. It is Luke who leads from Zach back to Benjamin. Kalija fastest on circuit again. from Vladimir Ivanikov and Bosco Arias. Bosco in P5. This is the carousel. 5 degree of banking, 270 degrees. He turns back on itself, the triple right-hander. As they come out of the final corner across the line, 1.3 kilometers of Leopard Circuit VITERBO, the driver from Cologne in Germany. Ahead of the Glaswegian, the British Spaniard, Billy C. This is Bosco, Vladimir Ivanikov. Andrea Mani has worked his way up into 7th place from Valerio Villapiana for Jankowski Motorsport. Kadar Firan, and from Florida in the United States of America, Asher Oxteen has now taken El Peruviano, Mariano Lopez. Oxteen, 2-4-3 in the CRG, now inside the top 10.
Just a couple of laps left to run here. Luke Horner still feeling the pressure from Zach Drummond, whose momentum has slightly slowed down over the last couple of laps. The Glaswegian still there though, still able to apply that pressure. Luke Horner well aware that he's there, but just 2 laps left to run here for the OK Pre-Final B here at VITERBO. Round number 3 of the Supermaster Series, and well, the halfway point, if you want to count it as that, of the 2026 SMS season. Will Collegia the one with the fastest lap of the race, a 51.988. Matching that, again, yeah. Matching that of Lev Krutikolov that we saw just a few moments ago. So Will Collegia, if he didn't get caught up in those battles earlier on where he, went for moves, got switched back, and, got caught up in pack battles, as you often do in the world of karting, could well have been a contender in and amongst this field. Of course, he'll be starting as it stands outside of the top 8 later on, but that pace is going to be doing himself a lot of favours to come back through the field. Zach Drummond, as it stands, will be starting 4th, but if he can get himself through and up into the lead, it'll be a 3rd place start for the Glaswegian, and there's a lot that you can do on the inside of the 2nd row. At the very least, you could probably find your way up in a second by the time you get to the opening corner. With that, the extra 10 championship points, you get it onto the final lap, and well, just 16 more opportunities, count them 15, 14 as they work their way up the hill for the final time in Pre-Final B. Zach Drummond needs to be finding a way past on Luke Horner if he wants to get himself up in a P3 starting for the final, and also, like I say, extra 10 championship points for this Pre-Final. Luke Horner, though, in control at the sharp end of the field. Just half a lap left to go, and Ricky Flynn Motorsport could well bring it home for victory.
Just the sole retirement, Henry Domain, who's parked on that corner right there. The Brit is out. The German will join the Ukrainian on the front row of the grid for the final. The last few corners, Luke for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Zach for Fusion Motorsport. But it's corner. Is this the day he finally breaks through for a WSK victory? He does take victory in Pre-Final B. It's a front row start for Luke Horner. Zach 2nd, Benjamin 3rd, Collegia 4. This is Bosco, who heads home Ivanikov, Mani, Villapiana, Karar Firan, Oxteen, Lopez, Schaufler, Zulfikari from Peter Stiller, Waltz, Jerkan, Lavar, Bruno Blanco, Purcell, Aminko for Halp Racing. Just crosses the line, ahead of Hernandez as Nunez, Russo, Gonzalez. Good performance from Pietro Baguti in a tough weekend. Goretsky, Salomon, Runes, Cosmopoulou, Lilian Scarborough, the final driver to take the checkered flag, the sole retirement. Henry Domain, the highlights of Pre-Final B. Luke Horner darts to the outside. Benjamin up the inside, and then this, the move of the race in turn 5 on lap 3. Zach Drummond takes the Ward Racing driver to come home in 2nd place to start grid 4 for the final. Horner wins. It's grid 2 for the German this afternoon. Zach 2nd. It's grid 4 for the Scotsman. Benjamin Menashe comes home 3rd. It's grid 6 for the Ward Racing driver. Collegia 4 from Bosco Arias, Ivanikov, Mani, Villapiana, Karar Firan, and a great drive from Asher in the 2-4-3 CRG to come home 10 from Lopez, Schaufler, Zulfikari, Stiller. Great performance again from Peter ahead of Drew, the younger of the Waltz brothers. Jerkan, Lavar, Blanco, Purcell, Aminko for the Halp Racing team. And then Los Mexicanos, Hernandez, Nunez, GMR from Panama, Matias Gonzalez, Baguti, Goretsky, Salomon, Mika ahead of Nefeli. And Lilian Scarborough comes home in P30. Henry Domain coming back on the recovery vehicle in the centre right of your screen. The sole retirement. Here's the Brit who won in the rain 12 months ago, the final round of the Supermaster Series. OK Junior pre-final continuing our morning of racing here. A magnificent morning. Just a month away from, in fact, exactly to the day, the start of springtime here in the Northern Hemisphere, 14 degrees Celsius. Here's what you're being told in the bottom right of your screen. We're expecting 3 more than that this afternoon. The tail end of winter here in Italy in the Northern Hemisphere. Beautiful winter sunshine. There is snow on the nearby mountains, which is melting rapidly. Well, slowly. It is still there. There is slightly less than there was a few days ago because we've had a few days of sunshine, as opposed to the torrential, persistent, consistent downpour last week for the WSK Euro Series opener. Round 3 of the Supermaster Series at the Leopard Circuit VITERBO, about 1 hour's drive north of the eternal city of Rome. So just confirming, Lev Krutogolov, pole position for the final. Luke Corner, grid 2. Davide Bottaro will start grid 3. Drummond out of 4. Devon Walsh out of 5. Benjamin Menach out of 6. Zach Green and Dean Hugentorn will start on the 4th row of the grid for the final. This is the grid for pre-final A. O Menino do Brasil, Pitsonia, the Leconca race winner out of 1. Austin out of 2. Sever out of 3. Gorski out of 4, and watch for Javi Lazaro out of 5. Felipe Sanchez do Brasil out of grid 6 for the Energy Course team. Alessandro Truscio. Remek Rodriguez Samchik out of 8. Then it's Varic, and one of multiple Mexican drivers here this weekend, Santiago Diaz de la Vega. Oliver Sini, the Indonesian, and then the Finn, Oskari Vale. Yanni, alongside the Georgian, Leon Shalitze. Zach Shu, Julian Frasnelli, who's had a tough weekend. The Tony Kart driver, Nicolas Gour, Filippo Rocha, Dos Meninos do Brasil, Martin Bertolacini from Argentina, and Jeff Verbeek for Forza Racing out of grid 20. Mark Pilipenko out of 21, alongside the former WSK Champions Cup champion, Alexander Leganki, Yubo Wen, Christian Kobe from Kildare in Ireland. The Pan American champion, Julian Rivera from Ecuador. From Lamu in Kenya, in Africa, Bwana Gasese. Liam Nachawati, the American, also flying the Lebanese flag on his helmet. Lenny Mackinnon, Diar Islami, Princess Ava, the Emirati-born Australian for DPK Racing. She's had a strong weekend. She starts out of grid 30. Ahead of Jan Gadzelic, Saad Daresner, Santino Sapia, the Argentinian-Italian Jan Sedek. That's the pole. Another pole, Julia Angelad. And Libor Vlasak on grid 36. Blue sky here north of Rome. Pre-final A for OKJ. The boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia, is on pole position.
Well, getting those tyre temperatures up, I'm sure it's not going to be anywhere near as difficult as it was a week ago. 17 degrees air temperature here at VITERBO. Of course, Antonio Pizzonia back on form for Ward Racing after missing out a little bit in Sano in terms of that raw pace. Austin Newstead, though, a bit of an underdog, usually in 2026, has really shone through the ranks here at VITERBO, looking incredibly strong. Let's get 15 more laps of racing underway. OKJ pre-final A, Pizzonia on the left-hand side of your screen. The lights on the gantry go out, and so we go racing side by side between the top two, but Newstead tries to get the switch back up the hill. Pizzonia are able to hang on as there's a bit of excitement in the midfield. 2-3 wide in some places as one of the cuts has gone skipping over the grass in towards turn number 5 for the opening time. This is where the overtakes can be made, but it is still the Ward Racing parallel of Antonio Pizzonia able to hang on from Austin Newstead, and of course Sashi Soslovsky, the Ukrainian, looking remarkably strong so far this weekend, that remain our top 3 as they run down the hill through the chase and towards turn number 12 for the first time.
Pizzonia with the race leader with Jeff Verbeek, the Belgian who ran wide, has rejoined, but way down at the bottom of the field, trying to carve on through and make out some valuable positions just to make it through to the final this afternoon. 74 drivers here at VITERBO for round 3 of the Supermasters Series, down to the final 72 for the 2 pre-finals, and then the final 36 this afternoon. As it stands, Pizzonia will start on pole position. Still 14 laps to race, though. Austin Newstead from the south coast of England, head of the Ukrainian Seva. And Felipe Sanchez, two-time Brazilian Open champion. He won his final heat for the Energy Course team yesterday afternoon, 381. He's already made up 2 positions. Miami-powered Energy Kart, head of Gorski, Xavi Lazaro. There's the young Portuguese driver who sits so low behind the wheel of that Modena-powered DR kart. He's ahead of Samchi Trusho. Great start from Zach Zhu, the Chinese-French driver for the Spanish DPK racing team, ahead of Oscar Rivale. Zach from Grid 15, now into P9, behind the former Scusa Winter Nationals champion, Alessandro Trusho. Pizzonia, Austin, Seva, Sanchez, Gorski, Lazaro. Antonio Pizzonia, who won the first round of the championship at Le Conca on the 25th of January to start the 21st season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport Competition, with his 3rd victory in WSK. Of course, it was Danik Babacek last time out who took the win at Sano. Is Sanchez going through in P4. Problem coming out of turn 12, going really slowly and losing time. It's one of the Henza cars dropping right down the order as Pizzonia completes another lap. We'll pick up which it was. It was Christian Kobe. Christian's in trouble. Christian Kobe crosses the line in P27. He was inside the top 20. The sole Irish racer here this weekend. Kobe from Kildare has crossed the line behind Buana Gestese, Lenny Mackinnon, head of Stade d'Esner, Ava Lawrence, but has lost about 10 positions just on that lap. Pizzonia, Newstead, Seva, Sanchez, Gorski. This is Osachi Suslovsky from Ukraine. Felipe Sanchez, do Brasil. Gorski in P5. WSK champion, the British pace pole for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. And right behind is Xavi Lazaro. Fastest driver on the circuit is Mascari Vale, who's in P10 with a 52.741. But Pizzonia puts in a purple sector. Newstead has dropped back to P4. Seva in second, Sanchez in third. Pizzonia with the race lead by 0.7 of a second. Zach Chu goes fastest again with a 52.719.
Well, look at that lap time coming in, tipping, closer to those the low 52s, which I think we could well be towards the end of this race, maybe 52.5 potentially. We'll have to wait and see. Lap 6 of 15 and just over a third of the way through this race. Antonio Pizzonia, though, still in control for World Racing, up in front of Sashi Suslovsky, the Koski Motorsport driver, just behind, trying to stay within a second and keep the pressure of the Energy Courser Felipe Sanchez at bay. Into the carousel. This is a good overtaking opportunity if you can sort of get a good exit off of turn number 12. 5 degrees of banking, 270 degrees all the way round. And if you can sort of aim yourself at the apex, get there first, it is an overtaking opportunity. Not really through turn number 1. This is more just the setup, if you like. Setting up the exit, like we saw from Zach Drummond earlier on. And then it's all about that run in towards turn number 5. This is an overtaking opportunity. If you can get the switchback or get a good exit, maybe turn 6 and 7 is an overtaking opportunity. Then, of course, it's just a case of getting that run up the hill, over the crest, and getting the exit, getting your foot down as effectively as you possibly can, minimizing the slip as the kart will then grip back up down the compression through the flat-out right-hander we dub the chase through turn 11. Now the braking zone at turn 12. The next best overtaking opportunity. That's the lap here at VITERBO. Antonio Pettonia now leads 0.8 of a second. Lap 8 of 15, and Antonio Pettonia at 1.3 seconds now. The gap back to Sashi Zaslovsky, 1.4 seconds the gap. And, well, Austin Newstead trying to put that pressure on himself for Forza Racing. Started on the outside of the front row, and is now trying to apply some pressure to the Ukrainian. I think the victory is maybe slipping out of these guys' mind, but Pettonia, who's only lost one race thus far this weekend. It was a second place, so he's not finished any lower than that. There's a huge gaggle of cuts in the background. You can see the likes of Lazaro, Samchik, Tricot, and Zakshu all battling away. Zakshu losing out on that occasion. I think it was Samchik that was able to be the main beneficiary of that one, get to the head of that 5-cut train. And, well, if you discount Antonio Pettonia from this race, it's an incredibly close battle for second, heading into the final third very shortly onto lap 9. Well, on lap 9, onto lap 10 in a few moments' time. And Pettonia, 1.6 seconds clear. He's just going to continue to extend that gap, I think, especially as the pressure starts to ramp up and this battle for second maybe starts to battle a bit more. The boy from Brazil looking just remarkably strong at the front end.
We start lap 10. It is the South American MP1. Almost certainly will start on pole position for the final this afternoon. Currently on 5 points overall. Midod Lorente, who's yet to race the pre-final, on 18 points. Will Green on 27. So Pettonia just needs to bring it home. He could even afford to lose a position and still start grid 1 for this afternoon's final. That's unlikely to happen. The field spread out remarkably. That has been the case all weekend as we see a move down the inside from Sanchez. Goes on by, and the second South American makes up the place. Nice pass, and a rare pass at a circuit where it is difficult to pass, despite the 16 corners, despite the elevation, despite the carousel. We are expecting fireworks this afternoon, though. There is a conservative air in the paddock here this weekend until the final. Of course, the tyre strategy, quite a few drivers electing to put on 2 new tyres, some even putting 4 on for the pre-final this morning if they need the positions, as you look at Xavi Lazaro on the back of Remek Samchik, just smashing over the curbs is young Xavi, Portuguese Cup champion. 3 victories in WSK in 60 minutes. On the back of Samchik, ahead of Austin Newstead, who's now dropped back to 7th. Ahead of Trushol, Zakshu, who's still got the fastest lap of the race. But now with 4 laps remaining, Pettonia, the gap was 1.9 seconds. There's the Ward Racing driver. 0.8, so Seva just marginally faster, but Pettonia for the Ward Racing team now in the Paralin with the TM. Looking good here this morning to take his second victory of 2026. Santino Sapio going through. The Argentine in the magic car. That was Santino in 3:88, still circulating. Just the 2 retirements. Diari Shlami is out, and Jeff Verbeeke, who had an incident on the first lap. Jeff Verbeeke, who was in contention for a podium for Forza Racing in the rain last week in the Euro Series. The Belgian and Albanian drivers have both retired. The 2 retirements for pre-final A in OKJ. Pettonia leads the way at 109.7 kilometers an hour. Across the line, 111.1. For Xavi Lazaro in the modern attuned DR kart. Of course, sits low behind the wheel. It's not a high-speed circuit. Nothing like at Sano. where we had the OK Junior karts topping out at just on 130 kilometres an hour. And the OK Senior karts at 137. Not those speeds here at VITERBO this weekend. 16 corners. Around 20 metres of undulation from turn 1 up into turn 9. This is the carousel with 5 degrees of banking. Turning back on itself, the triple right-hander. Gorski on the back of Seva. Antonio still in P1. Trusho goes through behind Lazzaro ahead of Jude Newstead. That was Oscar Valle. Two-time Finnish champion in P10 ahead of Svaric, Stini, Shelice, Yanni, Santiago Diaz, Guth, Legenki, Pilipenko, Julian Frasnelli, and the two-time Pan-American champion from Ecuador, Julian Rivera, ahead of the Argentine, Martin Bertolucci. Just had one of the Ricky Fleet Motorsport drivers off-screen come down into pit lane to retire. Unfortunately, it is Liam Natawati. The American is out. That's potentially the end of his day. This is Sanchez in P4. Last lap this time round for Antonio Pizzonia. Glances back to Seva for Koski Motorsport. The Brazilian from the Ukrainian. The British-based Pole in P3, Leo Gorski. Pilipenko, Frasnelli, Rivera, both Bertolucci, that's Mäkinen, that Esnet, Krisnik Kobe, who has not recovered. He's made up 1 or 2 places ahead of Rocha Francisco from Sao Paulo. But Christian Kobe from Kildare in Ireland, still down in 24th place. Last lap for pre-final A. It will be pole position for the final this afternoon for the Ward Racing driver who's had a stunning start to 2026. Out of the triple right-hander, o menino do Brasil, the boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia for Ward Racing, wins pre-final A and starts grid 1 for the final this afternoon, regardless of what happens in pre-final B in just a moment. Seva second from Leo Gorski, Sanchez, and then Samchik in P5, the race winner. The La Conca race winner as well, Antonio Pizzonia. There's Buana Castese, the Kenyan, across the line ahead of Santino Sapia. The final finisher, the Swiss pole, Jan Sadek. From pole position, Pizzonia glanced over the right shoulder, threw it down into turn 1. It was a good start from Austin Newstead, the driver from grid 2 from the south of England, the British champion, into second place, but was soon passed by Seva. Sanchez also making moves in the energy card, but Seva took him back. And then Samchik, the pole for Forza Racing, who would ultimately finish in P5. Gorski muscling his way through as Pizzonia drove away to win pre-final A here this morning at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. A brilliant weekend for the Brazilian. It continues, and he starts grid 1, certainly, for the final this afternoon of round 3 of the Supermaster Series. Brazil, Ukraine, Poland, 1, 2, 3. The second Brazilian, Felipe Sanchez. Watch him in the final. He finishes in 4th place. Just the 3 retirements. Liam Natawati, who pulled into pit lane a lap from the end. Diari Shlami also was out, and Jeff Verbeke did not recover after having an incident on the opening lap of the race. Verbeke, it looks as though, unfortunately, the Belgian's weekend may be over. He may scrape into the final, depending on what happens in pre-final B, which is coming up now. DML 301 for Fusion Motorsport will start pole position. Look at that, 17 degrees Celsius. We have got t-shirts on, unbelievably, here in the Roman winter. The track is dry, but most importantly, the sun is shining, the sky is blue. It's nice to have your company wherever you're watching us live around the world on WSK.IT and Motorsport TV as well. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series, pre-final B. In just a moment, we continue racing through the morning here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. Pre-final B for OKJ, and then following the 3 mini pre-finals, firstly for under 10. And then we finish out the morning's pre-finals with OKNJ, Original Kart National Junior, with one eye on the FIA World Cup, which is at this circuit, Leopard Circuit VITERBO, on the second weekend of October 2026.
Non stavo guardando, stavo guardando è strano.
DML starts on pole position for pre-final B. WG 3-2-1 out of grid 2. Jarlath, watch the Irish Englishman out of 4. And Lucas for the Williams Formula 1 Grand Prix team out of 4. Jarlath out of 3, I should say. Alex Malotto out of 5. And then it's Lumas, Benjamin Westwood, Manny Nuvolini, the Mercedes-AMG Junior, Girardello. We go to the Sano race winners, Danik Babacek, Wei-Fei Xia, Nige, Decline Kumpen, Rocco ahead of Tom, Alex Lazarus, Tel Pelfran, Justo, Mason Robertson, and Miguel Manzano. Oiva Vetanranta, Max Felder from Hamburg out of 22. Bobadashov, Juan Garciache, Savary Dukowski, Tiberius Muller for the Beyond Racing team. Cosmopolis, that's Yasin, head of Tusek. Super Lolobros, way back on the grid is LDP, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, alongside Shano Pujol, the WSK Super Cup champion from 2 seasons ago. Pua, Pundas, Hukon, Matt Seppen, Min Jae Kim, and Christian Alexander Rost.
Well, making their way around the 1.3 kilometre VITERBO circuit and getting themselves into that grid formation. I'll be hopeful if we get this one underway first try. We'll give it a go. Of course, it'll be Daniel Mironarante, Will Green that share the front row of the grid. The lights on the gantry will not go out and we will go round again. I did think it was going to be a bit optimistic to get this one underway, so we'll go for another formation lap. Of course, for Daniel Mironarante, he's going to be looking to secure what will be a second place grid start for later on. He's currently sat on 18 penalty points. Will Green, who'll start alongside him on 27. Jarlath Sayer behind that on 32. So very important towards the sharp end of OKJ for these guys to bag a good result.
Zach, we've just seen Wei-Fei Xia make the long walk back to the pits. The Chinese driver will not make the start. Was to have come out of grid 11. He is out on the formation lap. Wei-Fei Xia is out before the start. We're down to 35.
It's unfortunate to see, but the Chinese driver, I'm sure, will be back in a couple of weekends' time when we take to Lonato for the 4th and penultimate round of the Supermaster Series in 2026. They're about halfway around the lap now into what will be turn number 12. A good overtaking opportunity in the initial get-go. One that DML would like to have covered off, I would imagine, for Fusion Motorsport at the sharp end of the grid. Like I say, he's looking to just hold what will be a guaranteed front row start. Antonio has bagged himself pole position after victory in pre-final A just a few moments ago. Also for DML, he currently runs P8 in the championship and all to play for going forward. So if he can bag a good result this weekend, he can catapult himself up a few positions in that championship. We've got 36 karts that'll be taking, well, 35 now taking to the start with Refugee no longer with us. And well, 15 more laps of racing. OK Junior pre-final B. Daniel Mironarante alongside Will Green, the Williams Junior on the front row. Flip to the floor. The lights on the gantry go out, so we go racing. And what a launch that was from Will Green on the outside of turn number 1. DML sends the move to the inside and will retain the lead for Fusion Motorsport. But for just a moment, you thought maybe he was going to lose it. Because of that, Jarlath Sayer has been able to catapult himself up in a second because Will Green was sent wide through the opening couple of corners. And the Williams Junior now has to settle for 3rd position. And that's how quickly the pendulum can swing. Through turn number 5. 5, 6, now 7 for the opening time. Of course, excitement in the mid-pack. I think a few carts have gone off. We just saw in the background of shot there through turn number 5.
Yes, that's right, Zach. We have lost the OKN Junior World Cup champion. Girardello Giusto is out. He was on the podium 8 days ago. Bobrasov and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, 4 expected front runners, have come to grief on the first lap in turn 5. But it's DML, the Spanish-Dutch driver for the English Fusion Motorsport team, who's got the race lead from Jalesaya. Green in P3.
Daniel Mironarante able to hang on that opening lap. Of course, Jalesaya making the most of Will Green's ambitious attempt to the outside of turns number 1 and 2. So, well, the Brit was able to find a way through on his countryman. Now through 6 and 7 once more. And Daniel Mironarante doing exactly what he needs to at the start. Of course, track position, incredibly important, especially at this phase in the race where everything's starting to settle down. That being said, Jalesaya not allowing the Fusion driver a moment to catch his breath. And the Brit immediately applying some of that pressure as he looks to go for his own set of victory. Jalesaya, as it stands, will be lining up 5th position. And with their current positions, Sashi Kozlovsky, who was on the podium 8 days ago in the Euro Series, would actually start P3. So it's going to be chopping and changing. We'll keep you updated as the race develops. But Jalesaya ideally needs to win this race to guarantee himself what will be a top 4 start for the final later on. Of course, there's a lot of race left to go. Himself, Will Green behind him, and Daniel Mironarante are going to be putting up a fantastic battle between now and the checker flag, I'm sure. Also, Will Green, the one setting the pace in terms of the fastest lap last time through. So still, even though he's lost the position, showcasing that he is there, is involved in the 321, not going anywhere in this battle for the lead.
Zach, one driver who avoided the carnage in turn 5 on lap 1 was Christian Alexander Ross, the Norwegian, carving through from the back of the grid up into 22nd place. Avoided the crash in turn 5 past 14 carts on the opening lap. Ross now behind Muller and Mason Robertson, and also Alexander Lazarus. Miron Lorente from Jalesaya, the Irish Englishman, looking good, gets the slipstream down into turn 1. Does not have a huge effect at VITERBO in comparison to some other circuits. Still does have an effect though. Has WG in P3. Briefly goes fastest. Tam with a 53.280, the Swiss Estonian. But the Williams junior driver in position 3, it's Will Green. Miron Lorente for Fusion Motorsport. Saya in the Energy Kart in 2nd. There's Lumets, the Lenovo Car team driver, 4th. From Malotta, Manny Novellini, the Mercedes AMG Junior, who's had an impressive start to 2026, the 2nd generation racer. Ahead of the 2nd Williams driver, Lucas Palacio. Benjamin Westwood in P8. Roland Nige and the Sano race winner, Zdenek Babacek. Mali Zdenek in position 10. Then it's Kumpen Garciace with a super start to this pre-final B. Juan Garciace. One of 9 Mexican drivers racing here in round 3 of the Supermaster Series. It's the Dutchman from Spain for the British Fusion Motorsport team of Dan Hazelwood. In position 1, Daniel Miron Lorente, multiple WSK race winner, particularly in the mini category. Saya looking good, but the problem is WG in position 3. Green, one of the more intelligent drivers, I mean that with respect. Rarely do you see Green in an incident smashed on the side of the circuit. Waits for his opportunity, does not panic, calm, mature. That's probably a better adjective. Green, let's hope he doesn't prove us wrong. P3, 3-2-1. Back to Lumets in 4. Malotta, Manny Novellini. Benjamin, who finished P2 in his final heat yesterday, had a DNF. That put him back on the grid slightly. The Maltese driver, after electrical failure, or an electrical short in his 2nd heat. But a 2nd place, he's quick. Benjamin Westwood, he's in P8. Another driver, one of 5 drivers being coached, being mentored by the multiple World Cup champion, Felice Etienne, along with Kalija, Kararfiran, Zvadic, Alexander Lazarus, who's also in this race, and Benjamin Westwood. Those 5 drivers being mentored by driver coach, World Cup champion, Felice Etienne. Miro Lorente from Saya head down behind the steering wheel at 110.6 kilometres an hour. Saya in second for the Energy Course team. Green in P3. Pitsonia will start on pole position for this afternoon's final, regardless of what happens in the second half of this pre-final B here this morning for OKJ. Lumets, the Estonian, in the Lenovo Kali karts. Then we go to Malota, Palacio, Westwood, Nige, Babacek, Kumpen, that's Henri. Juan Garciache, Tam. Mani Novellini, though, the Mercedes AMG Junior has gone purple in the first sector, purple in the second sector. Mani Novellini in P5 is about to come across the line and set the fastest lap of the race. There's the Cut Republic of the young French driver. Goes purple with a 52.936. Here comes Mani Novellini, fastest driver on the circuit in P5, chasing down Mark Lumets. Pre-final B, OKJ, round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series here in beautiful winter sunshine north of the Italian capital, the eternal city of Rome, Leopard Circuit VITERBO. The Fusion Motorsport driver, the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain, heads the English-Irishman for Team Energy, Jalith Saya, glued to the back of DML, WG in P3, into the carousel. The move will surely come from Saya. As it stands, Jalith would start Grid 5 inside third row for the final. Green would start outside second row. Daniel Miro Lorente to join Pitsonia on the front row of the grid for the final as it stands at the moment. Into turn 5, too far back, the gap 0.24 of a second. You can see in reality it's 1 kart length. Green just a little bit further back, and the fastest driver on the circuit, the Mercedes AMG Junior Mani Novellini de la France. Maintenant en 4e place. He's just gone by and taken Lumets. He's now in P4, head of Lucas Palacio, the second Williams F1 Academy junior driver. Lap 9 of 15, pre-final B. OKJ, round 3 of the Supermaster Series as the leaders go through the banked carousel. Saya just waiting to attack. Team manager Luigina La Mitica, Luigina Guerini, sta guardando dal pit lane. Simone Sorio, Michele Panigada. They've already had a pre-final victory with Lev Krutogolov. That was in OK Senior, and now Jalith Saya in second place. The team from Bergamo, the driver from Great Britain. In second place, it's the team from Great Britain in P1, Fusion Motorsport. Different lines up through the chicane. Now we go down the hill. Here's an opportunity. Surely he's too far back. 3 kart lengths, too far back to attack this time into turn 12. Green, Mani Novellini, fastest on circuit, the French driver in P4.
Yeah, only a handful of laps left to go. It'll be 5 at the line. Daniel Miro Lorente hanging on very well from Jalith Saya, it has to be said. But again, the difficulty in overtaking here, very apparent. DML just doing what he needs to, which is quick going in, quick coming out. Also, using a bit more of the track, I've noticed, than Jalith Saya, especially into turn number 12, and that helps Miro Lorente just manage the exit speed. Although Jalith Saya not going anywhere, it only takes a small mistake for this battle to reignite. Will Green also involved, but Mani Novellini coming into this weekend, P3 in the championship, only 6 points behind Zdeněk Babacek. It's one of the closest championships with the top 5 for coming into this round. Pitsonia, Babacek, Novellini, Palacio and Will Green separated by only 21 points. So OK Junior looking remarkably competitive as we sort of come to expect, as it was the case in the 2025 Final Cup. Don't forget Bosco Arias and Baglin only separated by 1 point after 3 rounds of racing. And in the end, it was a drop-down penalty that cost Baglin that championship and well, gave it, inherited to the very deserving Bosco Arias. So very competitive championship as that will continue. So Mani Novellini, especially on a weekend where Zdeněk Babacek is having a bit of an off one, not even inside the top 8 in terms of the grid starting for the final later on. This is a golden opportunity to go and get some championship points. Right now, he's got his sights and his targets locked on Will Green in front. I think the lead is a bit too far-fetched, especially with how difficult it is to overtake. But Mani Novellini, like I was saying, the one with the pace of 52.9 and running in that 10th of a second for the last few laps. So proving that consistency and chipping away at that gap to Will Green. Of course, we are into the closing stages of this race, so time very much a luxury for Manu Novellini if he wants to find his way up and into the top 3 ahead of Will Green.
Fastest driver on the circuit, the Mercedes AMG Junior. He's chasing down the Williams Junior driver, Green. Manu Novellini, of course, his father, Sebastian Novellini, former international racer himself. There's Novellini. Green looks back. Asian champion. World Finals champion as well. French Mini-Me champion. As Jala say, just throws the energy over the ripple strip. It grips on the outside. Loaded up on the left side of the kart through that right-hander. And now gets a great run as they go up the hill. Lap 13 of 15. Different line, slightly. A better run coming down the hill. He's closer now. The fight for the victory in pre-final B for OKJ. Miron Lorente, both IAME powered. Just pulls away ever so slightly into the carousel. Green has now been caught by Manu Novellini. 2 laps now remaining. There's Lumetz, P5 for the Lenovo Kali Kart team driver, the Estonian. Multiple international champion. Of course, Green taking pole position. That's Novellini I refer to. Green taking pole position last time out at Sano. He was on the podium, P3 to start the first race of 2026 at La Conca. It's Williams leading Mercedes for 3 and 4. DML for Fusion Motorsport in P1. It's the kart full of energy in second. The Lenovo Kali Kart in 5. Novellini, not this time. 1 lap remaining at the end of this one. In pre-final B, into the carousel. Again, Novellini waits. Williams versus Mercedes. L'ultima vuelta de laatste ronde for the Dutch Spaniard. Novellini, le dernier tour, maintenant en 4e place. 4th place for the French driver, the Brits. WG in P3. Green goes wide, opens the door for Manu Novellini. Gets on the brakes at the last possible moment. That was close. Green holds P3. 2 more corners to attack. The Williams driver holds off the Mercedes driver for the moment. Glances back over the shoulder to Lumetz, who's too far back to attack. Into the carousel for the final time. He drives it down the inside. Voila, super. Manu Novellini goes home to finish in P3. It's Daniel Miron Lorente who wins pre-final B for the Fusion Motorsport team to join Pitsonia on the front row of the grid for the final. Saya, Jarlath in second from Novellini, Green, Lumetz, Malotta, Babacek, the Sano race winner. Great performance this morning in the pre-final for Henri Kumpen, Tom and Juan Garciache. What a drive, El Mexicano. Grid 24 to P10. Quite a few drivers DNFing this pre-final B. As we take a look at the highlights, Daniel Miron Lorente from pole position. Jarlath from the second row of the grid, going through to P2, ahead of Green. And just shadowed Daniel Miron Lorente for the entire race. Green in P3, but the driver on the charge was Manu Novellini, who came from grid 8, the Mercedes junior driver, chasing down on the final lap the Williams junior driver. 2 attempts, firstly into turn 6. Respect between the French and English drivers. Had the drive out of turn 12 to come home P3, but it's DML, Fusion Motorsport, who will join Antonio Pitsonia on the front row of the grid for the final. Miron Lorente wins from Saya, Novellini, Green, Lumetz. Alex Malotta is there in 6th place. Standing Babacek, the Sano race winner, Kumpen in 8. Albert Tam and Juan Garciache. Vamos from Mexico from grid 24, home in 10th place. Hugon, Veteranata, Rocco Simone, Mason recovers to 14th from Pelfran, Neige, Jano Pujol, Super, 30th to 17th. Feld Rost after that storming start to come home in 19th from the final position on the grid. the DNFs. Marzano, who drove into pit lane. Gypsy was out on the first corner. Gia was out before the start. It will be tough for those drivers just to make it through to the final. Justo out. He was on the podium in the rain last week. Bobadashov and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Benjamin Westwood, Lucas Palacio also DNFing, and will have to rely on points to make it through to the final this afternoon. The single group mini under 10, their pre-final in a moment. 34 drivers, the youngest drivers, will pour out onto the circuit in just a moment. We continue racing here. The WSK Supermaster Series, the mini under 10 pre-final at VITERBO in just a moment. Mini under 10 pre-final to be raced in just a moment over 10 laps. 13 kilometres for the youngest drivers here. Glorious winter sunshine. Yes, I know we have gone on about it, but Zach, it is actually a huge relief after the wild wet weekend for the WSK Euro Series opener 8 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, I was up here in the commentary box last week thinking, do I put my coat on in the commentary box? It was that cold. This weekend, a very different story. I'm not sweating, but I'm feeling the sun on my legs. I'm feeling the sun on my back. It's a warm day, which is really good to see. Obviously, I know we're towards the end of winter, and it's to be expected the weather's going to get a bit nicer. But the stark contrast to 8 days ago very much is felt. Yeah, I mean, the racing has been pretty good. It's kept us excited, and more importantly, I think the weather has just given put everyone in a nice, good mood for this weekend, which is obviously very nice. As we go to Lonato in a few weeks' time, and 2 weeks after that at Franciacorta as well, the weather hopefully is only going to get better and better, which of course is exactly what we want to see. But yeah, at least in isolation, round number 3 of the Supermaster Series gets to take place under some sunshine, which absolutely no complaints from me.
Hopefully. We'll speak about the weather in a moment. I've got something to tell you about Lonato where we go in 2 weeks' time. Firstly, let's check out some of the highlights from Mini Under 10, what has occurred this week here at VITERBO. There is the beautiful blue winter sky. We take a look at the grid for Mini Under 10. 2 weeks' time, we go to South Garda Karting, the centre of the karting universe. Zach, I have to tell you, we go back to 2000, I reckon it was 2018, the first day of March. The snow was a foot deep. We could not see the Tech Pro or the Master barriers at Lonato on the first day of March. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's hope it's the same as what we've got today.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, yeah, fair enough. We are significantly further south in Viterbo than we are up at Lonato. So we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Hopefully it's going to be quite nice. It was very chilly at the back end of last year for the final cup. So hopefully we get a little bit better than that. Nonetheless, I'll still have my cups of tea, and I'm sure you'll have your coffees as well to keep us nice and warm, regardless of what the weather is like. Well, hopefully, speaking of the weather and temperature, this race is going to be heated.
Not to mention the Red Bull.
Absolutely.
Keeping them in business.
Or any caffeinated beverage going.
I am neutral, but I have to say, Red Bull, I don't know what's in it, but it works. The grid for Mini Under 10, their pre-final. The cart's coming out onto the circuit. It will be Denver to boss the opposition, the Dutchman from pole position for the Kiddix Driver Performance Team alongside Sasha Miras. Zane Burgess, Blake Schuer, the Americans on the second row. Watch for Ada Moreira. Out of grid 5, Johan Berger, the first of the two Austrians who led in WSK for this first time yesterday. Isaac El-Haouti, Jack Wolf out of 8, the second Austrian. Giovanni Venturino and Jaden Francisco, the Canadian out of 10. The second Canadian, that's Leo, alongside Makichian, Zvadic, Ferro, Zev Gottschalk, Oliver Vaitant, JJ Mikalev, Paul Atlaconca, but back in 17th. Gordy Dulev, Miguel Spinner, and Hugo Heinar. Dubianen, Gonzalez, that's Miguel. Oscar Bronikowski, who had a big crash yesterday. He's back on track alongside the Texan Brody Brown, Jartu, Nikita Bortov. Then there's Diacono, Chiliano, Staciones, Zarikov, Borda, Gordi Ganea, Maximilian Schubert, and Enrico Ticcianelli. Denver on pole position. The Mini Under 10 pre-final here this morning at VITERBO. We don't race, another formation lap. Sasha Miras, race winner in the rain 8 days ago at Denver. He was third last week at Zach, and he came from something like grid 16 or 17. A storming drive from the Dutchman, who now starts on pole position.
I mean, he has, I don't want to say comfortably been the favourite, but he has been remarkably quick this weekend, which he kind of needs to be. Zane Burgess' domination, he's gone 2 from 2 thus far in the Supermaster Series in terms of final victories at Laconca and at Sano 2 weeks ago. So Zane Burgess is the one to go and catch. He had a bit of an off day-ish. I think he fell back in the pack yesterday during one of the heats, and as it stands, lines up third on the grid. So this is a great opportunity for Denver Boss to claw back some of that deficit in the championship. But yeah, definitely something about VITERBO that Denver Boss really likes. The overtaking was there a week ago, and the pace absolutely there in the dry this weekend. So the Kiddix Driver Performance Machine will be looking to get a good start from pole. Sasha Miras and Zane Burgess, though, two very strong contenders in this championship, and two very fierce foes that Denver Boss is going to have to triumph over what is going to be 10 laps of racing for the Mini Under 10 pre-final. To set the grid, of course, Denver Boss, he's got 10 penalty points in favour of Sasha Miras, so even if he drops back a couple of places, he's still looking good for that pole position later on today.
Van the Netherlands in the eerste positie, Denver Boss, the Dutchman on P1, the Mini Under 10 pre-final. We raced here at VITERBO. Isaac shoots to the inside, a good start from Ada Moreira. But it's Denver from pole position, Van the Netherlands, who leads the field up the hill. A remarkably clean start for the moment. Although it looks as though we've lost one of the Porsche racing drivers towards the back of the pack. Does continue on, but a long way down the field. Denver Boss in P1 looking for Sasha Miras on the podium. Already in 2026, including with a race win in the Euro Series, but it's Denver Boss for the Kiddix Driver Performance Team. In P1, we've lost Miguel Spinner. The Maltese-Italian driver is out in the opening stages of this race. A clean start, thankfully, as we see Zane in second place with new colours this morning. The Andretti Junior driver, the Jamaican-American, that's Aiden in P3. The Swiss driver trying to bank a victory here this morning. He comes across the line, the CRG ahead of Isaac El-Haouti and Sasha Miras. Venturino, Schuer. Johan Berger has had a great run this weekend. As we said in our intros, we see Sasha on the inside of his baby race teammate, Isaac. Johan Berger leading for the first time yesterday in WSK. The first of the two Austrians, Berger, behind Blake Schuer, ahead of the two Canadians, Leo Simone and Jaden Francisco. Four-time national champion on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Rock Up International final winner ahead of Gottschalk, Svadic, Ferro, Markigian, and Oliver Vaitens ahead of Wolf, Heina, and Gonzalez. Zane on the back of Denver. Great performance in the early stages of this pre-final. The CRG in position 3 of Aiden Moreira. Comes across the line, glances back over the shoulder. The driver he needs to worry about is coming. His name is Sasha Miras, the Frenchman from Barcelona. The team from Castelnaudolo. Here comes Aiden. Up the hill into turn 5. Moreira down the inside. At the same moment, the Zane train goes steaming by to take the race lead. Fantastic racing from the Mini Under-10 drivers who have given us some of the best racing all weekend. Zane Burgess was attacked as he attacked. The loser was Moreira, who tried to follow on through. It's Burgess from Boss. Aiden in 3 from Sasha Miras.
Already a good chunk of the way through this race side by side as we run in towards the carousel. That's the 5:30. That's Moreira getting overtaken by Sasha Miras, the 5:20. He's been looking remarkably good for Baby Race. Zane Burgess leads Denver Boss in the Mini Under-10 pre-final. So Zane Burgess looking pretty good to maybe go 3 from 3 this afternoon. That's a long way yet, especially with Denver Boss's consistency and still over half of this race left to go. Blake Shuey, the one with the fastest lap of the race, currently running P5. Back in the front, though, in the slipstream, Denver Boss on the back of Zane Burgess. The space not quite opening up through turn number 5, but riding that rear bumper there is Denver Boss. Not letting Zane Burgess get away, side by side in the fight for third as well. Sasha Miras, Aiden Moreira, Blake Shuey, all drawing alongside each other momentarily, going through turn number 6 and into 7. Now through the chase at 11, this flat-out right-hander, and in towards turn number 12, Zane Burgess, slightly defensive, parking it in the middle of the circuit, then slowly bring it back to the racing line. Denver Boss is relentless with that pressure, though. Just not getting any further than an inch or two away from the rear bumper of Zane Burgess. What I think is happening, though, is just pushing each other away from the chasing pack. Sasha Miras has now worked his way back into a little bit of clear air. You can see a couple of kart lengths back to Blake Shuey, a couple of kart lengths in front to the top 2. So I don't really think Denver Boss wants to be involving an extra competitor in this particular battle. Onto lap 5 of 10, and well, now halfway through this race, Sasha Miras going to be plucking away at that gap. Last time through, though, marginally quicker, the top 2, a 1:02 between Zane Burgess and Denver Boss, and a 1:03 for Sasha Miras. So whatever they're doing at the front by not battling definitely is working in minimising the level of competition at the sharp end of the field.
We go into the second half of the Mini Under-10 pre-final and settle into a rhythm. It is Zane who has taken victory at La Conca, victory at Sano, second last week in the Euro Series. And P1 here this morning. Denver just behind. Kiddix Driver Performance Team, that's the Card Republic on the back of the Paralin. Paralins in 3 and 4. Sasha Miras, Jaden Francisco. And Blake in the Vortex-powered Tony Kart. The Californian in the Vortex-powered machine ahead of Isaac. Giovanni Venturino, Johan Berger. Moreira has fallen back to 9. Ahead of Zev Gottschalk, Ferro, Simone, Zvadic. Heina Vaitens, who was on the podium at La Conca in the first round of the championship. Wolf, Markigian, Mikalev, Goridulev, and Miguel Gonzalez rounds out the 20. We have lost the Brazilian, Enrico Teccianelli, who will have to come from the back of the grid in the final. 34 drivers in Mini Under-10. They will all start the final, although for the Brazilian, it will have to be from the back of the grid. Zane trying to start from the front. Denver Boss, yes, does not need to win this to start from pole position in this afternoon's final. First WSK podium last week for the Dutchman. Denver in second. Will start grid 1 if he holds on to second place. It's Zane Burgess. Across the line, new colours this morning. They've changed the colour scheme overnight. The Paralin Motorsport team driver representing Andretti. And now makes the move down the inside, does Denver. Yes, one of the most famous, well-respected and legendary names in the entire history of world motorsport is the Andretti name. Zane Burgess driving for the Andretti Dynasty team. A huge future ahead As we see Sasha Midas and Jaden Francisco, the baby race duo. They trade positions. Sasha back to 4. Zane having to defend into the carousel. Watch Blake in the background. The Californian in the Vortex powered Tony kart is coming on strong. Back to Isaac, Johan Berger, Zev Gottschalk and Giovanni Venturino. Moreira has fallen back to 10. Zane defends across the line. Denver looks at Zane and says, "What are you doing, buddy?" We've both been caught by the baby race duo of Jaden Francisco and Sasha Midas. It's 4 wide up the hill. Here we go. It is kicking off in the dying stages. And here comes the American, the Californian. Blake in P5 is a chance of victory here in the pre-final this morning. 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. Denver Boss, if he finishes even in 3rd place, we believe will start from pole position for the final. He's in 2nd place. Zane stares over the shoulder, goes wide. Boss down the inside. Zane tries to put him into the grass. Incredibly, Burgess holds onto it. Blake goes P4. 2 laps to race. Here comes Isaac in the background. And there's Berger as well. But the Austrian's got his own problems in the form of Zev Gottschalk and Giovanni Venturino.
Indeed so. Penultimate lap of the race and straight to the inside, or well, more the middle for Zane Burgess. Doesn't want to go too far over. Denver Boss goes with him. He's in a pretty big predicament here. He's got to look forwards to attack and backwards to defend. In towards turn number 5, Zane Burgess straight to the inside. Jaden Francisco sees that as an open gap but can't quite fill it to its full fruition. Running a bit wide there and trying to thread the needle to the inside is Denver Boss. All of that hard work right at the beginning of this race to try and get away from the pack has now been, well, made completely redundant through a couple of laps of defending from Zane Burgess, who it's now all aboard the Burgess Express at the front end of the field. Look at this, the almost entirety of the top 10 backed up all the way to the inside, white lining it is Zane Burgess trying to go for the switchback, thwarted by Jaden Francisco, who now draws alongside Denver Boss. He's got to send it to the outside of the carousel. He doesn't want to take the high line, but he's going to give it a go to keep 2nd place. That's going to open up a bit of a gap for Zane Burgess as we work our way onto the final lap of the race. Blake Schuer and also Sasha Miras drawing alongside each other. Jaden Francisco as well involved in that battle. 3 baby race drivers, a bit of a convoy as there's contact in the background as Zev Gottschalk tries to carve his way through this field. Last lap of the race, just under 1.3 kilometers left to go. Zane Burgess has to defend now towards turn 5.
Berger is back in this battle as well. As we see Venturino and Ada Moreira come together. It is a 10-kart fight for the victory. Crash further back in the pack. Zane Burgess still in P1. Bottlenecking the field as they come down the hill for the final time. The mini under 10 pre-final. The best racing of the morning. Denver Boss and Jaden Francisco trying to take the Jamaican American. Now gets the run. Jaden down the inside. Sasha, they're 5 wide into the carousel. And look at this. Team Baby Race. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. They scatter 7 wide. Burgess on the outside of Blake. Across the line, what a race. Jaden takes the victory. Venturino in 2nd and Blake home in 3rd. Zach, we are in for a stunning final this afternoon. If the pre-final for Mini Under 10 is anything to go by, what a race. The Canadian wins.
Yeah, I mean, that was just for championship points and, of course, for the starting position later on today, let alone when there's a trophy and even more championship points on offer. They're still battling after the checkered flag. What is going on here? What a race that was. Again, mini but mighty. And again, in the under 10s, they are the earliest they're going to be on their motorsport journey. You know, racecraft and things like that usually is a bit of an afterthought. They are just out there, gloves off racing. We'll run you through the results in a few moments' time. But Jaden Francisco, the one to take victory right at the end. Denver Boss, after all of that, finishing 14th. I think it was Zane Burgess that got 2 wheels up over the rear bumper of Denver Boss. Of course, everyone being remarkably aggressive on that final lap. Burgess not wanting to let 8 laps worth of defending go to waste. Of course, Denver Boss got the switch back, and then you've got that whole kerfuffle through the carousel, which, because of the banking, allows people to draw alongside each other. Then that slow sort of winding, opening up through the final couple of corners, again, just invites a little bit of carnage and excitement, which is exactly what we want to see. Let's take a look at the highlights. Denver Boss would get away well from pole position. and Zane Burgess would tuck in behind and straight in front of Sasha Miras, who didn't get the best of starts from the outside of the front row. But fear not, because Sasha Miras would carve their way back through the pack and make up for those lost positions and stay with the top two. Of course, the battling between the front guys would ensue. Zane Burgess would get through on Denver Boss for the lead. Boss would then try and push him away from the likes of Sasha Miras, who was hunting them down. But as the race ticked on, of course, that gap grew smaller and smaller and smaller. Denver Boss's racecraft proved in the end futile versus the likes of Sasha Miras. Zane Burgess white lining the best part of that race. Denver Bosch trying to get away from the pack behind, but in the end had to opt for a couple of switchbacks. One of them didn't work. Zane Burgess was able to hang on to that one, but then on into the final lap of the race, it all very much kicked off. Denver Boss trying to worm a way through, and then it was a switchback off the exit of turn number 12. This is one of them. I think this was the penultimate lap of the race where Boss was stuck on the outside through the carousel, and then, well, the fuse was lit, and, well, this was the catalyst to it. Zane Burgess running a bit wide, Denver Boss then stuck in the middle of two different karts. The 525 of Jaden Francisco would go through to take the lead of the race. There was contact and karts up in the air momentarily, and then just a bit of a traffic jam off the exit. The checker flag would wave, and Jaden Francisco would take victory from Venturino, up 9 and 7 places respectively. Blake Schuer in third and Zane Burgess in fourth. That has mixed up the order ever so slightly. Let's take a look at the results. Jaden Francisco for Baby Race Driver Academy from the team driver of Venturino. Then comes Blake Schuer at the top 3. Zane Burgess, Sasha Miras round out the top 5 from the Austrian of Berger. Then comes Ed Moreira, Albert Ferro, JJ McAuliffe and Kejnar, the top 10. Behind that, Elke Houti, Oliver Waitjens from Kettingen, Denver Boss in the end only 14th for Kiddick's drive performance. Jack Wolf from Svarich, the top 16. Of course, then you've got Simone, Zev Godchalk, Gonzalez, Bronikovsky, who was involved in a pretty big incident yesterday to stay inside the top 20. Remarkably impressive. Zarikov, Dubinin, Diakonu behind that. Of course, Dulev, Brown, Portov, Schubert. Then comes Jartu Berda, and we lost the likes of Spinner in the top 30. Also, Kianu. And the rest that we saw there just at the back end of the field. Only, I believe, one DNF from that race, which is remarkable considering how aggressive it was and punchy it was. Of course, that's going to wrap it up for Mini Group 3. I think the two that we lost, in fact, actually, Lucas Stasionis and Ticciarelli, the two that we lost. 34 starters, 32 finishes, not bad going by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, Mini Under 10, looking forward to a very fiery final later on today. Next up, though, Mini Group 3 pre-final A in just a moment.
Yes, the Moroccan Nail El Gahoudi will start from pole position for pre-final A. Just staying with Mini Under 10 for a moment. Despite finishing in 14th place, Denver Boss provisionally put an asterisk beside this comment. Still starts pole position for the final. Finishes with 33 points. Miras 34 points will start Grid 2. Zane Burgess 37 points will start 3. Alongside Blake. Ada Moreira P5. Johan Berger will start P6. Venturino 7 alongside Jaden Francisco, who just took victory in a frantic Mini Under 10 pre-final here this morning. Yes, we stay with the mini categories. 60 Mini, the original Group 3 FIA homologation. Pre-final A. El Gahoudi to start from pole position alongside Daniel Ferguson. Let's take a recap of what has happened first of all before we race the pre-final of what has happened in 60 Mini Group 3 over the past few days here at VITERBO. The Moroccan Nail El Gahoudi starts on pole position for Mini Group 3 Pre-Final A. The original 60 Mini FIA Group 3 homologation. the Moroccan who has won twice in WSK for Team Baby Race. Starting alongside DF as Daniel Ferguson for Team Driver. Win starts out of grid 3, Devon out of 4, Felix Cheng out of 5, the Roman Alessio Ottaviani out of 6, Abraham Shelvis is alongside Andrea Buffo, Guido Ebergeni, the Serbian-Mexican out of grid 9 for Team Driver, and Amador Padovani, French Tony Kart driver, out of 10. The 6th row of the grid sees the Cypriot Andreas Papagiorgio alongside Garrett, then it's Machak, Baretta, Aman Pantole, the Dutch Pole, David Acton, the Siberian David Sitov, Dominic Votino, Adam Pervo, and what a kid, Superchok, out of grid 20, Daniel Votino, scusate. And it's Caceres from the Philippines, Conrad Cayas, Ruben Segu for Jamie Green Racing, Filippo Trulis. And the final row of the grid, the Mexican, one of 9 Mexican drivers here this weekend, Arturo Becerril and Johan Leivy, the Estonian in the Lenzo kart, out of grid 26. 52 60cc Mini Group 3 drivers. Here is Johan going through in 603. Daniel, the Londoner 537 for Team Driver on grid 2, but it's the Moroccan for Team Baby Race on pole position. Almost just getting a glimpse of the snow-capped mountains in the background. If we kept panning around, I promise you, you would see it. Daniel with the left hand raised in the air. That may well be ignored by our race director, Mr. Marco Carolino. Nail on pole position. We race. Gottschalk shoots through to position 2 and now tries to take the lead, does the Red Bull driver. Goes up the inside. Daniel Ferguson has lost out his back into P4, but it's Gottschalk, the driver from Curacao, who has taken the Moroccan pole sitter Neil El Gahoudi to lead in the opening stages of pre-final A for 60 Mini Group 3. Fantastic start for the Red Bull driver. He's got the race lead, Wing Gottschalk. Also for the Kittix driver performance team, Baby Race. 2nd and 4th place split by the team driver, Daniel Ferguson. And looking for the first of the CRGs, Abraham Shelvis and Andreas Papagiorgio. Representing the black and orange team from Desenzano in the CRG Black Mirror chassis. But it's the Kittix driver, Wing Gottschalk in P1, Abraham in P5. He's the first CRG driver, the second is Andreas Papagiorgio. He's gone through in P9 at the end of the first lap. Nail in 2nd place. Just from Ferguson, Cheng. And now Shelvis around the outside. What a move from the CRG driver. Holds it. Almost goes through to take the lead. What a move. Audacious from Abraham Shelvis, the Dutch Colombian in the CRG Black Mirror. Already made a great start to come from 7th, went into 2nd, and almost into the race lead as they start to bottleneck. Watch Ebergeni, Buffo, Papagiorgio, Machak, head of the Roman, Alessio Ottaviani, Padovani, and that's the Sodi kart of Amar Pantoli. Gottschalk P1, but under enormous pressure as we start lap 3 of pre-final A for 60 Mini Group 3. The Red Bull driver from the Dutch island of Curacao in P1. Daniel 2nd. El Gahoudi, the Moroccan, in 3rd place.
Wing Gottschalk looking pretty strong, under a lot of pressure though, as Dan Ferguson tries to fire one to the inside of turn number 5. Wing Gottschalk, of course, off the back of the victory at Sano. His championship hopes coming back. El Gahoudi stuck on the outside through turn 6 and 7. That opened the door for Shelvis Moron to come through. So the Spaniard now through and up into 3rd place. Of course, think back to Sano in the wet and wild weekend that we had, or at the very least changeable conditions. Of course, it was Shelvis that got spun round in the final lap carnage, where Wing Gottschalk would go through to take the victory. So nice to see Shelvis back onto some good footing in that CRG. El Gahoudi found a way back through. Dan Ferguson on the back still of Wing Gottschalk as we start what will be lap 4 of 10. You can see the Red Bull Junior for Kittix driver performance looking strong. off the back of a flawless season in the mini under-10s. The 2025 Final Cup champion to end off last year. It's Matchak that's the one with the fastest lap, though. That's quickly beaten by Andrea Buffo. So in the low 1 minutes, we're running. Down the inside goes El Ghaoudy. That's on Dan Ferguson. Doesn't quite get the speed, and the up and under is there from Shelvis Moron to carve away through. Also, Matchak sending one to the inside. El Ghaoudy stuck on the inside line, tried to get the exit, and as such, the cut naturally running wide, forcing Dan Ferguson almost off the circuit. That's going to open the door for the Paralyn to come through. Down the inside of turn number 12, El Ghaoudy trying to fire one back through and recover from what was a pretty poor showing through turn number 5, 6, and then into 7. Wayne Gottschalk, as a result of this, though, carving 1 second clear as, oh my goodness, Mia Carter skating across the road, going into the carousel.
Sorry, Zach, it was Ruben Segou who was sent into the carousel, has rejoined, was backwards through the grass going through the carousel.
Yeah, there we can see a replay of, well, that was, yeah, it was Shelvis Moron that was just, or Dan Ferguson, sorry, that was just encouraged wide by El Ghaoudy, who sent the move to the inside, and they were running too wide, both of them nearly 2 wheels off the circuit, and that allowed Matchak and Shelvis Moron to have a look and find a way through. El Ghaoudy has recovered one of those positions as the Czech driver of Matchak finds a way through and up into what is now second place, trying to stay on tabs with the race leader of Wayne Gottschalk, who's 3/4 of a second clear. Tap to the side of the helmet there from Shelvis, the Spaniard, just to sort of say to Dan Ferguson and Andres Papagiorgio, don't want to fight too hard. We want to be moving forward as effectively as we can and stay involved in that battle. Not everyone is getting that memo, though, as once again, as soon as an opportunity arises through the carousel, people are sending it. One of the baby races has been sent wide. That's El Ghaoudy that's dropping back alongside the CRG of Andres Papagiorgio, who finds a way through in that orange and black machine. Now up into what is 4th position, as Wayne Gottschalk being chased in, reeled in by Matchak, who goes sub 1 minute for the first time this race. A 59.6 just been set by the Czech driver.
Yes, Alex Matchak, the first driver under the 1 minute bracket. You know that's a Matchak tuned CM engine in P2 and a 59.642. Matchak comfortably the fastest driver on circuit, although Andrea Buffo has just done a 59.9 as well. They come down the hill, Wayne Gottschalk from the Czech, who makes the move down the inside into turn 12, and Alexander Matchak takes the lead away from Wayne Gottschalk and leads in WSK for the very first time. Alexander Matchak, yes, the Matchak tuned CM engine, of course it is, on the Paralyn, has gone through to take the lead away from Wayne Gottschalk. The second half of pre-final A, the Red Bull driver back to second, then it's Daniel. This move, the track 10 meters wide, going into turn 12. Gottschalk went in deep under brakes, but Matchak had effectively made the pass as they came down the hill. And this is the response. Gottschalk on the inside, it becomes the outside. Daniel ahead of the 2 CRGs, Abraham Shelvis and Andreas Papagiorgio. Here comes the Cypriot. Gottschalk back on through. Matchak from the race lead back to P5. Daniel animated. Here's the Londoner, and now gets a great run for team driver. Still waving the arm. Wayne Gottschalk looks back over the right shoulder. The CRG drivers now 3 and 4. Abraham 5.32 ahead of Andreas in 5.27. Ferguson drives down the inside. 3 wide just behind. Matchak, the pole sitter. Now El Ghaoudy and the German Devon Titz going back to Guido Alberghetti and the Siberian David Sidov. Shelvis with his fastest lap of the race. Not the overall fastest lap, in fact. As Papagiorgio, who was briefly into 4, puts in a 59.9, but falls down behind Matchak and El Ghaoudy. 2.5 laps remaining. Abraham now leads in the CRG, having come from grid 7. Daniel in second, Gottschalk. Nail El Ghaoudy. There's Devon driving up the inside, the German, who's already been on the podium in the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. The German, a contender here this afternoon. He took pole position in 2025, a couple of times, in fact. looking for Ebergeni. There's Titov in the background, the Siberian. Head of Padovani, Bufo, Pantali, Peroules. The second Greek-speaking driver behind the Cypriot, Papageorgiou, who's fallen down to P8. Daniel dives back down the inside. Ferguson back in P1. Penultimate lap of the race. And the Londoner, who does hold 2 passports with his father's Northern Irish heritage from the other side of the Irish Sea. International finals winner of Valencia last year. The team driver of David DeLucchi, himself now team owner. Italian national champion back in the early 2000s in what was then Intercontinental C. As you look at Devon down the inside. Matchak goes back to P5. Alexander Matchak has led in WSK for the first time this morning, but unlikely to win the pre-final here, but still looking good and a contender for the final this afternoon. Ferguson, Shelvest, Wingotchalk in P3. WSK Final Cup champion. On the back of Shelvest, there's Devon and Matchak. Papageorgiou has just gone through and taken Ebergeni and David Titov. An up and down race for Andres Papageorgiou, but looking to finish in position 6. That's easier said than done, because in the background he's got Ebergeni, Titov, Bufo and Padovani behind Shelvest, with Gottschalk just behind. Daniel Ferguson wins pre-final A. He's got 3 corners remaining, and the team driver from the Kings England will take the checkered flag to line up on the front row of the grid for the final, potentially pole position. He wins it. The team driver from the CRG of Shelvest, and Gottschalk third. Devon Titz, Alexander Matchak, David Titov, Guido Ebergeni, Bufo, Papageorgiou, and Amador Padovani in P10.
Well, what a race that was. 10 laps of action in Mini Group 3. Pre-final A, of course, so we still get another one. And 3 more pre-finals before, we finalise the grids for the finals for round number 3 of the Supermaster Series. We'll run you through the results in just a moment. Dan Ferguson in a very punchy Mini Group 3 final, pre-final, I should say. Of course, didn't get the best of launches on the outside of the front row. Wingotchalk was the one to take an early lead, but then, well, similar to what we saw on the under-10s, it was just fireworks in and amongst these guys. We had the likes of Sash Miras, one of the baby races as well, doing a bit of a hop, skip and a jump off the exit of turn number 5. And then, of course, everyone was bunched up at that point. Everyone was getting involved with each other. Track position, of course, definitely not that important by any means, as Dan Ferguson was very rudely encouraged to the outside of the circuit there. Of course, after everything settled down, it was then the chase was on from the likes of Matchak to get after Wingotchalk, who had at that point taken a very comfortable lead. Matchak in the 562 would find his way through, and then of course the pack would bunch back up again and drop him through the field. That was the saving grace for the team driver of Dan Ferguson to find a way back through on Wingotchalk. And we had the likes of Andres Papageorgiou fighting away with Win himself in towards turn number 12, and Win would, at the very least, try and hold on to third position. In the end, Shelvest would hold on to second, and Dan Ferguson would take the lead and take the victory with it and secure himself a second place start at least for the final later on. After 10 laps of racing, it's Dan Ferguson that tips Abraham Shelvest, Wingotchalk the top 3 from Devon Titz, Alex Matchak, David Titov from Guido Ebergeni, then comes Andrea Buffo, Andres Papageorgiou and Padovani the top 10. Behind that, of course, Trulis, Pantoli, Adam Perdvu from Alfie Garrett. Then comes the Estonian of Kajus, Vatino from Betril, then Leidvi, Neil Al-Gahoudi, only 19th in the end from David Acton. Then comes Beretta Stargu, who was tagged round and skipped the carousel halfway through that race. Ottaviani, Warwick, Supershock, Chang, and Kakar is the 26th and final driver to be classified. 26 starters, 25 finishers for 10 laps of racing for Mini Group 3 pre-final A. Now, of course, for Dan Ferguson, after that victory, Zane Pace needs to win this race to start on pole position for the final later on. Any less than that will not cut it, and Dan Ferguson will take pole position as a result. 10 more laps of racing for Mini Group 3, of course, 3 more pre-finals left to go. Well, now this afternoon, it's 12:30 here at VITERBO. So all eyes on Zane Pace, who will be starting pre-final B at the very least from pole position. He'll be looking to hang on to that in order to consolidate good championship points and of course that pole position, like I was saying, for the final later on.
Working our way through the morning here, slightly behind schedule. We'll try and make that up for you before we race the first of our finals at 1:30 local time, 1 hour from now. That is for KZ2. Zane, certainly on the pace. Here's the Maltese driver, taking pole position on Friday with a time of 59.483. We have to explain that though. Kees Moyes, who starts grid 3 for this pre-final beat, was actually quickest but came into Parc Fermé with the front spoiler down, so did forfeit that time. Officially, Zane Pace takes pole position on Friday, the first Maltese driver to take pole position in WSK in our 21-year history. He starts on pole for pre-final B here. Just a moment as we wait for Mateo Caceres, the Filipino driver's car, to come back to the pits. The sole DNF from that pre-final A in 60 mini group 3. A beautiful morning here at Leopard Circuit Viterbo. The Supermaster Series continues in just a moment. The personalities in the paddock, there's quite a few of them. We spoke to quite a few drivers. This is some of the people we spoke to this week here at VITERBO.
Yeah, obviously we had a good race, a good weekend overall. I think the speed is really good, the team is doing a really good job. It didn't make us easy. We broke the engine in pre-final, so it means we had to start a bit further back down in the final. But yeah, we managed to come up on top, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, definitely a nice track. It's a bit more small, a bit more complicated than the other tracks. It's very difficult to overtake around here, but yeah, to put the quali lap down is definitely really fun.
Definitely a great weekend. The team did an amazing job. I think the weekend went really well. We were really fast all weekend and all came out in the final, and I'm really happy. Yeah, I think also in the wet here is quite nice, in the dry it's nice. I think the racing hopefully will be nice here as well. I think the atmosphere here in the track is nice. Yeah, and I really like it so far.
Actually, it was a hard race. We managed to lift the gap. Was actually a really good race. We take the result that we wanted, so yeah, we are really happy, and now we are here at VITERBO, and yeah, we will see what we can do. Like very much VITERBO track because I also win a lot of races here, and yeah, is also really with a lot of corners this track, so I'm ready.
Speaking with some personalities in the pack, in fact, in the paddock, I should say. In fact, 3 of the race winners. Senna, the reigning world champion, Dean the Dutchman, and you just heard from Nick Dangerous, Nicola Pedegor, who will be on track in just a moment, just a few moments in OKJ. We had 2 Dutch victories at Sano last time out. First Maltese driver ever in WSK on pole position on Friday. Zane Pace starts grid 1. Pre-final B, alongside the driver from England who we crowned the Mayor of VITERBO last week, Alfie Mayer for the Tony Kart Racing Team, who starts out of grid 2. Pre-final B for 60 mini group 3 will take you through the grid. Just waiting for the green flag, which flies now in the grid, which looks like this. Zane on pole position is Patch from Malta, and the Brit Alfie Mayer out of 2. Here we go, correctly this time. Zayn out of pole, Alfie out of 2, Case out of 3, Teo out of 4. Then it's Philip Stes, Alvaro Medeiros, Van der Kotele, Cotamor, Pedro Cueto, and Eunice Tan out of grid 10. Matzerov and Mason Hibbert, Nick Klinkers, Matteo Garcia, Max Laufa. The Spaniard Ryan Zamunov from Foggia in the south of Italy. The Indonesian Wiboyo, Leo Kralev, Katial Makdid, and Ferro. It's Arthur out of grid 20. Mateo Gomez Castro, Antonio Miraki, Ishan Suaro, Tarek Sufi, Santiago De Leon, the Guatemalan, alongside William Morta in the Henza cart. Zayn for the Tony Kart Racing Team on pole position, pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3. We don't race. Another formation lap. Zayn 5-4-0. The Vortex powered Tony Karts, they were good last week in the rain, and they've been quick, as you can see here in the dry conditions as well. Look at the beautiful blue sky that's looking towards, although we can't see it, the Mediterranean Sea over the port city of Civitavecchia. The Mediterranean cruise, Zach, would you fancy that?
I wouldn't mind one, let's put it that way.
Especially when the weather's like it is today.
No, exactly. I mean, it's been nice. I've loved it. I mean, yesterday it was a little bit more chilly, but it's still T-shirt weather. I walked past Sophie, of course, with WSK. She goes, "Are you not cold in the T-shirt?" I was like, "No, I feel right at home. The sun's out, a little bit of a breeze. I'd go to the beach like this."
Says Zach from Norwich.
I don't want to know what it's like in Norwich right now. In fact, I'll check.
The port city of Civitavecchia, where you can sail to basically anywhere on Earth. Just north of Rome.
Not too bad. It's only 30. It's 13 degrees. It's just cloudy in Norwich, so actually I wouldn't be too bad at home.
13 degrees.
13 degrees.
That's absolutely freezing.
Nah, perfect weather.
It is perfect weather here today. Zayn Pace from Malta. I'm sure he'd agree with me. It's beautiful in Malta as well. He's on pole position. The Tony Kart drivers on the front row of the grid for pre-final B. This time we race. Nair from the outside of the front row has already lost 2 positions as Case Moyes goes down the inside, as does Philip Stes and Alvaro Medeiros in the third Vortex powered Tony Kart. From pole position from Malta, it's Zayn on the pace. It's Patch in P1. Finally we get underway here. Philip Stes in third place, but it's the Vortex powered Tony Kart of Zayn Pace, who leads up the hill through the chicane for the first time. Pace goes P1. Stes with a great start, but it's Case in second place.
Indeed, so it's sent to the inside as well. I think one of the Birolites under a bit of pressure. Says Moyes, of course, who works his way very quickly up in a second position. That's now all coming undone. It's one of the energy courses. That's Philip Stes working his way up in a second place. Very cleverly driven off the start from Says Moyes, but saw how much of a better start the inside, the odd-numbered grid slots got, and an immediate, very aggressive point forward to Alfie Mehr to say, to Zayn Pace to say, let's get away. Alfie Mehr's not had a good start. Of course, since then, Philip Stes has been able to work his way forwards, and now up in a second place, demoting Says Moyes back to his starting position. Then comes Van der Kotele, Alfie Mehr, then comes Teo Steindl and Pedro Cueto, just outside the main running of this train, just at the back end of it, really, in P7. Of course, now Zayn Pace, he's got about half a second of a lead because of the battling behind, but as we saw in pre-final A and in the mini under 10s, well, that gap can close very quickly, and the overtaking you get in the 60 minis, absolutely electric all the way through this one. Look to the inside from the MP Komoto car, Pedro Cueto, or trying to actually, that's Teo Steindl on the inside of Van der Kotele. Apologies, he works his way up in a 5th. Pedro Cueto working hard to keep Mick Klinkers and the likes at bay. That's not quite worked out in the Mexicans' favour. Meanwhile, Teo Steindl, like I say, has been able to work his way up and ahead of Van der Kotele back into the top 5 now for the Norwegian.
It's been a good start to the pre-final for the Brazilian Alvaro Medeiros in the third Tony Kart. The Brazilian P8 ahead of Pedro Cueto. Behind the third Dutch driver, Mick Klinkers. The first, of course, is Case West. The second, Julian Van der Kotele in P6. It's Zayn in P1. Is Case in 5.09. The Birolite just ahead of Philip Stes. And one of 6 energy cars racing here this weekend gets sent by Mehr. Alfie into the back of the pole. You saw the head lean back from the slight impact. Slow coming out of the corner. Alfie with nowhere to go into the back of the Energy course driver. The WSK Euro Series race winner goes through to P3. Case in second. There's Stets, Theo Steindal, Julian van der Kottele. Lenovo Carly Car team driver of the second Dutch driver ahead of Klinkers. Medeiros, Pedro Cueto, Tam, Matarov, Kodomor. Wibowo from Indonesia, Garcia, Gatial Magded. Change now for second place. Mer goes on through. Case almost off the road. And a great response from Philip Stets to keep that Energy Kart straight and quick. He's still inside the top three. It's the Tony Kart Racing Team, both powered by the Vortex, who go 1-2 here in the winter sunshine at VITERBO. Theo, the Norwegian down the inside, puts Moyes back to 5. The Dutchman, 5th, 6 and 7. It's Moyes from Van der Kottele, Klinkers, Medeiros. The South American from the North American, it's the Brazilian Alvaro. From the Mexican, Pedro, Yunus Tam, Kodomor. Wibowo now knocking on the door of the top 10. Goes Mo from Jakarta in Indonesia. Half race distance, pre-final beat. 460 mini group 3, Zane continues to lead. P3 at the first round of the WSK Supermaster Series on January 25 at La Conca Murolacese. This is Moyes, 509, the Biralat. Van der Kottele, Klinkers goes through. Mick in the second Energy course. The first is Philip Stets, who's on your screen in P3. The Tony Karts, they were quick last week. And they're quick here in the sunshine as well. Steindal in the Henza Kart. That's Theo from Norway for Team Komoto, who won the Supermasters Series way back in 2015 or 16, with now NTT IndyCar Series driver Dennis Hauger, as we see the Austrian Gatial Magded make a move on the Spaniard Max Laufert. That was nicely done by the Syrian Austrian ahead of Leo Krala, Ferro, Morta, Moraki, Gomez Castro, Suaru, Taruk Sufi, and the Guatemalan Santiago de Leon. So Pace, who's led from pole position from the race start, from Alfie in second, fastest driver on the circuit. There's the Tony Kart duo in 1-2. Fastest is Theo for Team Komoto, with the first of the 3 Dutch drivers right behind Case Moyes, Julian van der Kottele, and Mick Klinkers. Looking for Medeiros. There's the Brazilian with Pedro Cueto, the plain white arrow helmet of the Dutch-Mexican from Madrid in Spain. Born in the USA, racing for the Dutch-Sicilian combination, MP Motorsport Komoto. Pedro Cueto, P9, and Garcia, the second Mexican, rounds out the 10. Wibowo, Mo, now in 11th place, having come from grid 17. But Zane and Alfie, 1-2 for the Tony Kart Racing Team. Of course, being mentored, these young Tony Kart drivers, by their great, the legendary Marco Artigo, 3-time world champion, 6-time WSK Supermaster Series champion as well. Marco Artigo has mentored these drivers beautifully. Not only was he one of the greatest kart racing, in fact, racing drivers of our generation, but also what a mentor to his young proteges. 1 and 2, Zane Pace. Alfie Maurer, of course, Alessandro Sperella, 1999 Intercontinental C European champion, although that was driving a blue top car, not a green machine, we'll say that quietly. Running the mini drivers as well. Zane from Alfie, Theo in third. 2.5 laps remaining. If Zane does continue on, which is looking likely at the moment, it will be Pace and Ferguson on the front row of the grid. Alfie to start grid 3 as it stands for the final later this afternoon.
Yeah, indeed so. Alfie Mehr, probably, I would imagine, after the start today, would actually prefer to maybe start third as opposed to second, because, well, he was completely thrown off starting on the outside of the front row in the pre-final. He might actually be quite grateful to start third for the final a bit later on. Of course, Philip Stets stays moist just in behind the top two, and also the likes of Theo Steindl, of course, who has just been overtaken by Philip Stets. The Energy Corsa found a way through. I think that was the battle that we caught just going into turn number 12 on this, the penultimate lap of the race. Same pace from Alfie Mehr, Philip Stets, Theo Steindl and Stays Moyes, the top five. You can see the 5:52 very close. That's Theo Steindl, who was remarkably quick this time a week ago for the Euro Series. Took one of the heat victories to Theo Steindl, able to hold off. I think it was Mick Klinkers a week ago, much to the delight of his MP Academy teammates, the likes of Nicholas Stanley, who came up into the commentary box and joined us. He was very happy to see Theo doing well, and Theo continuing that run of form today in the Mini Group 3 pre-final B. Still an opportunity to get into the top three, but look at the two Tony Karts, the 540 of same pace, the 546 of Alfie Mehr, who, well, took victory 8 days ago in the Euro Series. A much different track climate, though, than what it is today. And Alfie Mehr still proving that he can excel at this high level. On to the final lap of the race, same pace. Just got one more lap to hang on to. 1.3 kilometers around VITERBO. Alfie Mehr still in the slipstream, still trying to find some sort of an opportunity. Don't count out Philip Stets in the Energy Corsa or Theo Steindl in the MP Komoto. Towards turn number 5 for the final time. Not quite close enough any of the top four. It's all about prioritising that exit. No looking to turn 6 or 7 either, because Alfie Mehr want to risk being this aggressive. He's banked in a guaranteed third position start, but also he's fighting with likes of Zane Pace and Devon Titz for championship position, so he could well use the extra 10 points, I'm sure. Through the chase and in the slipstream, he's about a car length and a half too far back to go for the move. Closes the gap under brakes, but not quite close enough. Same pace. His defense is going to be enough, you would imagine, into the carousel for the final time. Alfie Mehr not close enough to really do much through the final couple of corners. The 540 puts his foot to the floor. The checker flag awaits the arrival of the driver from Malta. Zane Pace from pole position will secure another one for the final. Takes victory in the Mini Group 3 pre-final B. And for Tony Kart Racing Team, brings it home 1 and 2 with Alfie Mehr. Philip Stets completes the top 3 with Theo Steindl, and Stays Moyes the top 5. A pretty tame, relatively, Mini Group 3 pre-final, especially towards the end. Same pace versus Alfie Mehr. There wasn't much opportunity for Mehr to find a way through. Philip Stets, though, brilliant launch for the pole to find up a couple of places from 5th up into 3rd position. Mick Klinkers, one of the biggest movers, up 6. Same to Matteo Garcia Patino, up 5 into 9th. Let's take a look at the highlights, and you can see a very advantageous start for the inside, the odd number grid slots. That allowed Alfie Mehr, or well, didn't allow Alfie Mehr to hold on to 2nd place going through the opening couple of corners. He dropped back to about 4th, slowly worked his way forward as the battles towards the sharp end very much continued. The handlikes of Stays Moyes, you can see in the red and white Birilat, finding up a couple of places. Then Alfie Mehr and his ascension back to the top would begin. You'd have the likes of Philip Stets getting very argy-bargy through turn 6 and 7 in his blue, white and red Energy Corsa, and then as a collective themselves and Theo Steindl would try and stay on tabs with the top 2, meanwhile having their own sort of couple of skirmishes. The checker flag would wave, and while Zane Pace would take victory, securing himself pole position for the final later on today.
So it's Zane who will start on pole position alongside Daniel Ferguson for the final. The Tony Kart Racing duo 1-2 from Stets, Steindl, Moyes, Medeiros in the 3rd Tony Kart, Klinkers, Cueto, Garcia, the 2 Mexicans, and JVDC rounds out the 10 just ahead of Ito Koromo. Two pre-finals remaining here this morning. The original kart national junior category, OKNJ. We wait for the green flag from pit lane. Nick Dangerous will be starting from pole position, looking to go 3 in a row. We trust you're enjoying this morning's broadcast here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. Pre-final A for OKNJ, round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. The 2 pre-finals for OKNJ, and then we go straight into the KZ2 final. in 40 minutes, 38 minutes from now. John Hahn took pole position on Friday for the Zanki Motorsport team. But we get to this point of the weekend, and it's the LeConca and Sano race winner, the Mercedes AMG Junior, unofficially, is Nick Petticoat, who will start from pole position. We'll take a look at the grid for you in a moment. Our penultimate pre-final here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. The drivers from Italy and Hong Kong on the front row of the grid. Il Bergamaschino. John Hahn, watch Henry Mooring, who won his first heat on Friday in the pouring rain with a stunning drive. Yannis Kolovas, Robert Poulbert, Mark Green, that's Marco Verde, Latin and Colucci for the great Giorgio Pantano, Lingard Lee and Federico Mirabella for the Modern Kart Racing team out of grid 10. Neil McMouche, one of 3 Moroccans here this weekend. Rodriguez, that's João Bonadiman from Brazil. Matis Brajol for Antonelli Motorsport, Giuseppe Noviello, Clement Paulet, Sebastian Reutel, Pedro Faria, Schub, the pole for Carol Bash, Matvei Kupne, the Moldovan, and Ilya Kotarovai, the Romanian, ahead of Tommaso Corsi, Dominic Vujicic, and David Vasquez, El Colombiano, out of grid 23. John Hahn from Hong Kong for Zanki Motorsport. The blue and fluorescent yellow machine, Petticoat on pole position. Pre-final A for Original Kart National Junior. Watch the German Henry on the inside second row of the grid. We race. Darting to the inside was Federico Mirabella, but he's got traffic all around as Nicola Petticoat takes the race lead. And we've got a clean start for the penultimate pre-final of the morning. Up the hill for the first time, Petticoat with the race lead. Henry shoots into second place. The driver from Frankfurt in Germany. Second ever junior race, just coming out of the 60 mini category. Had a stunning victory in the rain on Friday. A sudden downpour, the last of the rain, thankfully, that we've seen over the past fortnight. It poured for the final OKN junior heat on Friday afternoon, and Henry Mooring drove away to take a brilliant victory. There's Mark Green. Under attack is Marco Verde as you look at John Hahn trying to make a move on the driver from Germany for Door Motorsport. The team from Germany at the end of the first of 15 laps is Nicola Petticoat in P1. Henry second, John Hahn third. Robert Poulbert for Gold Star Racing, Kolovas, who was on the podium last week in the first round of the WSK Euro Series. The Greek, head of Leo Lattinen from Finland, and Lingard Lee up into 7th place. Il Bergamaschino, Nicola Petticoat with the race lead.
Indeed so, he's looking remarkably strong. I mean, 2 weeks ago at Sano, a little bit of changeable weather. It was actually Gilles Carrère that won the respective pre-final ahead of Nicola Petticoat, had the pace measure, but then in the final, Petticoat just does exactly what he does best and stormed to victory. A dominant charge in the championship thus far, 2:03 to Leo Lattinen's 1:29. I think speaks volumes as to the debut season of Nicola Petticoat in 2026 in OKNJ. Obviously John Hahn there with him, 3/4 of a second back. Lap 2, now 3 of 15. And the gap beginning to form. The Kart Republic, of course, of Nicola Petticoat, extending the gap back to the Zanchi Motorsport, the blue and the yellow of John Hahn, trying to keep Henry Mooring and Poulbert at bay. Leo Lattinen a little bit off the back of this train, but if they start to get into a bit of a squabble, that's going to reel the Finn back into it. There's a move to the inside from Poulbert, finds the space through turn 6 and 7, and, well, caught Mooring off guard ever so slightly. Zero hesitation from the Romanian, who now works their way up into 3rd position through the chase, and that run towards turn number 12. Henry Mooring demoted to 4th, Poulbert now up into 3rd position, as none of them are able to really contest too much with Nicola Petticoat. At this point, it's a fight for second, now queuing up behind John Hahn.
Ominously, Petticoat with a 1 second lead, trying to go 3 from 3. Racing with us in the Supermaster Series as Colucci goes through. 714 in the Pantano kart. Already onto lap 4. Already the gap is 1.1 seconds. Already the gap you can see is around about 50 or 60 metres as they go down through turn 6 and 7. Robert from Henry behind John Hahn from Hong Kong. The Door Motorsport team also active in European GT3 racing. Second junior race just out of 60 mini for Henry Mooring. Latin and now in P5. There's Kolovas, Lee, Nekmush, Mark Green from Mirabella, Colucci, Dos, Meninos, do Brasil, Bonadiman and Pedro Faria, and Matias Brajol just behind the two South Americans, the Frenchman for Antonelli Motorsport, who took pole position at Le Concours, the first round of the Super Master Series at the end of January. The gap 1.3 seconds as we see the inside rear of the Gold Star Racing Kart Republic coming off the circuit, not through the ripple strips, although it was there, not through running over the ripple strip, but just from the grip as we finally get a rubber line coming down here at Leopard Circuit for VITERBO. Was Matias Brajol going through. Antonelli Motorsport driver with Giuseppe Noviello just behind, then it's Schub, Pole, Rydell, Vasquez, Corsi, Wojciech, Kupny, Matvey from Moldova, and Ilya Kotrobay. Fastest lap of the race now for Pedigal with a 53.670. And the gap almost 2 seconds. He's put in a purple sector as well. And as they fight for second, Pedigal about to lock in pole position for the final. Almost certainly. He is the driver to beat. In the early part of 2026, just disappearing at the bottom right of your screen. And the battle for second going right back to Marco Verde, who's in P9 ahead of Mirabella. He tried to get the jump at the start. Darted to the inside, but found traffic all around. Federico Mirabella in P10, in 7.10. Head of Colucci in the Pantanal kart. There's Verde, Mark Green. Bonadiman, Faria, Brajol, Noviello, Schub, Pole, Rydell, Vasquez, Corsi, Kupny, Wojciech. Matvey Kupny from Moldova has gone by and taken the pole. Dominik Wojciech and Ilya Kotrobay, the Romanian, rounds out the field in the Lenzo kart. No retirements of the 23 starters as we set the grid, the final 36 for the OKN junior final this afternoon. It will be our last final at 4 o'clock. As the sun will set over the Mediterranean Sea, you'll catch that live, of course, on wsk.it. The racing, that is, not the sunset. Well, you might get both. A magnificent world-class circuit, Leopard Circuit VITERBO, just 15 kilometres south of the region of Tuscany. We go back far enough in ancient history. It was once the nation of Toscana. It's only about 10 miles from here, 1 hour north of the eternal city of Rome, what was once the capital of the known universe. Leopard Circuit VITERBO, built in 2008, renovated by Mr. Flavio Becca, and we had the inauguration almost 1 year ago on March 16th for the Super Masters Series last year. It's the 22nd circuit WSK Promotion has ever raced at. Round 3, the Super Masters Series for 2026. There's Petticoat. The gap 2.2 seconds. His best lap 53.59, 53.7 for Paulbert, Hahn and Mooring, who runs second, third, fourth. Latin and P5 from Kolovas, Lee, Nekmush, Marco Verde, that's green, from Mirabella in P10. Petticoat has just glanced back to wonder where everybody is. They're 2.3 seconds behind Nick as Colucci has to defend from Rodriguez Bonadiman, but the Brazilian has just got by in the background. There's John Hahn, Zanki Motorsport, home base of South Garda Karting Lonato, where we race in 2 weeks' time. Colucci in the background coming onto the straight has retaken the place from the Brazilian Rodrigues João Bonadiman. 2.4 seconds, Pericol controlling the pace out front. Robert for Gold Star Racing, the Romanian for the team from Romania in second place. Lingan Lee going by and taking one of 3 Moroccans in the field. Neil Nakmouche, who goes back to P8. Verde just behind the Mirabella. Lee from China, Morocco with Nakmouche. 3 Moroccan drivers here this weekend. Nael El Gahoudi in 60 Mini. Nakmouche here in OKJ. And Suleiman Zampari in KZ2. The rapidly emerging and rapidly becoming very prosperous nation in the northwest of Africa. Hosting the World Touring Car Championship just over a decade ago in Marrakesh. And if rumours in the paddock are to be believed, well, Formula One World Championship calendar for 2029 has not been announced yet, of course, obviously. However, after Kyalami has seemingly fallen over for the moment, after a pre-contract was signed 2 years ago, we may see F1 back in Africa yet, in the northwest of the continent. The Moroccan Neil Nakmouche in P8. Pericol 2.5 seconds clear. 3.5 laps now remaining for Il Bergamasquino. Nick Pericol, 4-time WSK champion, is dominating our penultimate pre-final here this morning. There's Robert Poulbert for Gold Star Racing, the team from Romania, the driver from Romania. 11 Romanian drivers here out of 294 in total. Robert in second place. Elton Headforce, I can tell you, is watching on from pit lane. He'll be on the grid in just a moment. He's got his helmet on. He's standing at the fence. Here's young Elton, sizing up the driver who just flashes by at the bottom of your screen. Elton Headforce will start pole position for pre-final A at the conclusion of this pre-final B at the conclusion of this. Elton, who won the WSK Euro Series at this circuit last year. Wondering how he is going to attack Nicola Pericol, who almost certainly will start from pole position for the final at 4 o'clock this afternoon, round 3 of the Supermaster Series. We are up to 18 degrees Celsius. We had snow jackets on last week for the WSK Euro Series, where there was torrential rain. Look at the beautiful blue sky. That was a glance up north towards Toscana, or Tuscany. We start the penultimate lap of the race. Well, Nicolol starts the penultimate lap of the race, 3 seconds clear of the Romanian Robert Poulbert. John Hahn, Zanki Motorsport, still P3. Henry in P4 is the Door Motorsport driver from Frankfurt. Crash in his final heat yesterday, did finish but way down at the bottom of the field. As it stands, Pericol, pole position, John Hahn at worst, second row, potentially the front row as he goes in deep under brakes on the back of Robert Poulbert. Into the carousel for the penultimate time. The last lap board is out for the Italian in P1. Pericol crosses the line. The gap stays at 3.2 seconds. He's put in a 53.594. Fastest on the circuit. Incidentally, fastest in a straight line is Giuseppe Nobiello at 111 k's an hour. I say that, João Bonadiman Rodrigues, 111.3 k's an hour. Final lap of the race. Ultimo giro per il bergamaschino. Goes down into turn 12. Will start from pole position for the final this afternoon. Has dominated not only this weekend, but the start of 2026 and the Supermasters Series. Vince il bergamaschino. Nick Dangerous. Pettico wins pre-final A and will start from pole position for the final of OKJ at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Well, a stellar drive there from Nicolo Pettico. And, well, continuing to impress. Exactly what he does best, really. Pole position, 3.2 seconds, the lead, and victory, securing pole position, and, well, importantly for him, extending the championship lead to Leo Latin, who we'll see out on circuit in a few moments' time. That, of course, wraps it up for pre-final A. We've got one more pre-final to go, but before we get into that, let's take a look at the highlights, of course. Nicolo Pettico, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, started this one from pole position alongside John Hahn in the blue and yellow Zanchi Motorsport machine towards turn number 1. And it was actually Henry Mowring that got the jump for Dawn Motorsport. Of course, the battling behind was quite intense, to say the least, trying to find a way back through. That was John Hahn, and then opening the door for the likes of Robert Poulbert, also getting involved to the Eagle Star Racing Kart Republic. And fights throughout the entire field. I mean, Poulbert was under a ton of pressure, but after 15 laps of racing in OKJ pre-final A, Nicolo Pettico, I mean, there was no question about it, really. Fastest lap of the race by far, and with it, the victory in pre-final A. Robert Poulbert and John Hahn complete the top 3 from Henry Mowring and Leo Latin in the top 5. Colivas, Lingham Lee, then comes Neil Negmush, Verde, and Federico Mirabella, the top 10. Colucci, Rodriguez, Bonadiman from Giuseppe Noviello, Matthias Brajo, Schub from Ferrer, Pelé, Sebastian Riedel from Corsi, and Wojcik. The top 20 with the 3 behind that as well. Cotterobai, Kubni, and Vasquez, the Colombian P23. Good news, 23 starters, 23 finishers for OKJ pre-final A. Next up, of course, will be pre-final B, and this is an important race for Elton Headforce. He needs to be securing second place on the grid alongside Nicolo Pettico in order to really challenge the Italian going into the final later on this afternoon. Of course, a bit of a rivalry forming between Headforce and Perico. Think back to Sano, where the two of them had a little bit, I won't say controversial, because in the end it wasn't really controversial, incident between, of course, Headforce and Perico. Yeah, hopefully we can have not more of the same, but hopefully more of the same rivalry and intense action between the pair of them. Of course, Headforce will be heading the field on pole position ahead of Gioli Carrere on the front row of pre-final B.
It will be the Swede to lead from pole position. Elton Headforce out of grid 1, GC out of 2, Diascoli, Christiansen, Boranin, Matteo Torchiano, Felicione, Daniel Verba, Antonio Cieppa, and DDF. The Roman out of grid 10. Colton, who won in the rain last week, starts out of 11 alongside Victor Garuna, Valentino Manesaro, Platin. It's PK for Bosch Racing out of 14. Atika Mir is alongside Radu Bashiscu Brikop, Sten Lindemann, and then Alessandro Nani, Stepan Sigino, Alexandre Rafala Minana. And the final row of the grid from the Dominican Republic on debut in WSK, Alonso Gonzalez and Serban Vesticio in the 719 Lenzo kart. Elton Headforce, 707 for the Modena kart racing team. Big news with his brother announced as a driver in the British Formula 4 Championship. Leon, we wish you all the best, mate, in the forthcoming 2026 season, as we watch your younger brother Elton Headforce, who won the Euro Series at this circuit last year. It's almost like we're at Heathrow. It is 707 versus the 727 of Tuele Carrera. It's like a Boeing catalogue on the front row of the grid. Elton out of pole, and Carrera for the Emmy Racing team for our final pre-final of the morning. We race. Carrera shoots to the inside. Diascoli into second place. It's the Modena kart racing team who go 1-2. It is the Swede in the lead. Elton up the hill for the first time. Carrera back to third place. And the EKS, the Condor chassis, which looks again superbly presented and quick as well. Once again here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. GC in P3, Joella Carrere behind Luigi. It's Elton in P1 down the hill for the first time.
Indeed, so he's in the middle of the circuit and under no pressure really, so he's able to bring it back to the racing line through turn number 12. A bit wide, a bit further back in the pack, of course, as the field try and settle as to who's where, but currently so good, so far so good for Elton Headforce. An important race for him coming into this on the back foot in the championship after winning this Euro Series this time last year. Did Elton Headforce. He knows what it takes to fight at the top level, but so far in the season, not had the best of luck. Still able to bag a good few top 10 finishes over the last couple of rounds, but wants that little bit more. Corsano, largely not his fault, was sent on the back foot after contact with Nicolo Perico. And some misfortune beyond that for Elton Headforce, so he's now looking to get a little bit of redemption and pull back some points, like I say, in that championship. Descoli from Carrere, Baronin, and Feglioni, the top 5, as they run on lap 2 of 15. Not really much movement. As we were speaking to Senna van Volstein, we saw in the paddock interviews, those that were joining us a bit earlier on. It is difficult to overtake around VITERBO, which you wouldn't expect, despite the fact that we've got a few heavy braking zones, turn 5, turn 12, the chase through 11 that allows you to use that slipstream down the hill towards the heavy braking zone, and then of course the banked 5 degree, 270 degree. 5 degree banking, 270 degrees of rotation, carousel at turn 13. Of course, that would be absurd if it was the other way around. Physically impossible as well, I'd imagine. But plenty of overtaking opportunities nonetheless, is the point I was trying to get at. And yet still, track position, remarkably important, especially in the large categories, the OKNJs, and KZ2s as we had. In the minis, not so much of a problem. They seem to be having fights here, there and everywhere. You can see Descoli sort of brewing himself on in the chase of Elton Headforce. Currently a parallel in 1 and 2. Of course, the Modena of Elton Headforce. Luigi Descoli also for Modena, 1 and 2 as it stands. Then comes Joao Carrere for MA Racing. Of course, Carrere took the victory in the pre-final 2 weeks ago at Sarno, tamed the wet conditions better than anyone else in Naples, but giving a little bit more on the table here in VITERBO. Still P3 as it stands, and in the overall rankings, we'll be lining up 4th position for the final later on. So still plenty of opportunity for Joao Carrere to go forwards in this in the rankings this weekend, and of course all to come down to in the final. You never know what can happen. We saw in the minis that you were quite comfortable for a good portion of the race, and then it all comes undone on the final lap where the pressure really starts to boil over. So can't count anyone out until the checkered flag falls at the final, and sometimes even beyond that with Stuart appeals and things. Nonetheless, on to lap number 5 of 15, and Elton Headforce will lead 0.6 of a second from Luigi Descoli, who is setting the fastest lap of the race. 54.0 for Headforce, a 54.0 for Descoli. Guess what? A 54.0 for Carrere as well. Incredibly close on pace. The quicker of the 3, marginally, was Luigi Descoli, who's now having a bit of a pressure applied to the rear end from Joao Carrere. The 727 getting close to the rear end of Descoli, and his attention can't be fully focused on going forwards. Giving Elton Headforce a little bit of breathing room. Of course, the driving of the Swede, the primary driver in his success. He's been almost bulletproof this weekend. Be a good adversary, I think, to Nicolo Perico in the final. Should, which likely is to happen, he line up alongside him. Still 10 laps of this race remaining though, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. Also through the field, some gainers. Rafael Milano up 6 positions from 20th to 14th. Also Atika Mer now up 5 positions from 15th into 10th, able to overtake Verber. Lost a few places on that last lap. Francesco Pricock, Rafael Milano, Victor Caroon, Davide Di Filippo, all gaining places. So dropping Verber down to P15 and a net 7 positions from an 8th place start. Biggest gainer inside the top 10, Colton Schniekenberg, who took pretty comfortable victory 8 days ago in the wet in OKNJ. Forward Racing, he currently sits what is P5 on the road. Started P11, so again showcasing that overtaking, while difficult, not impossible. 6 of the 15 laps elapsed, and well, heading on to the 7th now. Elton Headforce been able to bridge a bit more of a gap. He's gone sub 54, as have the entirety of the top three, slightly in favour of Elton Headforce. 53.8 the way of the Swedes, 53.9 for both Dascoli and Carrere, who are matching each other on pace superbly well. Ever so slightly in favour of Luigi Dascoli, so that's allowing the Italian to bridge a bit of a gap to his countryman behind. Just over half distance now through this race, 7.5 laps completed. Also, you can see Faglioni under a bit of pressure from Colton Schniegenberg, who I think the top three just outside of his reach, based on the pace that Headforce, Dascoli and Carrere are all running. Colton Schniegenberg, a top four, firmly possible from 11th place on the grid. We'll have to see what the Texan can do. Forward racing, keep an eye out for him. Just see tucked in behind Faglioni. Also close battles there, head the way by the... That's a 750, that's Platon Kovtunenko we saw just go through into turn number one, down in 18th position. Not typically where you'd expect to see the Ukrainian, who's normally a front runner, but that's how competitive these fields can be sometimes. You will often see quite a volatile environment. Sometimes you'll see the similar names, the likes of Nico Pedico, always shining through and always being up there. The larger sort of atmospheric competitive nature, very wide open. Like I say, creates a bit of a volatile environment. There you can see the Ford Racing 702 of Colton Schniegenberg on the back of Faglioni. That's the battle for fourth. This is the battle for second, as we're following on screen now. Dascoli from Carrere. Meanwhile, Elton Headforce continues to bridge a bit of a gap, keeping it nice and tidy, minimising the slip and keeping the car nicely under control. Onto lap 9 of 15. 53.7 for Anthony Acepa, who's always been a bit of a dark horse in WSK. Was stripped of a podium in the first round at Franciacorta of the Final Cup in 2025, despite driving phenomenally well. Was the Novolux pole. Right now, he's up into 8th position. Started 9th, up into 8th. Atika Mera as well, up 6 positions into 9th. So some good movers in this field thus far. Elton Headforce, though, very much moving. He's still under the 54-second mark, running very consistent lap times in the 53.8, and pulling away now from Luigi Dascoli and Joao Carrere in P2 and P3.
Our pre-finals here this morning, our final pre-final, and Elton Headforce almost certain to join. Nicola Pedico on the front row of the grid for the final. The gap is 1 second. Dascoli, Carrere, Feligione, Colton back in form after a tough run through the heats. WSK Euro Series race winner, the Texan. P5 from Boronin. Fastest driver on the circuit, incidentally, is Anthony Acepa with a 53.736 in the Lenzo kart. That's correct. Atika Mera, she's up in a P9. She's driven well. She just flashed by on your screen now. Atika in 7.08 for the Modena kart racing team. It's her teammate who leads the way. Teammates 1 and 2. This is Dascoli just ahead of Joeli Carrere in the EKS kart, who's in 3rd place, gets the slipstream, gets the toe, runs wide coming onto the straight. The final third of our final pre-final, OKNJ. It's Elton from Luigi, Joelle, Augustin, and then Colton in P5. Sijanor going through. Better run from Stepan here this afternoon. The Russian from the Argentine, Valentino Manesaro. Sen Lindemann, head of Platon Kovtunenko. Sen in 7.47. Elton in 7.07. And Joelle in 7.27. It's almost as though Boeing have had an influence where maybe we should have them as sponsor for the OKN junior category.
Maybe. See if they're interested.
I'm looking for a number 380. I'm sure we've got a 380 in OK Junior, possibly.
Oh, well, for Airbus.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe we could have a rivalry of the plane companies in
not that we're aviation freaks, but just being in motorsport, we're on aircraft every other day, every other week. Elton continues to lead. As it stands, it will be Perigo from Headforce on the front row of the grid, Hahn and Carrere on the second row, Dascoli and Henry Mooring on the third row, Poulbear and Kolovas.
I have confirmed there is a 380.
Really?
It's Jarlath Sayer.
Of course.
Yeah.
So it's
maybe we
Airbus
just-
versus
it's
Boeing.
on. Yeah, it's true. Maybe.
It's the 707 leading, well, 712 of Carrera. Sorry, Diascoli 712 and 707. John Travolta still owns a Boeing 707.
Oh, really?
Yes. Parks it in his driveway. I kid you not, look it up. Out front, it is Elton. The last couple of laps of our final pre-final here this morning, OKNJ. Up the hill on lap 13, the gap is 1.2 seconds from Elton Headforce, Diascoli and Carrera. Quite a distance back to Augustin. Colton in 5, Bodden in. Just being passed by Anthony Ochepa. Still the fastest driver on the circuit. Christensen, Patrick, Atika Mir, and Matteo Torchiano. Better run here for Davide Di Filippo, who's had an unlucky start. The Roman, second generation racer, DDF. In 725, the DR car, powered by the Modena. His father, Danilo Di Filippo, 100cc racer back in the 90s, ironically, went wheel-to-wheel against the great Danilo Rossi, the owner of the team, the manufacturer of the car, for whom his son now races. Di Filippo, head of Verba, Raffaele Minana, Nani Stigino, Manisaro, Lindemann, Basescu, Prikop, Visticcio, and Alonso from the Dominican Republic rounds out the field. We just lost a couple of laps ago. Platon Kovtunenko for Bosch Racing. Penultimate lap of the race, the gap 1.3 seconds. Sweden, the two Italians, and then Filigione from France. And from the US, Colton Snickerberg in P5. Carrera throws it into the bent carousel. Rather processional pre-finals, if we are honest, here this morning. We're hoping the finals come alive on a one-line circuit. It is hard to pass. As you see, Filigione being chased by the Texan. This is Bodden in, Christensen, Atika Mir up into P8. She's just gone by and taken Turchiano. Great drive for the girl from Kashmir in India. Out front, it is the Swede in the lead. The WSK Euro Series champion for the Modena kart racing team will join Nick Dangerous on the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon. Into turn 12 for the final time. Diascoli, Carrera. Our 10th and final pre-final ends here now. The checkered flag, the driver from Sweden, Elton Headforce, takes victory and lines up on grid 2 for the final this afternoon. Diascoli, Carrera. Here's Augustin Filigione, heads home Colton Snickerberg. Bodden in. That's Christensen in the Hensa car. Atika Mir, Matteo Turchiano, and Ochepa, who set the fastest lap of the race, comes home in P10.
Good drive there from Elton Headforce, just to consolidate a front row start alongside Nicolo Pedico for the final this afternoon. John Hahn and Joao Correa will make up row 2. Looking forward to that, of course, once it gets confirmed. Let's take a look at the highlights. As well, we got underway. Elton Headforce in the 707 would lead quite comfortably and would begin to sort of bridge through the 15 laps of racing in OKNJ. Of course, behind that, you had the likes of Luigi Discoli and Joao Correa that were, well, keeping each other company for the majority of the race. There wasn't really much that Correa could do in the form of an attack. And so it was a bit of a stalemate between second and third. Checker flag would fly, and Nicolo Pedico would end up being joined by Elton Headforce, who would take victory in pre-final B in OKNJ. The Swedes takes victory then for the final pre-final of the day. Before we move on to the finals, of course, first up will be KZ2 in a few moments' time. Let's run you through the results. After 15 laps of racing, Elton Headforce takes his ticket to a front row start for the final alongside Nicolo Pedico. Behind that, Luigi Discoli and Joao Correa complete the top 3 from Faglioni, Colton Schniegenberg, the top 5 from Baronin, Christensen, Atika Mir, what a comeback drive from the Indian, Terciano, and Anthony Ochepa complete the top 10 after the 15 laps. Victor Karun from Verba, then comes Davide Di Filippo, Rafi Manana from Alessandro Nani, then comes Signia, Manisero, Basescu Prikop from Lindemann and Visitsu, the top 20. And then the last finisher of Gonzalez from the Dominican Republic, and Platon Kovtunenko, our lone DNF for Porsche Racing, the Ukrainian. And a characteristically poor weekend, unfortunately, for the Ukrainian after our final pre-final of the day.
We have set the grids for the finals this afternoon, the first of which is for KZ2 in a few moments, live here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. We'll take a very short break. Don't go too far back. I'll say that again. We'll be right back. Don't go too far away. The first of our 6 finals in just a moment. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series here at VITERBO.
go! A week after a wild, wet, washed-out weekend for the WSK Euro Series opener, we are back north of the eternal city of Rome for round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. We welcome you to Leopard's Circuit VITERBO, and thankfully this weekend we've been greeted by beautiful blue skies and fabulous winter sunshine. 294 drivers from 60 nations around the world here at this magnificent world-class track just inland from the Mediterranean Sea, only 10 miles south of the region of Tuscany. And we are ready to race the KZ2 final in just a moment. Before we do, let's check out some of the highlights from the shifter kart category this week here at VITERBO. The KZ2 cards line up on the grid. The question is not whether the Saudi card domination can be broken, because you can see to the left of your screen, Christian Cannibal Bertuca lines up on pole for the KZ2 final. The French team have dominated KZ2 in the early part of 2026. But it's the KZ2 former World Cup champion, the multiple WSK Supermaster Series champion, Christian Cannibal Bertuca, who lines up on grid 1. Ian Silvestrin with you here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. We say welcome back to Zach Sweeney a week after a wild, wet weekend for the Euro Series opener.
Yeah, as we were saying this morning, very much grateful the weather has improved. It's a toasty 18 degrees Celsius here at VITERBO, cooking up in the commentary box, to put it lightly, and looking forward to some fiery action out on circuit, of course, with the KZ2s. We'll run you through the grid in a moment, but Christian Bertuca has been the one on top form.
This is the pole sitter, the two-time WSK Supermaster Series champion. He won this title in 2023 and 2024, the same year that he won the KZ2 World Cup. The team from Lissone, Christian Cannibal on pole position, but it's Max Olaf out of grid 2. The French team have dominated the first 3 events of the 21st season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. Bertuca starts on pole position. Olaf, the reigning KZ2 World Cup champion, starts out of grid 2. The 25 drivers set off on the formation lap in beautiful winter sunshine here at Leopard Circuit, VITERBO. We take a look at the grid. Christian Cannibal, grid 1 for the Birolart Racing Team alongside Max Orloff. Stenner van Walstein, he won at Sano, starts inside second row of the grid. A fantastic run this weekend for Noah Wolf. Starts out of grid 4, Marty Rittinen, also for the red and white team, as is the Dutchman from Dubai, Sam Nopiers. Zvaric and the Sicilian Alex Marigliano. Pedro Helbrand, the 2016 world champion, alongside Dion van Verven, who won the Euro Series opener 8 days ago in the rain here at VITERBO. Kipras Jurse, Manuel Castel, the Lithuanian and German drivers, Darren Schenk for LA Motorsport. JT out of 14, that's Tiana. We say welcome back from the Euro Cup Formula 3 Series to the Moroccan Suleiman Sanfadi, Villani, Michael Ida, the two Italians, and it's Tishov, Radek Vavra and Mathis Ormet, the French driver from Senegal in the west coast of Africa. Out of a grid 20, Evgeny Minyayev in the Monster K-Kart. Then we go to Vladislav Orsini, Hugo Besson for Team Render Motorsport. Jensen Graham back on 24. He took his first WSK podium in the rain 8 days ago, but has to come from the outside. 12th row of the grid, Morgan Knudsen, driving for the 2015 world champion Carol Bash. Did not set a time in qualifying and has to come from the final row of the grid. The question is, can the Sodicat domination be broken? They finished 1, 2, 3 at Le Conca. They finished 1, 2, 3 across the line at Sano. They finished 1, 2, 3 on the podium at this circuit 8 days ago in the Euro Series opener. But as we come to round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series, it's Christian Cannibal Bertuca for the Birolart Racing Team on pole position. Zach, that is the only question we've got here this afternoon. Can anybody beat the French CPB Sport Sodicat Racing Team?
Well, to answer your question, in part, 6 of the top 10 are Birolarts. Only 4 of them are Sodicarts. By the way, of the 13 Sodicarts that entered this weekend, 11 of them are in KZ2. Similar sort of case with the Birolarts. Of the 20 Birolarts we've got this weekend, 10 of them are on the grid. 6 of them are inside the top 10. So over the next 17 laps, I think we could have a bit of a rivalry. Christian Bertuca has been on top form, but Max Orlov is very, very quick. If it wasn't for that penalty earlier on in the day, would have taken victory in the pre-final. Look out for Stenner van Walstein as well. I don't think it's going to be a simple case of whether it's Birolart or Sodi. I think it's going to be a brawl all the way through this race over the next 17 laps.
We welcome you to the Leopard Circuit VITERBO, north of the eternal city of Rome. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. Bertuca on pole. We race. And the Italian launches off the line. And for the first time in 2026, the Sodicat team do not lead into the first corner. Fantastic start from the 1-3-2 Birolart. It is Christian Cannibal who has got the race lead. We've got a clean start to the first of our finals here this afternoon. The Sodicat team drivers, second and third. It's Stenner who sends it up to second place. And right behind is the reigning KZ2 World Cup champion, last year's WSK Final Cup champion, the Russian Maxim Orlov, who won the first round of the championship at Le Conca. Great start also from Noah Lupo. Wolf up into 4th place.
Yeah, indeed so. Exactly the launch that Christian Bertuca needed, especially after the jump start. And overall, even despite the jump start, a slow start from Bertuca, costing him the lead in the opening phase. He made amends for that. Very aggressive, very pointy to the left-hand side of the circuit. Carved his way, chopped the nose off of Max Orlov, and now consolidates that lead. Of course, Stenner van Walstein is there in now what is second position for the Flying Dutchman. He's been looking mighty quick. Of course, Hiltbrand not leading the race. He's a little bit further down in the pack. It is Christian Bertuca at the front end of the field in that Birolart, who wrapped up the Final Cup Championship at the back end of 2025, a race early by virtue of just sheer domination. Of course, 2026 seems to be a bit of a different story. The contenders of Van Walstein, of Max Orlov, all battling away towards the sharp end of the field. And, well, still 16 and a half laps left to run in this one. Battles throughout the entirety of it. Some big gainers thus far. Ida up 8 positions from what is 17th now into the well, into the top 10 in 9th. Also, Dion van Verven, Pedro Hilbrand up 3 places respectively. Senna van Volstein, targets locked. And Christian Bertucca in his crosshairs that last time through, 0.3 of a second quicker, both Senna van Volstein and Max Orloff to the race leader.
Exactly right, Zach. A great start from Dion van Verven. Took his first WSK victory 8 days ago in the pouring rain. The second Dutch driver now inside the top 6. The first on your screen is Senna van Volstein. Bertucca from Senna. Orloff in P3. And then we go to Noah Wolf, who's been in brilliant form, the Brit here this weekend. Senna on the back of Christian Bertucca. This is Max Orloff, 1:01. Matti Rittinen, the Finn in P5. Just ahead of Dion van Verven. Here's Pedro Hilbrand, the 2016 World Champion. KZ2 World Cup champion, European champion, a world-class driver from Blanes, north of Barcelona in Spain, in the 133 Birolard ahead of Sam Nopiers. Rotax Max E20 Grand Finals champion of the world. The Dutchman from Dubai ahead of Il Bresciano, Que Partenza, Michael Ida and Max Varich. The tie goes by in P10. The first 4 go down the hill. Senna in second, Max in third. Bertucca brings the fight to the CPB Sports Story Car team, who have dominated everything in gearbox racing. Not only the start of 2026, of course, Maxim Orloff winning the WSK Final Cup and the KZ2 World Cup. Senna van Volstein, he's the reigning WSK Supermaster Series champion from 2025. He is the reigning KZ1 World Champion, having taken that title at Franciacorta, where we race the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series on the 22nd of March. In 1 month from now, Senna ranges up behind Christian Bertucca. TM Power 1, 2, 3 and 4. And 5 with Matti Rittinen. There's the Finn. We go back to Dion. The Dutchman in P6. They're starting to bottleneck now. Bertucca, as cool as you like, does not get flustered, despite the fact he's got the reigning KZ1 World Champion behind him. And behind Senna is the reigning KZ2 World Cup Champion. The Dutchman, the Russian, but it's Christian Cannibal who grabs another gear at 121 kilometers an hour. Fastest on circuit is Noah Wolf. P4 is Noah Lupo in the second Birolard. There's Noah going back to Dion and Matti Rittinen. Sam Nopiers, Michael Ida. What a start from Il Bresciano. Michael Ida in P8. Max on your screen. We are already on lap 6 of 17. There is nothing between the two manufacturers. We go back over the past decade. They have dominated gearbox racing. On the inside, Senna runs into the back of Christian, who shakes the head unimpressed. Wow. Senna van Volstein running into the back of Christian Bertucca. Unflustered is the Italian. The Dutchman in second, the Russian in third. Noah Wolf, I'll say that again. Noah Wolf driving brilliantly. The Brit in P4, right behind Max Orloff, who won the season opener at La Conca.
Yeah, flying the flag really well is Noah Wolf. Same too, of course, Jensen Graham up a net 9 positions from 24th now into 15th. So, of course, the Union Jack doing quite well. It's the Italian flag, though, at the sharp end of the field that seems to be the one that's flying highest. Christian Bertucca driving brilliantly at the sharp end. Senna van Volstein as well, the Flying Dutchman on the back of the 132, as they have been for quite some time. It's a double sody sandwich with the Birolard bread either side. Christian Bertucca and Noah Wolf making up the front and rear of this train, with Max Orloff and Van Volstein sandwiched in the middle. Max Orloff, our championship leader, let's not forget, after the pre-finals, by the way, shout out to Kart.com. Of course, the effort that gets put into that website. Already, the points have been updated by the pre-final and uploaded onto the website. That is insane stuff, and providing some great, useful information ahead of each round of the of WSK and all the karting series around the world. Maxim Orloff, though, coming into this race, into this final, 194.5 points to Van Volstein's 129. Remember, Senna did not take part at La Conca. And now trying to make amends for that with some moves, ducking and diving, trying to find some space to the inside of Christian Bertucca, who squeezes into the carousel. Through goes Senna van Volstein.
Senna sends it from second place. The Dutch driver into eerste positie. Coming out of 12, he got the run, he got the drive. And then Senna van Volstein, who won at Sano, puts Bertucca back to second. CBB Sports, Sodicart first and third. Bertucca in second. Noah Wolf just sits there in fourth place, a step off the podium. Matti Rittonen is catching all four of them. Now we wait and see the response from Christian Bertucca, who again goes wide into turn 6. Into the carousel, Senna van Volstein using the banking, which is 5 degrees at the apex. That 270-degree magnificent corner. Did not break until he turned in and made the passes. Now Max all off. This is looking ominous. Bertucca was in the race lead. He's now fallen off the podium. Noah goes by to P3. Not again. As we lose Noah off the road. Wolf goes off at the final corner. Noah Wolf has gone around. Heartbreak for the Brit, who has been brilliant this weekend. Noah Wolf is out. It is all going wrong for the team from Listorne. Unbelievably, CPB Sports Sodicart are dominating again here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. We can't believe this. 1, 2 for the French team at Senna van the Netherlands in the eerste positie. Noah Wolf, heartbreak for the Brit, who's been brilliant. They're just coming by the yellow flag for Noah's kart at the side of the circuit. Noah is out. Wow. Senna P1 and puts in a purple 51.383. The Dutchman is an absolute monster. Orloff second, Bertucca third, Matti Rittonen now. Step off the podium. It's been a good drive from Jensen Graham from the back of the pack. He's up into 14th place behind Suleiman Sanfadi. Andrei Stishoff also deserves credit. The Russian is behind the Chinese LA Motorsport driver, Darren Zheng. Andrei Stishoff, 1-2-1 for the Monster K factory team. Also from the back of the grid nearly, up into 12th place. Purple sector from Orloff, purple second sector from Orloff. Ahead of these two red and white karts. He's going to go fastest. The gap 0.9 stays 51.332 for Maxim Orloff. Fastest on the circuit is the ruthless racing Russian, the reigning KZ2 World Cup champion, the WSK Final Cup champion. He won the first round of the Supermaster Series at La Conca Muro-Lecese. On January 25, he runs in P2. Once again, unbelievably, it is a Sodicart 1-2. Nobody in the world of gearbox shifter kart racing at the moment has got a response from the team, the manufacturer from Nantes in Normandy in the northwest of France, the Sodicart Sigma. Last 2 years in a row, world champions. Senna van Volstein won last year's WSK Supermaster Series. He's in P1 again. He won at Sano. Senna also won the 2022 Supermaster Series. Here's Marigliano from Renda Motorsport going through ahead of Svadic and Skip Precious there. Zheng, Stishoff in the 1-2-1. Ahead of Hugo Besson, Vavra, Ormet, Castel, Ossini, Minyaev, and Morgan Knudsen. Remember, did not set a time in qualifying, but the Dane still circulating, trying to bring it to the checkered flag. Senna, what a performance! Sodicart Sigma last year, KZ1 World Championships, reigning WSK Supermaster Series champions, WSK Final Cup champions, with Max Orloff at the end of 2025. 1-2-3 at La Conca. They finished 1-2-3 across the line at Sano last week in the rain. Different conditions. Sodicart first, second and third. Can you believe it? 3.5 laps from the checkered flag. Sodicart 1-2 again as Maxim Orloff with a purple 51.242 goes fastest. The gap is 1.1 seconds to his Dutch teammate. The Sodi Kart team are dominating again here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. Zach, this is quite unbelievable, almost unprecedented in the world of gearbox kart racing.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. You have to give the credit to Sodi Kart. They clearly make some pretty robust machinery. And, well, Birolat have put up a fantastic effort. I mean, Sodi Karts just are the favourite. That being said, of course, it has been a war between the two manufacturers, at the very least in this round in isolation. It's Sodi Kart 1, 2, Birolat 3 and 4. Like I was saying earlier, the vast majority of each of their sort of outfits are represented in KZ2. 11 of the 13 Sodi Karts this weekend are in KZ2. 10 of the 20 Birolats are in KZ2 as well. Of course, CBP Sport doing a fantastic job well, running a lot of the Sodi Karts themselves and putting up a fantastic show in terms of how they prepare the karts and the drivers themselves. You know, it's all good having the machinery underneath you. You've also got to drive the thing, and Van Volstein and Max Orlov, I think, you know, have just been head and shoulders setting the standard. Bertuca as well, he's been there or thereabouts, but this race has shown just the levels that Van Volstein and Orlov are raising to in 2026, and that's nothing bad to say about Christian Bertuca, because he is a phenomenal driver off the back of the 2025 Final Cup, of course, and his exploits, Supermaster Series champion twice before as well. And Van Volstein and Orlov as well, they have just been remarkable. So I think over the course of the rest of the season in Supermaster Series and Gearbox Shifter Racing over the rest of 2026 as well, we are in for a treat in terms of the battles at the sharp end of the field. 2 laps left to go, make that a lap and a half, because Van Volstein is already making his way to the top end of the hill. The Flying Dutchman clawing his way closer and closer to being back in championship contention after missing the opening round at Le Conca. He is within 46 points of Max Orlov as it stands.
Last lap next time around. Maxim Orlov has again gone fastest at 51.209. 1.1 seconds from the driver on your screen, Senna Van Walstein, who is looking at his second victory in a row. This is Christian Cannibal Bertuca, but unfortunately the Italian, we call him the Cannibal, but he has been eaten alive here this afternoon. Van Bourbon, P5 with a fine drive from 7 obvious. Here's Tia. This is the Render Motorsport driver, Alex Marigliano. Max Varitz, Kipperis Jose, Darren Schenk for LA Motorsport. Maxim Orlov, P2 in 101, fastest on circuit. Dit is de laatste ronde. De pilot van de Netherlands in de eerste positie. Again, unbelievable domination. Félicitations aussi l'équipe Sodi Kart pour la 5e fois cette année. The checkered flag will wave. Again, they do it. Nobody has got an answer for Sodi Kart. They run 1-2 again. Senna, who won at Sano, wins again. Maxim Orlov second. And Bertuca home in third place. We asked the question, Zach, before the start of the race. Has anybody got an answer for the Sodi Kart racing team? Quite simply, the answer is no.
Yeah, well, Van Volstein and Max Orlov put a pretty, you know, firm full stop at the end of that sentence in terms of the answer given, because Van Volstein and Orlov have just been head and shoulders, like I was saying in the last couple of laps, head and shoulders above the rest, setting the standard in KZ2, and a good effort from Christian Bertuca, but in the end, just a couple of tenths of a second off where it needed to be, despite a rocket ship of a start from the Italian. 17 laps as well in weather like this. Definitely going to be a challenge in a very technical, very, I'd imagine, high G circuit that is Viterbo. You can see here, Christian Bertuca got the launch that he needed. Very aggressive off the start. The two Sodi Karts went to a bit of a civil war between each other. And then once the race settled down, it was chipping away at it. Senna Van Volstein getting closer and closer to Christian Bertuca, waiting for the move to come, while also under pressure from Max Orlov. They were nose to tail in a bit of a train. And then Senna Van Volstein got the exit of the turn 12. The torque response that he had there was remarkable. Max Orlov then muscled his way past Christian Bertuca. That opened the door for Rittinen as well. The checker flag would fly, and Senna Van Volstein, very deservedly so, taking victory from Max Orlov, our two championship leaders now in the WSK Supermaster Series KZ2 Championship. Here are the results after 17 laps. Senna Van Volstein and Max Orlov bring it home for a Sodi Kart 1 and 2. I believe the 4th consecutive one in 2026, if memory serves me correctly. The 3 Supermasters rounds and the Euro Series as well. Christian Bertuca from Rittinen, Dion van Verven, Sven Notbiers and Jaden Tien, the 3 Dutch drivers, 5, 6 and 7. Marigliano, Svaric and Jersey, the top 10. From that comes Zhang, Zisov, Besson, Bavara, Matthias Ormater are 5 places from 20th to 15th. Castel, Osinyi from Miniev and Morgan Knudsen from Suleiman, the top 20 drivers. Then comes Jensen Graham after a initial early charge in the end, could not make the checkered flag. Same to Noah Wolf, Ida Hiltbrand, or Viliani. Unfortunately, I believe a cracked rib was it for the Italian, meant they could not be taking part in today's action. That's going to wrap it up for KZ2 in a very decent battle, that must be said. Zeno van Volstein, Christian Batuka, Max Orlov and Rittinen all staying with each other for the best part of the race. In the end, those Sodi karts were just too quick to catch.
Again, just a slight correction, pour le 4e fois, pas le 5e fois, the 4th time, as you said, Zach. Not the 5th time.
Yeah.
Although as we go to Lonato in 2 weeks' time, wow, has anybody got an answer? This is unbelievable domination. We have to, just off the top of my head, go back to the early 1980s when Iami Comet in the 135cc class, they were dominating everything, but that was with different teams. CPB Sports, Sodi kart, for the 4th time this year, they have finished 1-2 in KZ2, in the rain, in the freezing cold, in the beautiful winter sunshine. Senna takes his 2nd victory in a row. Maxim Orlov, still the championship leader on 245 points from Senna van Volstein on 199. Dion in P3 on 116 points. Jaden Tian at 104. And Christian, 76 points in 5th place. Senna van Volstein, again, the French manufacturer Sodi kart, together with CPB Sport, win in WSK in KZ2 in 2026. It will be Senna who stands on the top step of the podium here at Leopard Circuit Viterbo. Podium presentation in just a moment.
Indeed, so Ian's going to run down and, well, probably enjoy some of the weather, I'd imagine, for a little while he's outside. And then we'll be able to hand out the first set of trophies of our 6 finals this afternoon. Update in terms of the championship in KZ2 after that one. Max Orlov still leading the way, but only 46 points separate himself and Senna van Volstein, who, remember, did not take part in Le Conquer. Meanwhile, Maxim Orlov was able to gain 90 points from Le Conquer after victory in the pre-final and the final, and obviously topping the standards in the eliminatory heats as well. A dominant showcase from Maxim Orlov, getting him their full 90 points for the round. Senna van Volstein, with that deficit, domination in Sano and domination here in Viterbo has allowed him to close that gap, and with still 2 rounds left to go as we're over halfway through the Supermaster Series in 2026. Wow, open opportunities. Dion van Verven in 3rd place in the championship from Jaden Tien. Christian Batuka tips Mark Scriven by 2 points now from Rittinen, Hiltbrand, Maragliano and Noah Wolf, the top 10 in the KZ2 championship in the WSK Supermaster Series, round number 3 in 2026. My name is Zach Sweeney, and Sylvestrin has been alongside me in the commentary box. We appreciate all of your company for the broadcast today. Hopefully the coverage has been enjoyable. The racing definitely has been, and the weather even more so. It is lovely here just north of Rome. And the racing, like I say, giving us some action, and of course still 5 more finals left to come. We've got OK just after the KZ2 podium presentation, and then we'll go to OKJ, Mini Under 10, Mini Group 3 and OKNJ to round off the 3rd round of the Supermaster Series this year. Of course, big congratulations to Van Volstein's 2nd final victory in a row in the Supermaster Series. Max Orlov as well, continuing a very strong run of form this year, and same to Christian Batuka, who in the end pole position, and well, a very good weekend in terms of pace, just not quite enough in the end to solidify victory, but still a lot to be proud of in what is a very star-studded field of KZ2, incredibly competitive. Still 2 rounds to make it up. Of course, in a couple of weekends' time, we'll head to Lonato, South Garda Karting for round number 4, the penultimate round of the season. Before 2 weeks after that, towards the end of March, to Franciacorta for round number 5. And then we get to look forward to the other 2 rounds of the Euro Series. But before we get ahead of ourselves for the rest of the season, let's head down to Ian for the first podium of the day.
Zach, we are ready for the podium presentation for KZ2. Unbelievably, again, the Sodi kart team finish 1-2 in KZ2, round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. It is the 2-time WSK Supermaster Series champion who makes his way onto the podium. In 3rd place, the Italian for the Birol Art Racing team, Christian Cannibal Bertuca. 2nd place for the Sodi kart Racing team, Max Orlov. The winner at Sano has won again here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. Let's hear it for the Dutchman from the Netherlands. The winner for CPB Sports Sodikart, Senna van Wolstein. And representing the winning team, Sodikart, Thomas Keepers. Third place to the Italian, Christian Bertucca. Second place for CPB Sports Sodikart, Maxim Orlov. And the winner of round 2, the WSK Supermaster Series at Sano, is also the winner here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO for CPB Sports Sodikart from the Netherlands, Senna van Wolstein. And Thomas Keepers representing the winning Sodikart racing team. The national anthem of the Netherlands. The podium for KZ2. Third place, Christian Bertucca. Second, Maxim Orlov. And the winner again for the Sodikart racing team from the Netherlands, Senna van Wolstein. Well, Zach, we have to wait until Lanato in 2 weeks' time to ask the question once again, do we have an answer to the Sodikart racing team? For the moment, though, it's a Ukrainian on the pole position in OK, Lev Krutogolov. Can anybody stop the energy car driver? Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian, and a big congratulations to Van Wolstein, Orlov, and Bertucca. And, well, in terms of Sodikart domination in KZ2, definitely not the case in OK. We've got 4 drivers, 4 different nationalities, and 4 different teams taking the front 4 grid positions for the OK final coming in just a moment. It will be the Ukrainian of Lev Krutogolov alongside the German of Luke Korner on row 1, with Davide Bortari and Zach Drummond making up row number 2. Of course, Lev Krutogolov with Energy Corsa, Luke Korner with Ricky for the Motorsport, the Lenovo Calicut team of Davide Bortari, and the Fusion Motorsport of Zach Drummond that will be making up the 4th position. Of course, wide open in OK, and one of the closest championships coming into this weekend. In fact, of course, they were separated by just 14 coming into it. Lev Krutogolov's efforts, though, over the qualifying heats through the pre-final has given him a 22-point lead over Zach Drummond, who now lead, well, Krutogolov now in the lead of the championship, Zach Drummond in second, Hugendorn and Peschel the top 4. Very close, very competitive, and all to play for in OK.
Before we do race the final, Zach, let's take a look at some of the highlights. It's been a great week here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. It is Lev versus Luke on the front row of the grid for the OK final.
63 drivers in the original car direct drive category. In just a few moments, we race over 17 laps of this 1.3 kilometre circuit, Leopard Circuit VITERBO. Round 3, the WSK Supermasters Series. It is the kart full of energy. From Ukraine, on pole position, Lev Krutogolov and Luke Honda, who has been like lightning for Ricky Flynn Motorsport throughout the start of 2026, but has had no luck. We are about to find out if the German for the legendary British team Ricky Flynn Motorsport can take his first victory of the season. Zach, this is going to be a cracking race.
It is indeed. Lev Krutogolov has been setting the standard. You know, I think he is firmly the favourite for this race. He's undefeated thus far this weekend, if you discount qualifying, which, you know, I think you could probably let him off for not qualifying, just considering he's won every race thus far since. He's been looking rapid. He's will be starting on the inside of the front row, which of course gives him the advantage towards turn number 1. Luke Honda, I think everyone else, if they want to win this race, need to make those advances early. They don't want to be tripping up over each other in the opening phases, because if there is one driver this weekend you do not want to let get away, it is Lev Krutogolov. But again, it's one race. Anything can happen now, even though Lev Krutogolov is the favourite. We've got 17 laps to decide who actually goes and gets that trophy at the end.
This is the pole sitter from Ukraine for the team from Bergamo. You look at Lev. On pole position has been like lightning. Luke to the outside of the front row of the grid for the team Ricky Flynn Motorsport, who have put 5 drivers on the grid in the FIA Formula 1 World Championship. Joe Guan Yu, Logan, Lando, Oscar and Jack. This is the German, the former DKM German junior champion. Fantastic work once again from his mechanic Andy Potter with the RFM team in 224 to the right of your screen. Just behind, it's the Scotsman. Don't dare call him English. It's Zach Drummond for Fusion Motorsport. We take a look at the grid. It looks like this. Lev and Luke. It's Krutogolov and Honda. LK versus LK on the front row. Second row, Davide Bortaro for the Lenovo Caligart Racing Team, who took pole in qualifying on Friday. Zach the Glaswegian. We go to Devon from Boise, Idaho. Benjamin Menashe out of 6. Zach Green for Jamie Green Racing Team, the Dutchman, who won at Sano. And from Aberdeen, the second Scotsman, Aston Sharp. And Billy C. Collegia out of 10. El Peruviano Mariano Lopez starts alongside Andrea Mani from Monaco. Vladimir Ivanikov, Hendo Arata, Ludovico Mazzola, Il Trentino, Filippo Sala, Arias, who was on the podium in the Euro Series, Michael McCoy, Peter Stiller, and Karada Firan. He won 8 days ago here at VITERBO. Valerio starts alongside the Welshman Archie Owen, Peschel, Prader, Rasmussen, Asher Oxtein from Florida. Henry, who won this race in junior last year. Evan Purcell, Nicholas Schaufler back on 29, and James Adignostiadis back on 30. Iskander out of 31, and it's Bussato, Drew Waltz, Jerkan, Noah Baglin back on 35, alongside Francois Curdal. Will have another formation lap. Zach, there's some big names further back in the pack. None bigger, literally, James Adignostiadis with 6 syllables, but he crossed the line in P1 at Le Conquer. And also Noah Baglin, reigning junior world champion, super nationals champion, way back, in fact lucky to make it into the grid.
Yeah, in fact, yeah, the second last driver on the grid. I mean, you look at it, you've got the likes of Ulrich Peschel as well, who came into this, the championship leader. He's down in 23rd position on the grid. Look at Quafa Hand, who took victory this time 8 days ago in a wet and wild weekend. Bosco Arias down in 17th position. Filippo Sala in 16th position. Look out for those guys as they try and come forward. But track position is quite important here at VITERBO. I mean, realistically, if you're not starting towards the front, your likelihood of coming out on top naturally is going to dwindle. That doesn't mean it's impossible, though, and the big names that we've got, Adignostiadis, Noah Baglin, Arias, Ulrich Peschel, Quafa Hand, also Filippo Sala, all are capable, more than capable, of coming through this grid over the next 17 laps. Remember, it's the longest race of the weekend for these guys, so I'm sure they're going to be fired up and ready to make the most of their poor starting positions. But at the front, Lev Krutogolov has got one thing and one thing only in his mind, and that's that trophy at the end for coming out on top.
Leopard Circuit VITERBO, north of the city of Rome, which was once the center of the known civilized world. The OK final, stand by for fireworks. LK versus LK. Lev Krutogolov, Luke Honda on the front row. We race. Krutogolov with the race lead. Zach down the inside. Drummond almost goes through to P2, but Cornda for Ricky Flynn Motorsport smashes over the ripple strip. At the top of the hill, he holds off the Glaswegian for the moment. But it is Lev Krutogolov already after 5 corners with a 4-cut length lead. He has been like a missile this week. The Ukrainian in P1 from pole position leads the field down the hill for the first time. A relatively clean start. Luke in second place. Zach Drummond, there's Potaro. Just ahead of Benjamin Menashe for Ward Racing, who was on the podium here at VITERBO 8 days ago in the pouring rain. Noah Baglin's made a great start. Coming from the back of the pack is already carving through the field is the Ferrari junior driver, last year's Super Nationals and Junior World Cup champion. But it's Lev in P1. Zach goes through into position 2. Cornda, Botaro, Menashe, Hugendorn and Kalija, the Paralin racing duo. Van the Netherlands and Australia respectively with a great start. Dean in 6, Billy C in 7. Then it's Devon, back to Zach Green and Il Trentino. Filippo Sala in P10. Already almost 1 second between Lev Krutogolov and the Scotsman, Zach Drummond.
Indeed so, Zach Drummond getting a good launch. He's up into second now from 4th. That does give him a good few extra points in the championship, but still net losing 42 to Lev Krutogolov over this weekend. Now, I don't want to say the race is as good as done because it most definitely is not. But Lev Krutogolov has got a mighty good foothold in this race. 8.5 tenths, teetering on a second already. And we're only now completing the second lap of racing. Across line, a 52.7 for Krutogolov, a 52.8 for Zach Drummond. And that's on pure pace. They both had clean laps that last time through. So it's going to be hard now for Drummond with dwindling slipstream from that far back. Not really going to be feeling it too much as a send to the inside there. Nicely done. That was Benjamin Menashe on the inside of Davide Bortaro. That's up into 4th position for the Spanish Brit and up to the top of the crest and down through the chase. Menashe now got his eyes set on Luke Cornda to maybe get himself up onto that podium. Look over the shoulder from Zach Drummond. He's safe from behind, but not able really to get close enough to put any pressure in front. The top 2 as it stands pretty set in stone, but anything can change over the next 15 laps.
Great pass by Benjamin. Looking for his second podium in a week. Top of the hill into turn 5. Last possible moment, dive down the inside. Kept it clean as well, Davide Botaro. To be fair, did give him space. There is the Lenovo Calicat. Took pole position on Friday. So Benjamin Menashe, a podium last week in the rain. He finished P2. He's now in P4, a step off his second podium in a row. Botaro, Zach, I'll suggest to you that the drivers to look out for, now on your screen, the Paralin duo, Dean the Dutchman Hugendorn, who won at Sano, and Billy C, William Kalija from Melbourne, Australia, his hometown, still reeling after the news in the last few days. But from 2027, the Australian MotoGP will be held on the former Adelaide Formula One Grand Prix circuit, the former streets of Adelaide. Of course, Melbourne still kicking off the first round of the FIA Formula One World Championship in 2 weeks from now. Billy C, his hometown, the Paralin duo, Hugendorn and Billy C. He was fastest consistently in the pre-final this morning. He's in P7, Hugendorn in 6th. And then the battle between Botaro, Menashe, Luke Cornda, Zach is in 2nd. Benjamin down the inside. And Cornda goes from pole position. He's fallen off the podium. Not again for the German. He has been lightning quick, not only this weekend, but throughout the start of 2026. He's just been passed, though, by 2 drivers in 2 corners. And here comes that Paralin duo of Dean the Dutchman and Billy C.
Yeah, talking of them, and well, they have most definitely appeared. Dean Hugendorn and Will Kalija, obviously Hugendorn fighting for the championship. And off the back of that victory in Sano 2 weekends ago, so filled with confidence. And Will Kalija has been battling a few issues thus far this season in 2026. And nice to sort of, dust off those cobwebs, get that monkey off his back if, you want to put it like that. And the pace that he showcased this weekend has been nothing short of very, very impressive from the Aussie. And right now he's got an opportunity to work his way forward in this pack. Speaking of those big names that we were talking about carving their way through the field, you've got Filippo Sala, who's made up a few places, up 5 into P11. Quafahan up 8 now into P12. Look for Schaufler, though, the Austrian, up 13 positions, 29th up into 16th position. Now, it's not quite the top 10 or maybe where they'd like to be. Some very impressive progress being made on what is a very tight, technical, twisty circuit to overtake on.
The awesome Austrian, yes, Nicholas Schaufler from 29 up into 13 as Dean dives down the inside of Luke. Billy C follows him on through. This is all going wrong for the kid from Cologne, Luke Cornder. He deserves a podium sooner or later, but it's looking increasingly unlikely. We warned you about the Paralympic duo. Now Dean in P5, Billy C in 6, Luke back to 7 from Zach Green. Then it's Devin Andre Amani. Now inside the top 10. A storming drive from Nicholas Schaufler. Yes, he's come from the back of the grid. He's now behind Ivanikov and Viapiana. Lev Krutogolov. Meanwhile, the gap has come down 0.7 of a second. Zach on the attack. It's Drummond who's put in a purple 51.973. Zach Drummond goes purple in this sector. He goes purple in the second sector. This is Hugendorn and Collegiate back to Cornder. And Zach Green down the inside. Zach on the attack. Green for Jamie Green Racing. You have to feel for Luke Cornder. He will not win here this afternoon. Heartbreak for the German. He comes across the line to start lap 8. Cornder in position 8.
Heartbreaking really for him, isn't it? You have to say. Luke Cornder's dropped back, and it's just that momentum thing, right? It started once, and then sort of the can of worms were opened, and he dropped down. Of course, we can see that. Dean Hugendorf now behind Will Collegiate. The Aussie goes through past the Dutchman and up into what is 5th position. You can see just updated on the timing screen now. Trying to get onto the back of Davide Bortari, maybe even Benjamin Menach for a podium. We'll have to wait and see how that one transpires. But yeah, Luke Cornder, I think, just was hunted by the pack behind. And, you know, once they, got one nibble, one position, it's so easy to lose that momentum and start losing 2, 3, 4. And in this case for Luke Cornder, down 5 into P8. And that momentum is going to be hard to get back, especially with that lap count getting closer and closer to 17. Lev Krutogolov versus Jack Drummond, though. The Scotsman has got some sort of an answer to the Ukrainian. I thought the race was as good as done, but in this second half of the race, Zach Drummond coming back into his own. Whether it's he saved the tyres on what is probably quite a warm circuit at this point, definitely using a lot more of them heading into the final. Whether, they took 2 new tyres or a whole set as well coming into the final remains to be seen. Depends what they did in the pre-final. Zach Drummond, at the very least, coming into this second half, definitely got the measure, even if it's only incremental. We're talking half a tenth, a tenth of a second per lap, but he's staying with the Ukrainian and applying some sort of a pressure to Lev Krutogolov.
The Scottish flag flying proudly on the top of Zach's helmet. The gap is down to 0.6. It was 1 second, remember. This is Benjamin, Davide Bortaro, Collegiate, Hugendorn, back to Zach Green for JB Green Racing. Stays at 0.61 of a second. Great performance from Benjamin for Ward Racing. Bortaro, Collegiate, Hugendorn, Green, Cornder, Sala, Mani, Waltz, Arata, Kararfiran, who won in the rain 8 days ago. Zach Drummond driving the wheels off the Fusion Motorsport carts. Both IAME powered, but it's the energy in position 1. Better sector that time from Zach Drummond. He's closing in on the back of Lev Krutogolov. If he gets half a chance, he will fire it down the inside and attack the Ukrainian. You can be sure of that. Start warming the Hoosterreis in Glasgow, because Zach Drummond is coming after the Ukrainian. 7 laps to go. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series here at Leopard Circuit. VITERBO opens up the high jet, letting more Aspen fuel pour into that IAME engine. And a 51.830 goes purple. Does Drummond. Here comes the Scotsman. He will attack the Ukrainian inevitably, coming out of turn 6 and 7. Fusion Motorsport on the back of the Energy Course Kinetic Il Timberga Masco, ahead of the British team of Dan Hazelwood. Fusion Motorsport down into turn 6 and 7. Benjamin in the background. Botaro, Billy C in 5. Lev into the carousel. Goes in deep, does Drummond. This is coming down to a nail-biting finish. Multiple WSK race winner is Zach Drummond. Lev Krutogolov took the victory at La Conca on the podium in the final cup, and looking to win here in the winter sunshine at Leopard Circuit, VITERBO.
Just a quick point as well regarding the championship between Lev Krutogolov and Zach Drummond. For the final, this round, of course, in 2 weeks' time, it'll be 80. For this round here at VITERBO, it's 70 points for a win. It's 50 points for second place. The gap currently between Lev Krutogolov and Zach Drummond, 42. championship points. That means if Zach Drummond is able to win this race, that's a 40-point swing, because of course Lev Krutogolov will lose 20 points, Zach Drummond will gain 20 points on his total, and that will bring the gap to just 2 points between the pair of them. Of course, it's a tough mountain to climb. Zach Drummond's got to get close enough and still pass with the time remaining, and of course Lev Krutogolov is not going to let it go easy for his second win of the 3 rounds of the Supermaster Series thus far in 2026. But very interesting to know how easily the championship can go from pretty wide to pretty tight in just the flip of the switch, a change of position between the two of them, and both huge protagonists, incredibly consistent this year. Lev Krutogolov has got the final victory. Zach Drummond still searching for his first in 2026.
Krutogolov has just responded with a 51.811, the fastest lap of the race. Incidentally, it looks as though William Kalija is about to move into position 4. He's closed right up on the back of the Lenovo Kali kart of Botaro. This is Drummond. The gap's out to 0.7. Now Drummond's losing time. There's still time for Botaro to get up onto the podium if he's not passed by William Kalija. His mother, Sam, just made the painfully long journey from Melbourne to Qatar to arrive here at the circuit yesterday morning. It will be well worth it as Albert goes back the other way tonight. There's Kalija now behind Botaro. If he gets by the Italian, the Australian will just be a step off the podium. Lev Krutogolov, the gap's out to 0.9. Lev Krutogolov surely on his way to victory here this afternoon. Billy C goes on through. Kalija into P4. Botaro, who took pole position on Friday with no response to the Paralin Racing driver, who is desperately trying to get up onto the podium. That's his target. That's Benjamin Menach. As we lose Ludovico Mazzola at the bottom of your screen into the carousel. We're back green, just a local yellow only. Mazzola is out. The gap, 0.8, 0.7, 0.6 has now blown out to 0.9 as they come across the line. It's 0.986 of a second. Zach Drummond driving the wheels off the Fusion Motorsport Kart Republic. The Energy Kart Kinetic hooked up. It is like a missile here this weekend. Lev Krutogolov on the podium in the Las Vegas Supernats. He was on the podium in the WSK Final Cup. He took the victory in the season opener at La Conca. He's surely on his way to win here north of the eternal city of Rome, per il team Bergamasco.
Well, Lev Krutogolov has been undefeated thus far this weekend, taking all 3 of his heats, the pre-final and now likely the final. It's slipping out of the fingers of Zach Drummond, who momentarily was able to close the gap as little as half a second. Lev Krutogolov has responded brilliantly, ruthless consistency. And that's not to put Zach Drummond down. His driving this year has been nothing short of phenomenal. But Lev Krutogolov has just been, he's had the measure so far this weekend. Here at VITERBO, it's a circuit that very clearly he gels at very, very nicely indeed, and it's one that's going to allow him to take the championship lead from Yenrik Peschel, and not by a small amount. Peschel down in P17 won't be scoring any points from this race, and as a result, well, that's going to open the gap. It was 14 points in favour of Yenrik Peschel coming into this weekend. It's now going to be 111 between Peschel and Krutogolov come the end of it. A lap and a half still to run, and Krutogolov, that gap 1.1 seconds back to Zach Drummond. Keeping an eye on the gap between Menach and Will Kalija as well. The fight for the podium, that stayed around about 1.4 seconds. Will Kalija trying his best to close the gap, but I think it is just going to be too little too late for the Aussie to get some trophies.
This is the last lap. We have to feel for Luke Horner, who starts lap 17 down in position 8. Heartbreak again for the German. He won't win here today. Kalija, 1.2 seconds off a podium. On your screen, Lev Krutogolov from Ukraine. He will win round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. The Energy Kart absolutely hooked up this weekend. Zach Drummond has driven brilliantly again. Glances back to Benjamin Menach, who will stand on the podium for the 2nd week in a row. Into the carousel for the final time. The inside ridges dancing off the bitumen. From Ukraine, for Il Team Bergamasco, Lev Krutogolov wins round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series here at VITERBO. Zach home in 2nd place and a 2nd podium in 8 days for the World Racing driver Benjamin Menach. Kalija sets his fastest lap of the race on his final tour to just miss the podium. VITERBO, Hugendorn, Zach Green, and Luke Cornder, what could have been, crosses the line in position 8. But the driver of the day, the driver of the weekend from Ukraine, Lev Krutogolov, wins here at Leopard Circuit, VITERBO.
Yeah, I mean, it was excellent driving from Lev Krutogolov there, taking the win. Well, if he hadn't weaved across the line, would have been over a second. Take a look at the highlights. Of course, pole position went the way of Lev Krutogolov. Luke Corner on the outside. Zach Drummond immediately darting as soon as he could to take the inside, and that allowed him to go through up into second. There's battles throughout the field, and of course through turn number 5, pretty much the action point. The 217 and Benjamin Menach would make quick work, up 3 positions from 6th to get that podium spot. Then it was the parallel duo of Dean Hugendorn and Will Kalija that were working their way nicely through the field. Will Kalija would eventually make this move down the inside of Davide Bortaro. That was to take 4th position. Couldn't quite catch Menach in the end, and a weave across line. A very deserved 2nd victory of the year for Lev Krutogolov, and extending the lead in the championship at the top of the WSK Supermaster Series in OK.
Krutogolov takes the victory. It is Ukraine, Scotland, and Spain 1, 2, and 3. Level wins it from Zach. Benjamin again on the podium. Great drive from Billy C. Kalija 4. VITERBO, pole position on Friday. Pole on Friday, that is. P5 from Dean Hugendorn. Zach Green, Luke. Heartbreak again for the German. Ahead of Sala and Orata. And a great drive from Valerio Villapiana. Finishes 11th, but came from grid 21, just ahead of last week's WSK Euro Series winner, Karada Firand. Lev Krutogolov has won round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. There are 294 drivers here this weekend. There are something like 23 different chassis represented. There are 6 energy carts, but the fastest OK direct drive kart undoubtedly has number 279 on the front nacelle panel. It has been driven to victory by Lev Krutogolov. He'll stand on the top step of the podium here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO to be joined by the Scotsman Zach Drummond and Benjamin again on the podium in 3rd place.
Well, we'll hear from Ian in a few moments' time when he runs down to the podiums. Big congratulations to Lev Krutogolov, to Zach Drummond, and to Benjamin Menach, our top 3. Also, big shout-outs via Piana, up 10 places from P21 to P10 in the end. Filippo Stala up 7 to finish inside the top 10 for the Italian. Also, Noah Baglan, reigning junior world champion, taking a step up into seniors. Has struggled a little bit, but up 14 positions from the back of the grid to P21. A remarkable effort from the young Brit. Also, Nicolas Schaufler up 11 into P18. Again, some fantastic efforts around a very tight and technical VITERBO circuit. Hope everyone is having a fantastic day, whether you're watching from, obviously, those in the paddock or those watching along at home, giving your support. Of course, it's a beautiful day here, just an hour and a half or so, hour and 40 from Rome. Myself, Zach and Ian Salvestrin, bringing you the action here circuit side at the Leopard Circuit VITERBO for round number 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. We've ticked off Leconca, we've ticked off Sarno. In 2 weeks' time, we'll head to Lonato. 2 weeks after that, we'll round off the first WSK Championship of 2026 with the Supermaster Series concluding at Franciacorta on the 22nd of March. And then we get to look forward to the 2nd and 3rd round of the Euro Series, both at Lonato and Cremona over the course of April and into July. And then all eyes to the WSK Final Cup, which, contrast to 2025, doesn't take place over 6 weeks. It takes place over a little bit more than that. Starts in August at Franciacorta, goes into Lonato in October. Then we round off the 21st season of WSK promotion in November, heading back to VITERBO for the season finale. A lot to look forward to in 2026. There you can see a Ukrainian, British, and an Australian flag, which tells me Benjamin Menach has been given a post-race penalty. We'll confirm with Ian when he gets down to the podium. But for now, it's looking pretty good for Will Kalija and the trip for his mother, Sam. All but worth it. You have to feel bad for Benjamin Menach. If that is the case, the Spaniard has drove brilliantly. Of course, got the podium in the Euro Series 8 days ago on a wet, wild day here at VITERBO. Looking forward to confirmation of the podium. Always a little bit of drama to spice things up when we get to the finals, as we have come to expect. But one thing is absolutely for certain, and that is Lev Krutogolov was our race winner. The Ukrainian has just been in impeccable form. Zach Drummond gave him a good run for his money. The most that we've seen Lev Krutogolov challenged thus far this weekend came from the Glaswegian of Zach Drummond. But in the end, not to be. And Lev Krutogolov takes his second final victory from 3 Supermaster Series rounds and extends the gap in the championship to 42. Ahead of Zach Drummond, Dean Hugendorn in P3 from Munich Peschel, who's had a bit of an off week here at VITERBO. He'll be looking to bounce back in 2 weeks at Lonato. Luke Hornder, the top 5 in the championship. Benjamin Manach, still with his efforts today, will promote himself up in a 6th in the championship from Filippo Sala and Will Kalija, who will be gaining a couple more points by virtue of that podium and maybe even higher inside the top 10 in the championship. Of course, after OK, we'll be heading to OK Junior for their 15-lap final, and looking forward to that. Of course, we won't get too far ahead of ourselves. We've still got the trophies to hand out first, but make sure you are sticking around for what is 4 more finals. OK Junior, Mini Under 10, Mini Group 3, and OK NJ still to come this afternoon. Of course, the sun's still firmly out. Lovely blue skies here at VITERBO. We'll go on about the weather because we are so grateful for it after the downpour and, well, the delay that we had because of the rain, because it was that bad 8 days ago for the Euro Series. So we'll enjoy the sun while we can. Just waiting for final confirmation of results and things, and then we'll be able to head down to the podium with Ian in a few moments' time and hand out our second set of trophies to what we can only guess is Will Kalija, Zach Drummond, and Lev Krutogolov. But we'll eagerly wait and find out. Of course, the WSK Supermaster Series, for those that are new to the world of karting and wanted to see what it was all about, the WSK is the place to be. Nurturing talents such as Max Verstappen, Callum Ilott, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, just to name a few. Also the likes of Charles Leclerc have come through the ranks of WSK. I think actually a stat I saw in the Euro Series book, 77% of the Formula One grid have at some point in their careers competed in a race promoted by WSK promotion. Definitely showcasing, in terms of nurturing talent, it is the place to be. So in a few years' time, those that running on the grid now could well be at the top echelon of motorsport, as have so many people that have come before them. So keep a very eager eye on those ascending through the ranks. Obviously, most recently, the likes of Dries van Langendonk, who's made the jump into Formula Machinery. A very prominent figure in the world of sim racing as well, as part of the Dragger Racing outfit, won the virtual Daytona 24. But of course, while we talk a lot of the stars of the future, let's start talking about the stars of the present as we head down to our second podium of the day with the OKs.
Thank you, Zach. As they cross the line, unfortunately, it is not how they stand on the podium. Heartbreak for Benjamin Manach. Does not take his second podium in a row. The front spoiler was down, and Benjamin Manach falls off the podium and does not back up his Euro Series podium with a podium here this afternoon. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series, and with that, in third place from Melbourne, Australia, for the Paralympic Motorsport team, William Kalija. Second place for the Fusion Motorsport team from Glasgow, Scotland. Let's hear a big round of applause for Zach Drummond. For the Energy Course Racing team from Ukraine, the winner of round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. Let's hear a big round of applause for Lev Krutogolov. And representing the winning Energy Course Racing Karts team, La Mitica Luigina Guerini. Third place from Australia, William Kalija. Second place from Scotland in the United Kingdom, Zach Drummond. The winner of round 3, the Supermaster Series for the Energy Course Racing team from Ukraine, Lev Krutogolov. and Luigina Guerini representing the winning Energy Course racing team. The national anthem of Ukraine. The podium, round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series from Australia. In third place, William Kalija. From Scotland in the United Kingdom. In second place, Zach Drummond. And the winner here at VITERBO from Ukraine, Lev Krutkolov. Zach, we are 1/3 of the way through the afternoon. We stay with OK, but it's OK Junior. We've got a South American on pole position.
We do indeed. It's Antonio Pittonia, who has been the one to catch this weekend in OKJ, alongside Daniel Mironarante on the front row, looking very, very spicy indeed. Coming into this final, by the way, things have been changed up in the championship. Antonio Pittonia still leading, but this time by what is 28 points, 152 to 124 between himself and Manny Nuvolini, the Mercedes Junior in P2. Daniel Mironarante has worked his way up in a third position in the championship, demoting Zdeněk Babacek down to fourth. The Czech driver seemingly struggling ever so slightly for pace so far this weekend, and I think those challenges are only going to be getting worse. Just looking as to where Zdeněk Babacek is going to be starting, P17 for the TEPS Racing Team driver. So the form that Zdeněk Babacek has been on in 2026 not continuing into VITERBO this weekend. So I have to see what he can do from that far back on the field. But one thing is absolutely for certain, Antonio Pittonia returning to form after the woes of round number 2 of the Supermaster Series two weeks ago at Sarno. Antonio Pittonia will be looking to fire one and well, get himself another trophy down for the Brazilian and the Ward Racing team as well. Moments away from the OK Junior final.
Before we do race, let's check out some of the highlights from OK Junior this week here at VITERBO. '74 drivers arrive at the Leopard Circuit VITERBO this week for round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. On Friday, it was Pittonia who took pole position with a 52.503 after 2 days of torturous heats. It is the South American for Ward Racing who lines up on pole position. We are down to the final 36. This is round 3 of 5, the WSK Supermaster Series, the OK Junior final. It is the Brazilian on pole position with the Dutch Spaniard for Fusion Motorsport out of grid 2. There is Pittonia to the left of your screen. Fabulous work from his Swedish mechanic Caesar all weekend, with one very special fan watching on from a very snowy Sweden. Or perhaps she's here at the circuit. The Ward Racing team, there is Pittonia. Pole position. He won at Le Conca. O Menino do Brasil starts from grid 1. This is DML 301, the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain. Out of grid 2 for the Fusion Motorsport team. We'll watch Seva from the inside second row of the grid, and do not discount WG. Bravo lavoro, bellissimo lavoro anche il suo meccanico Martino. 3-2-1. This is Seva. Jan Koski Motorsport inside second row of the grid. The green flag flies. Felipe Sanchez, the Brazilian, nice to see the old school 100cc style start. This is the grid for the 15 lap OK Junior final. The boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia, who won at Leconca, starts on pole position. Daniel Miron Lorente starts out of grid 2. Second row of the grid, Seva for the Jan Koski Motorsport team. Alongside 3-2-1, it's WG for the Prema Racing team. Green, then Jalosea, the two Brits. The three, in fact, because it's Austin from the south coast of England for Forza Racing ahead of Leo Gorski, Felipe Sanchez, do Brasil, and watch Xavi Lazaro starting alongside Alex Malotta. Lumes, Mani Nuvolini, who had a great run in the pre-final this morning. Trushol, Samcic, Lucas out of 15. Zvaric, Zdenek, who won at Sano, back on 17 alongside Oscar de Valle, Santiago, and Oliver Sini from Indonesia out of grid 20. Grid 21 sees Henri de Kleine Kumpen starting alongside Benjamin Westwood from Malta, Zach Xu, Yanni Shalite, Roland Nige for DPK, Tam Rocco Simone, OKN Junior World Champion, Gypsy Girardello, and Mason out of 30. Teo and Nicholas Guth, Oya Vetan Ranta, Bertolucini, Lazarus, and Wei-Fei Xiao scrapes into the field on grid 36. The second generation racer, the South American who won at Leconca, is on pole position here at Leopard Circuit Viterbo. Another formation lap, no start this time. Our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. Our deputy race director, Mr. Philippe Trombic. Another formation lap, over 15 laps. The Brits, 4, 5, and 6. The Brazilian on pole, Zach. The victor could come from anywhere. I know that's a cliche, but this is going to be a fabulous 15-lap fight.
It is indeed. And I mean, I am going to contradict what you just said a little bit, because I do think Pitsonia is comfortably the favourite. I would say in a similar fashion to what we saw from Lev Kutukulov, in the sense that he can be challenged, but he is comfortably quickest, I would say, at the very least this weekend. DML, though, don't count out Miron Laronte. The Flying Dutchman definitely has been very, very quick. You can't count out Masashi Zizlowski. You can't count out Will Green at all. But I just think the form that the Brazilian is on this weekend, has only lost one of the heats thus far. Other than that, it's been victories and the pole as well. I think just on a mission to get redemption from Sano.
I'm not a betting person, Zach, but if Antonio Pizzonia does win, I'll switch to English tea. If he doesn't, you're on Italian coffee in 2 weeks' time at Lonato.
I'll try coffee if he doesn't win.
We've just shaken hands. We get ready for the start. Pizzonia, grid 1 for the World Racing team. 15 laps of this world-class Leopard Circuit Viterbo. The crowd building here in the winter sunshine, the snow-capped mountains just to the right of your screen. We can almost see them. 15 kilometres south of the region of Toscana, north of the Italian capital. Round 3 of the Supermaster Series. Pizzonia with the arm in the air, not happy. Leads them up to the line though. We race. Seva into second. Seva almost tries to send it down into the race lead, but it is the boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia, already with a 2-card lead as they climb the hill for the first time. Ward Racing P1. It is Seva. He's dropped back to 3rd place. Here comes Jarlath with a superstar. Jalosea in the energy cart has rocketed through into position 2. Here we go. We are on in the OK Junior final. Sayer in second. Pizzonia leads. They go down into turn 12 for the first time. Seva under attack. DML sends it. Seva gets him on the exit. Watch WG in the background. Green down the inside. The Williams F1 Academy junior driver slips by into the carousel, into P4. There's Gorski just behind, but it is, Menino do Brasil. Pizzonia, who goes position 1.
Yeah, what a start that is from Pitonia. Jarlath Sayer, though, speaking of the Battle of the Jets earlier on, Jarlath Sayer, the 380, so representing Airbus, I suppose we could put it that way. Jarlath Sayer up in a second position, sent to the inside from the 75. That's Asashi Zuzlovsky, the Ukrainian, trying to make a move on the inside of Will Green and promote themselves closer to that podium, despite losing out a couple of places in the opening phase of this race. Jarlath Sayer, though, of course, looking to apply just that little bit of pressure. The Energy Corsa off the back of, well, their victory in OK Senior with Lev Krutogulov. Jarlath Sayer trying to go 2 from 2 races and apply that pressure to the Brazilian of Antonio Pitonia. I have to say, Pitonia probably feeling a little bit more challenged than he was expecting in this early phase of the race. Also look for the fusion of DML. Daniel Mironarante closing into the top 2. Meanwhile, Will Green heads the train. That's led by Asashi Zuzlovsky. A send to the inside from the Ukrainian into the final corner. That was nicely done from the 375. Now up and into 4th place. Meanwhile, the momentum not swinging in favour of Will Green, who loses out to Leo Gorski and potentially Felipe Sanchez as well.
Spectacular from Pitonia, who gets up onto 2 wheels. Coming out of turn 4, Jarlath Sayer right behind. This is Miro Lorente. Seba in P4. Austin Newstead, the Brit, is falling down the order. He's had a problem. Austin Newstead from Hastings on the south coast of England for Forza Racing, who has been in brilliant form this week, is dropping down the order dramatically. This is the fight for the race lead. The Irish Englishman in 2nd place, the 2nd generation racer for the Swedish team from the Amazon of Brazil. Pitonia, he won at La Conca, had a disappointing one at Sano, but Sayer looking menacing. He's got fight for the Energy Corsa racing team. There's DML, Miro Lorente, Seva, Gorski, Sanchez, Green back to 7. And now well inside the top 10, the young Portuguese driver, Javi Lazaro, head of Samchek Cini, and the Sano race winner, Zdenek Babacek. Mali Zdenek is outside the top 10 after taking victory at Circuito Internazionale Napoli. Miro Lorente for Fusion Motorsport. P3 trying to close up on the back of Jarlath Sayer. This is just lap 4 of 15. This is Seva for Koski Motorsport. Gorski behind. Sanchez, the 2nd Brazilian driver. Sayer so close to the back of Pitonia. Antonio, if he's going to win this, it's unlikely he'll walk away with it. This is tight.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, it's not going to be comfortable by any means. Similar fashion to how Zach Jumpman was putting pressure on Lev Krutogulov just a moment ago. It's going to be difficult for Pitonia to hang on to this one in the sense that Jarlath Sayer is relentless with that pressure. Also look out for Daniel Mironarante reeling the 2 in. If they begin to battle even once, that's going to bring in the 301. And Daniel Mironarante will definitely be there. We'll have 3 cars continuing to fight for the lead of the race. Pitonia, though, doing the right thing. A quick look over the shoulder there, so sort of contradicts what I'm about to say, but focusing forward, just driving the car, hitting his apexes, getting the exits, and trying to delay the attack from Jarlath Sayer, because I think the pressure definitely is on. The Brit for Energy Corsa is analysing his opponent now, realising where am I quicker, where am I a bit slower, where can I get this move done around what is a very tricky circuit to overtake in the form of VITERBO.
We start lap 6, fastest on circuit is Oscar Valle, who's down in 14th place behind Mani Novellini. Just riding the ripple strip. The Energy Kinetic chassis looks brilliant here this weekend at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. They've already won in OK. They're in 2nd place. This is the Fusion Motorsport Cup Republic. It's Award Racing Parallel, the Energy 2nd, the KR in 3rd. Seva for young Koski Motorsport. There's Gorski, Sanchez, and Green. Still with time, but has to act quickly. Into the carousel. This magnificent 270-degree corner, turning back on itself, the triple right-hander. It is banked 5 degrees at the apex, and now flat, drifting, coming onto the straight. Riding the ripple strip, Seva, Gorski, the 2nd Energy Corsa driver, the 2nd Brazilian. Incidentally, we say bom dia a nossos amigos assistindo no Brasil. There's 2 of you inside the top 6. Antonio in P1, Felipe in P6. Jarlath, the Irish Englishman for the team from Bergamo, just loses possibly half a cut length there. Miro Lorente, Seva, Gorski, Sanchez, Green, 3-2-1 in P7. And it's Lazaro, who's having a good afternoon here at VITERBO. into the carousel. The gap, 0.3 of a second. We'll check it this time round. Still Escardavalle with a 52.692. The fastest driver on the circuit is the Finn, back in P13.
Well, Antonio Pitonia still not comfortable, but driving with composure at the sharp end. Jarlath Sayre has been there or thereabouts, and Antonio Pitonia very well aware that the Brit is there, but just Sayre not quite close enough to really put too much pressure on, you know, not close enough to go for any moves or a lake send or anything like that. So it has reached a little bit of a stalemate. That being said, one small mistake from Pitonia, and straight away, that is the catalyst. That's going to light the fuse, if you like, in this battle. And then once they start, they're not going to be able to stop, because then they'll have DML come in. Then once DML comes in, you'll have Isashi Kozlovsky close in, Leo Gorski, Felipe Sanchez, etc. You know, once you start, it's then that very slippery slope of, well, now you've committed, you've got to start defending. Right now, Pitonia doesn't need to. He's able just to drive his race lines, put in some pretty quick lap times. Currently, the fastest driver on circuit is Leo Gorski at 52.6 going the way of the pole. Currently running in 5th position and on the back of Isashi Kozlovsky as a contingent, as a train. Isashi Kozlovsky, the Ukrainian, trying to drive that battle onto the podium. Getting very close, though, is Jarlath Sayre onto the back of Antonio Pitonia, as it has been for the last few laps. But again, it's that thing of he's close, just not quite close enough to get that little extra that he needs to go for the move.
Sayre is quick in the first third of the circuit, climbing the hill up into turn 5. Zach, I gestured to you, watch out that he'll make the move. He just waited for the moment. The gap just 0.2. You can see it's 2 kart lengths, if that. Pitonia good in the middle part of the circuit. The problem for both of them is Daniel Lorente for Fusion Motorsport is catching both of them.
Indeed so. Pitonia, as it stands, doing a world of favours for my taste buds in 2 weeks in Sano by currently leading the way. Most definitely do not want to be converted to the Italian coffee. Very happy with my English tea. So purely self-indulgences aside, very happy that Antonio Pitonia is leading the race. But Jarlath Sayre hoping that we can have a bit of a battle towards the tail end of this one, because, well, a quarter of a second, virtually nothing between the pair of them. And also Daniel Lorente, again, it's very easy for this to become an all-out 3-kart brawl for the lead. Even more so, again, like I say, with the closing pack coming in from behind, very easily could be quite an explosive battle. But it's just that very, very short fuse that's waiting for the match strike to light it up. And that match strike is Jarlath Sayre getting close enough through that opening sector to send the move in towards turn number 5. But it just seems that Antonio Pitonia in this second half of the lap is doing enough to reopen that gap, so much so that by the time they get to the point where Sayre is quicker, he's got the gap not to need to defend.
It is 18 degrees Celsius here north of Rome. Beautiful blue sky and winter sunshine for round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. It is the South American from the Englishman, the Dutchman from Spain in P3, the Ukrainian in 4, Leo Gorski, still fastest on the circuit for Ricky Flynn Motorsport P5. Sanchez Green, Lazzaro, as Sanchez going through from Sini. Babacek, who won at Sano, still in P11 ahead of Mani Novellini. We've got 4 laps for this race to erupt as Pitonia stares back at the energy cart. The gap just out 1 more tenth. Into the carousel, Pitonia is looking backwards more than he's looking forwards. Son of former Formula 1 Grand Prix driver Antonio Senior, who raced with the Jaguar and Williams Formula 1 Grand Prix teams, still somewhat active. Multiple winner of Las Vegas Supernats in the Rock category, or Rock Vegas to be more accurate. Watching on from pit lane, his boy, who won at La Conca in P1. The gap down to 0.19 of a second. Sayre with one last attack has now closed in as they climb up the hill. The gap was out to 3, almost 0.4 of a second. They climb the ripple strip into turn 12. This is a passing opportunity on lap 12. Sayre too far back. The Joachim Ward tuned TM engine on the Paralinge chassis into the carousel. Sayre gets a great run. 3 laps remaining at the end of this one. Miro Lorente. Seva has dropped off Gorski. Sanchez behind him, P6. Round 3 of the Supermaster Series here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. Pitonia for Ward Racing. The gap out to 0.3. Goes wide though. Watch over turn 3. Over the ripple strip goes Sayre. Just lifts the inside rear and closes up ever so slightly. Too far back to attack into turns 6 and 7. Now the inside rear of the Paralinges dancing off the circuit. There was 1 inch of sunshine between that Vega tyre and the VITERBO track. It is absolutely hooked up. Pitsonia stares back at Saya. Antonio, I can tell you, he is still there right behind you. Not only that, but Daniel Lorente has gone nowhere. 2 laps to race the OK Junior Final. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series here at Leopard Circuit Viterbo.
2 laps left to run, penultimate lap of the race. Now on to 14 of 15. Pitsonia, I mean, the way that he's coped with the pressure, I mean, fair enough that Jarlath hasn't gone for any moves, but in some ways that's almost scarier because you're waiting for it, you're anticipating it. You know, when they go for the move, you know what you need to do. You need to defend, you cover off the switchback, you know what to expect. But when they're right behind you like this, they're not quite able to really put too much physical pressure on you. Almost, it's kind of psychologically worse because you're then, like I say, you're waiting for something to happen. When do I need to defend? Do I need to do it now? Second guessing yourself. But Pitonia's had none of that. He's just focused on the job at hand, which is just get your braking points, get your apexes, get your exits, as Will Green tries to get the exit there in the 321. The Williams Jr. Gets sent around the outside by a couple of cuts. This is a huge little bit of a battle with the likes of Leo Gorski, Felipe Sanchez, Lazaro, all closing in onto this battle. Heading on to the final lap of the race, though. Pitsonia, 1.3 kilometers left to go to extend the lead at the front of the championship. And Toko his second WSK victory of 2026.
Sanchez just did make the move on green, but was sent on the exit. This is the last lap out front, though. It looks like we'll be drinking Twinings or Lipton tea at Lonato, because at the moment, unless something spectacular happens in the final few 100 meters, it will be the Ward Racing driver to take his second victory of 2026. Last attack for Jarlath Saya. Antonio stares back over his shoulder, stands on the left brake pedal. The Ward Racing, Paralin, again he's looking backwards. Antonio, the track's ahead of you. This is the carousel. This is the triple right. You're about to see the checkered flag. O menino do Brasil, the boy from Brazil, Antonio Pitsonia, wins again in 2026. Saya second, and Daniel home in third place. 2 from 2 for the South American. He takes the lead of the WSK Supermaster Series. He wins at La Conca the first round of the championship. A forgettable second round at Sano. He comes to Rome, and the Ward Racing driver, Antonio Jr., wins again here in the Supermaster Series.
What a drive that was from Pitsonia. Very well deserved in the end. And Jarlath Saya, I mean, the pressure there was near insurmountable for Pitsonia, but he dealt with that with such maturity. Of course, the race got underway, and Sashi Soslovsky would make some early ground up in a second, demoting the likes of Miran Arante down a couple of places. Of course, the race would then settle down. It would be Ward Racing versus Energy Corsa at the sharp end, with the outsider of the Fusion Motorsport of DML. Meanwhile, the battling behind was quite intense. The likes of Lazaro, Leo Gorski, Will Green, all battling away for the scraps just outside of the top 5. The checker flag would wave. The Gladiator drive here from Pitsonia, just north of Rome. Fantastic battle all the way through. Not physically in terms of the overtaking or drawing alongside each other, but that psychological game, that pressure that was there for the Brazilian as he comes out on top after 15 laps of racing. Jarlath Saya and Daniel Mironarante will join him on the podium. From Sashi Soslovsky and Leo Gorski, a well-deserved top 5. Will Green, Cini from Samchik. Then comes Sanchez from Zdenek Babacek, who worked his way up to consolidate some decent points in P10. Scarivali from Manny Nuvolini. Then comes Lazaro. Lucas Palacio from Lumet's the top 15. So that the rest of the results, of course, you can see roll through some surprises. Mason Robertson down in P28 definitely is there. The Maltese driver, Benjamin Westwood, again, probably expected a bit more than 24th position. Only 3 DNFs. Austin Newstead, who we lost 2 laps in, Zvaric and Roland Nash, who, of course, did not start. A shame for Austin Newstead because he's been looking incredibly strong in this weekend. 2026 has had a couple of issues, but this weekend especially has been challenging at the sharp end. So I'm sure going to be a bit of a bittersweet ending to that one, and to come away with a DNF, probably not what they were expecting, but a lot of positives to take from VITERBO nonetheless. I'm sure they'll be back out swinging in 2 weeks when we take to Lonato for round number 4 and the penultimate round of the WSK Supermaster Series in 26.
Beautiful blue sky here in Rome. We know it is early morning. We say, Bom dia, Brazil. We know there's so many of you watching on live in South America. Antonio has won again in WSK. Jarlath in second is Saya. and Daniel Miralorente on the podium in third place. Halfway through the afternoon, the OK Junior podium in just a moment, and then mini under 10 Denver to boss the opposition from pole position in under 10. That's the next final, followed by mini group 3. And we finish out the afternoon with Original Kart National Junior. OKNJ is our final of the afternoon. Halfway through the halfway through the afternoon, the Original Kart Junior. OKJ, the podium in just a moment here at Leopard Circuit. VITERBO, yes, there is the Brazilian flag. It will be Antonio. He won at La Conca, and he wins again in north of Rome.
Yeah, fantastic drive. Can't be understated, really, from Pitonia, and a personal thanks to Pitonia from myself in sparing me having to try the coffee for the first time in 2 weeks at Lonato. Ian thinks I'm joking, that I really do not want to try it. I have no interest in that whatsoever. I'm quite happy with my Twinings tea.
I sound like someone who's trying to push a substance on you. I promise you, once you start drinking good Italian coffee, Zach, you'll never stop. But Twinings or Lipton, your choice. That's what we'll have at Lonato.
I'm going to bring you Tesco's own, mate. I'm going to bring it straight from the UK itself. I'm going to get you to try the cheapest tea bag there is.
Forgive my accent, but that'll be lovely.
Oh, brilliant. That was awful. Okay.
Straight down to the podium. I'll leave you with that, Zach. We'll wait for Antonio and Jarlath and Daniel in just a moment.
We will indeed. Yes. Of course, a great race, all jokes aside, from Pitonia, and he dealt with that pressure brilliantly. Jarlath Sayer, though, you have to give the props, gave it his best shot, of course, in second position. And, I mean, tried his best, but in the end, to no avail. Finished within half a second of Pitonia, so that pressure was consistent throughout the 15-lap bout that we had. I think just the difficulties in overtaking at VITERBO, thwarting Jarlath Sayer. Maybe at any other circuit that could well have been the case, but the challenges of VITERBO played nicely into the hands of Pitonia, who got the start and drove with the composure needed to go and win the race. After round number 3 of the Supermaster Series for OKJ, Pitonia will lead 222 points, his total, and 70 points clear of Daniel Miralorente, who sits currently on 152. Biggest loser thus far of this round, Zdeněk Babacek, who came into this weekend the leader of the Supermaster Series, leaves it in 6th. Of course, damage limitation for the Czech this weekend. Didn't score any points in the qualifying heats. Scored 9 points in the pre-final, so barely any relative to the 50 that Daniel Miralorente would have got for winning. Same to Pitonia for his respective win. Zdeněk Babacek, starting P17, had some damage limitation to do, and in the end managed 10th, which could well prove to be vital in the overarching narrative of the championship. Still 2 rounds left to go, and of course from Lonato to Franciacorta will be on 80 points for a final victory. Of course, we'll get there in a few weeks' time. For now, though, let's head down to Ian and down to the podium for OKJ.
Thank you, Zach. Yes, the drivers make their way. I can tell you there was no problem in Parc Fermé. So as they cross the line, that is how they'll stand on the podium. Starting with the driver who comes home in position 3, the Dutchman for Future Motorsport, Daniel Miralorente. In second place, from the United Kingdom, for the Energy Corsa Racing Team, Jarlath Sayer. He won at La Conca. He wins here at VITERBO to take the championship lead to Lonato in 2 weeks' time. The winner of round 3, the Supermaster Series, O Menino do Brasil, Antonio Pitonia. And the winning team, Ward Racing, represented by Ivan Polishuk. Third place in OKJ for Fusion Motorsport van the Netherlands, Daniel Miralorente. Second place from the United Kingdom, Jarlath Sayer. The winner of round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series in OKJ for Ward Racing, the boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia. And representing the winning Ward Racing team, Ivan Polishuk. The national anthem of Brazil. The podium for round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series, 3rd place, Daniel Miro Lorente, 2nd, Jalasea, and the winner from Brazil for Ward Racing, Antonio Pizzonia. Zach, halfway through the afternoon, we've got the mini under 10 final in just a moment. It will be Denver to boss the opposition from pole position.
It will be indeed. We'll have to wait and see whether or not the namesake is going to translate into driving out on circuit. Of course, Denver Boss will be starting this one from pole position and has seemed to be the favourite this weekend. But always be on the lookout for some surprises. Of course, the likes of Zane Burgess on the inside of the second row, Sasha Miras alongside Denver Boss on the front row. Definitely an open opportunity. Coming into this race, this final of round number 3, it's Zane Burgess off the back of victory both at La Conca and at Sano. And so far a consistent run here at VITERBO. 217 to Jaden Francisco's 132. Denver Boss back on 103 from Sasha Miras on 96. That's the top 4 in the championship. Of course, Zane Burgess in the pre-final in Mini Under 10 earlier on was ended in fireworks. And of course, the likes of Denver Boss dropping to 14th position and still able to end up on pole position for the final. That is how good that he has been thus far this weekend. And of course, with unpredictability, as we always see in the mini under 10s, you can never ever feel safe, especially when the pressure is ramping up. And look out for the carousel, because that was the cautionary tale over the pre-final, so plenty to decide over the next 10 laps of racing for the mini under 10s. Of course, it'll be Denver Boss on pole position.
Let's take a look at how the Dutchman lines up on grid 1 for this afternoon's mini under 10 final. The highlights of what has happened in the youngest drivers racing here this week and their category this week at VITERBO. The youngest drivers racing here this weekend at VITERBO, the mini under 10s. Denver Boss for the Kiddix driver performance team will start from pole position alongside Sasha Miras. For Team Baby Race, this battle continues between the likes of Team Driver, Team Baby Race, Tony Kart Racing Team, don't discount them. Of course, Paralin as well, the Monster K factory kart. CRG are there. This is the pole sitter, Denver Boss, for the Kiddix driver performance team. Starting out of pole position, of course, it was Zane Burgess. Zane has actually won the first 2 rounds of the Supermaster Series, reminiscent of Josh Bergman in 2025. You look at Sasha The Frenchman from Barcelona in Spain for Team Baby Race starts out of grid 2. The team of Sandro Lorandi, which will celebrate in September this year 20 years of competition in world motorsport. Incidentally, this is the 21st year of WSK Promotion World Competition as you look at the Andretti Junior driver, the Jamaican-American Zane Burgess inside second row of the grid. Outside for the Tony Kart Racing team of the second row, the driver born in the city, which will host the Olympic Games for the third time in 2028. Yes, from Los Angeles, California, for the Tony Kart Racing team, Blake Schuer in 542, the Vortex-powered Tony Kart. The surprise packet this weekend, a pleasant surprise may well be that of the 530 CRG from Switzerland, Ada Moreira, who starts inside third row of the grid. There is Denver to the left of your screen on pole position. 34 Mini Under 10 drivers. Sasha Miras to the outside of the front row of the grid. 18 degrees Celsius here this afternoon at the world-class Leopard Circuit VITERBO. An hour's drive north of the Italian capital. Halfway through the afternoon, round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. The Mini Under 10 final. We'll take you through the grid in just a moment. 34 drivers in the Mini Under 10 category, 60cc power, of course. Our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, our deputy race director, Mr. Filip Trombek from the Czech Republic. There's the green flag. This is the grid for the Mini Under 10 final. Denver Boss for the Kiddix driver performance team on pole position. Sasha out of grid 2 for Team Baby Race. Zane Burgess, who won at Le Conca, he won at Sano. He finished P2 in the first round of the Euro Series. Last weekend starts inside second row of the grid. Blake on the outside of row 2. Aiden from Switzerland, 5. Giovanni Venturino. Jaden Francisco from Canada. Isaac El Haouti. And Johan Berger, Jack Wolf, the 2 Austrians. On the 5th row of the grid, Johan Berger, who led a WSK race for the first time ever yesterday in his second heat of the day. Fero Makitiana. Mikhailov, Oliver Vatens on the podium at Le Conca. The driver from Tenerife, head of Leo Simone, Zvadic, Zev Gottschalk, Hugo Heinar, Gordy Dulev, and Miguel Gonzalez out of grid 20. Alexander Dubianon is alongside Oscar Bronikowski, who had a big crash yesterday, but the pole is back. Miguel Spinner for Bosch Racing, Brody Brown, the Texan, and it's Nikita Bortov, Yartu, Zarikov, Diacono, Giuliano, Berda, Gordi Ganaya, Lucas Staciones, Maximilian Schubert from Panama, and Enrico Ticcianelli on the final row of the grid. Denver on pole position.
He is indeed 10 laps of racing ahead of us. Look out for Sasha Miras. You can see just on the outside of the field. It'll be Denver Boss that will lead them round into the corridors. The lights on the gantry. Well, they won't go out this time. We'll get another formation lap. Denver Boss will lead them round once more. Of course, look out for Zane Burgess, the slightly darker and white cut on the inside second row of the grid. Just in behind Denver Boss. Was able to do a similar thing in the pre-final, go from third up in a second almost immediately, then contest for the race lead straight off the back of the off the start. So look out for Zane Burgess. Like I say, he wants to keep up that win streak in the Supermaster Series. He lost technically the WSK win streak, I suppose, at the Euro Series. But in terms of 2026, he's had 3 events in WSK. He's had 3 podiums, 2 P1s and a P2. He'll be looking to add to the win collection this afternoon. Denver Boss would like to put an end to that one, gain some points in the championship. Sasha Miras as well would like to return to top step form as well for Baby Race. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen over the next 10 laps.
Zach, just quickly, we look to have lost the Panamanian Maximilian Schubert. The car did not fire off the grid. And the Central American out before the start. That's really disappointing for Maximilian Schubert, as the field bunch up, almost stalling at mid-pack. Denver 504 for the Kiddix driver performance team. and Sasha 5-2-0 for Team Baby Race. The Mini Under-10 final here at VITERBO.
Indeed so. Denver Boss will lead them round the final corner. We'll put foot to the floor. The lights on the gantry this time, well, they will not go out again. We'll go around for a third attempt. There were some issues at the back end of the field, which well, meant that we couldn't go racing. Marco Colino, of course, a very observant eye, just to check. There were a couple of cars going slowly, almost stalling on the back end of the grid. So we'll go around again. Hopefully the third attempt will just be that little bit better. Of course, Denver Boss each time has sort of treated the start as normal, so he's got a good bit of practice. He knows what he needs to do when it comes to the actual race start, which hopefully will be this time around. 10 laps, of course, just shy of 13 kilometers, 12.94 kilometers if we're counting to the meter. Of course, we'll round it up to say 13. I think this is going to be a race that Denver Boss definitely has control-ish of, at least in the early phases. Of course, look out for Zane Burgess. The slipstream in the Mini Under-10s definitely more prevalent, and VITERBO definitely a more capable circuit in terms of overtaking for the Minis, as we saw, unlike what we saw with the OK and the OKJs and the KZ2s. Minis definitely can race around VITERBO. We saw that in the pre-final. If you were watching along with us, if you haven't already, I would definitely go check it out. But hopefully the next 10 laps will prove to be just as good, if not even better. Finally, we've got our 33 carts that will be taking to the start. Denver Boss on the right-hand side of your screen. It'll be the left as they roll to the grid. Sasha Miras alongside him. 10 laps of racing for the Mini Under-10 final here for round number 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. The lights go out and we go racing. It's a drag race towards turn number 1. Zane Burgess straight down the inside of Sasha Miras. Takes second place from third place on the grid. And, well, Denver Boss will lead them up the hill towards turn number 5 for the opening time. Zane Burgess goes defensive with him as Sasha Miras tries to launch a bit of a counter-attack. Denver Boss able to pry open just a cart length or so of a gap as there's defensive driving for P4. That's Blake Schuer trying to keep Moreira at bay. Also Venturino, Jaden Francisco trying to make some progress in the background, but so far so good for the top 3 as we run through the chase for the opening time of 10.
Perfect start from pole position for Denver Boss. Zane Burgess in second place. The leading trio, look at the freight train as they go down into turn 12. Third place, Sasha Miras. And then Blake trying to defend from another 30 Mini Under-10 drivers here. They go into the carousel. The front trio skipping away. Blake in the Vortex-powered Tony Kart in position 4. But they are lighting up the American as they come across the line for the first time. He's already lost 2-3 positions. Jaden goes on through. Aiden Moreira up into P5 from Venturino. Then Shueg, great start from Jack Wolf, who's up into P8 from Ferro. And Isaac El Houti. Denver from Zane, Sasha in third. We go back to the Canadian Jaden Francisco, who leaves the door open. And Aiden Moreira from Switzerland in the CRG goes racing up the inside, but has to lift as they go through the chicane at the highest part of the circuit. Moreira in P5. Jaden in fourth place. Denver is the boss in the early stages of the Mini Under-10 final. Zane in second place, the Andretti Jr., the Jamaican-American. And Sasha, who won in the rain last week in the first round of the WSK Euro Series Team Baby Race. At the moment, in third place, we settle into a rhythm. We'll check the gap between Sasha in third and his Baby Race teammate, Jaden Francisco. It's 2.3 seconds. Denver Boss, Zane Burgess, Sasha Miras on your screen. They climb the hill, going 1, 2 and 3. Sasha sends it down the inside. Miras puts Burgess back to 3. And already a slight lead for Denver Boss for the Kiddix Driver Performance Team in the Kart Republic. The Paralympians second and third. In fourth with the Canadian Jaden Francisco.
These guys have got to be careful at the front end of the field. Of course, Miras and Burgess, they battle too much. They'll let Denver Boss get away. And while, yes, you can catch and you can race in the minis, as Miras and Burgess are proving, it's going to be harder to catch Denver Boss if they're tripping up over each other and letting the pack behind especially catch back up. The top 3 are in a very good position here, where as long as they play their cards right, they're all but guaranteed a podium really, in this race. The likes of Jaden Francisco on raw pace probably aren't going to catch. They need to play their cards right. Understandably, they're the youngest drivers on the grid, so that racecraft and that experience probably not quite there yet, but this is one of the best ways to learn it. They battle too hard, they'll let the rest of the pack close back in again. Right now, they don't want to fight too hard amongst themselves, so much so that Denver Boss gets away, but also so that the pack behind also doesn't catch back into things. We're nearly halfway through this race already. Denver Boss been reeled back in by Sasha Miras. Zane Burgess, of course, demoted to 3rd position. So tracking our leaders, Denver Boss has been the one to catch all weekend, was involved in the late drama of the pre-final. That dropped him to 14th. But he's still looking favourite to go and win this final. Very aggressively defensive to the inside of turn number 12, bringing it back to the racing line, though, last minute, sort of confident that he was safe. Meanwhile, other people throughout the grid, not so much. Denver Boss gets overtaken by Sasha Miras through the carousel, though. The slight defensive driving into turn number 12, hampered his exit. So that's the 520 that leads the 504, that leads the 563. But it's now Miras from Boss, from Burgess.
Nice clean pass in from Sasha. Denver in 2nd, Zane in 3rd. We go back to Jaden in 4th. And it's Venturino, Blake Schuer. Good pass just at this corner last lap. Jack Wolf has gone through to P7, going by Ada Moreira. El Haouti, Ferros, Vatic, Berger after that great run in the heats yesterday. The 2nd Austrian hasn't made the best start. He's in P12 as we approach half race distance. The mini under 10 final here this afternoon. The shadows about to get longer here. Round 3 of the Supermaster Series. Team Baby Race, the Kiddix driver performance team. And Paralin Motorsport 1, 2 and 3 into the carousel. Denver pushing Sasha. Watch Zane, P3. The Andretti junior driver. He won the first round at Le Conque. He won the second round at Sanu. He finished 2nd last week in the pouring rain in the first round of the Euro Series. To the driver from Barcelona for Team Baby Race, who's P1 at the moment. His name, Sasha Miras. Best passing opportunity at turn 5 at the top of the hill. The gap has come down slightly between Zane Burgess in 3rd place and Jaden Francisco, who has broken clear of the battle between Giovanni Venturino, Blake Schuer, Jack Wolf, El Haouti, Ada Moreira and Ferro in P10. Into turn 12. Denver looks over his right shoulder. Zane drives it down the inside and goes back into P2. Nice pass. Clean pass from Burgess. Sasha in P1. We are about to start lap 7. Watch at the top of the hill at the end of this lap. Four laps now remaining. Sasha Miras, Zane Burgess. This is the order they finished last Saturday in the rain. In the first round of the WSK Euro Series. He's glued to the back of the Baby Race. Paralin into turn 5. Zane Burgess, not this time. Denver Boss, P3 in the Euro Series. In fact, Zach, this is the exact order. 1, 2 and 3 they finished last week in the first round of the Euro Series.
It is indeed. It was Sasha Miras that took victory. It was a late battle as well. It wasn't a walkaway win for Sasha Miras. It was incredibly close, as it is today. There looks to move from Denver Boss, though, down the inside of turn number 12. Thinks better of it. Very late on the brakes from Zane Burgess there, running momentarily into the back of Sasha Miras. There's near contact as Burgess rejoins the circuit. Denver Boss thought about the move, backed out of it, seeing how late Burgess was going to brake, and that has allowed Sasha Miras to open up a bit of a gap. Now, Miras, this is very important. He's got to get away while the opportunity is there, while Boss and Burgess are potentially going to trip up over each other. Use this as an opportunity to run. Look for Jaden Francisco, though. There were 3 laps left to go. The Canadian, I think, if they continue to squabble like this, don't count him out for a podium.
Exactly right, Zach. Jaden Francisco has broken clear of now 5th place Jack Wolf, who's driving brilliantly, the first of the 2 Austrians. Francisco, though, about to make it a 4-car fight. Denver in P3. Zane in 2. The gap between Sasha and Zane. Half a second fastest driver on the circuit is Vatic. The tie has just put in a 1 minute 0:18. Behind Moreira and El Haouti, ahead of Ferro and Berger, the 2nd Austrian, now inside the top 10. Francisco for Team Baby Race. They're in 1st and 4th place. Zane in 2nd. needs to attack. We've got 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. The Mini Under 10 final, round 3. The WSK Super Masters Series. And the Andretti Junior driver trying to go 3 races in a row. Watch at the top of the hill. Here comes the attack. Over the ripple strip. Down into turn 5. Bomberglatt! Zane Burgess goes through into the lead, but goes off the road. Incredibly, he holds on to it. Denver cuts back. The Dutchman takes the lead away from the Jamaican-American. Here comes Jaden Francisco. Denver back in P1. That did not work. Zane Burgess was briefly into P1, but now at risk of falling off the podium. Jack Wolf is catching. Can the young Austrian Scot get up onto the podium for the first time ever in his young racing career?
We'll have to find out. Of course, Zane Burgess loses the position to Jaden Francisco now. 1 lap left to go at the line. 1.3 kilometers of VITERBO to decide what has been a mighty Mini Under 10 final. Denver Boss will lead Sasha Miras. Zane Burgess getting his elbows out. He's been remarkably challenged this weekend. Contrary to Leconca, contrary to Sano, he's really been put through his paces here at VITERBO. Denver Boss calculated that move perfectly. Bit of a slide off the exit of turn 4. That's going to allow Sasha Miras to try and send the move to the outside of turn number 5. That could open the door for Zane Burgess. He draws alongside. Now Sasha has to defend through 6 and 7. Francisco goes in a bit deep. Burgess gets back underneath and fighting for his place on the podium to keep that streak alive. Denver Boss expertly defending turn number 5 through the chase for the final time, and that run towards 12. This could be decisive for the race. Boss taking no chances. Straight to the white line to defend. Sasha Miras tries to go to the outside to get the cut back. Here comes the exit. The drive to the carousel. Jack Wolf getting involved. This is the fight for the podium. 5 carts involved for the lead. Denver Boss takes it through the carousel as Jaden Francisco slides his way through. One of them is off the road. That's Sasha Miras potentially. No, it's Jaden Francisco. He's gone off and parked it. It's now going to be 3 carts, a drag race to the checker flag. Denver Boss is going to hang on to it, or is it Sasha Miras that takes it at the line? It's Sasha Miras who goes 2 from 2 here at VITERBO. What a drive that was. And what a final lap that was in Mini Under 10. Sasha Miras from Zane Burgess. Jack Wolf takes the podium for the first time in WSK. What a drive from P10 to P3. An explosive finale in the Mini Under 10s here at VITERBO. Denver Boss and El Auto in the end up the top 5. And what a shame that was for Jaden Francisco, who come ever close to maybe getting that maiden victory. But alas, not to be after 10 laps of racing.
Sasha Miras wins for the 2nd week in a row. What a finish. And Zane Burgess also 2nd for the 2nd win in a row. He only started racing 1 year ago on the podium. Jack Wolf. Denver Boss just misses the podium heartbreakingly. Isaac El-Houti comes home in P5 from Moreira. Zvadic, great recovery for the 2nd Austrian, Johan Berger. Ferro and Oliver Vatans. Sasha Miras, 14 baby race, has won round 3 of the WSK Super Master Series. From pole position, Denver Boss led the field down into turn 1. Sasha around the outside, the leading trio of Denver. Zane and Sasha, they pulled away. There was almost 3 seconds between the leading trio and the Canadian, Jaden Francisco, who was in 4th place. Jaden Francisco on the very last lap, falling right down the order. Then this move. Burgess on Denver Boss. Jaden was catching them all the time. Did brilliantly well, ultimately would not finish. Well, he did finish, but it was in the grass. Heartbreakingly for the Canadian. 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide. Jack Wolf came from a mile back. And look at this, into the carousel for the final time. Jaden Francisco in the grass and out. Sasha Miras wins round 3 of the WSK Super Master Series. Zane Burgess home in 2nd, and Jack Wolf. Yes, we can hear his grandparents cheering on from the northwest of Scotland. Wolf on the podium for the first time in WSK.
God, it wasn't a lot in the end, though. Look at that. The top 5 separated by just over a quarter of a second. Sasha Miraz, Zane Burgess, Jack Wolf, the top 3 from Denver Boss and El Hahalti. Like we say, Denver Boss, he's been looking the favourite, but anything can happen in the mighty minis. Moreira, Varic, then comes Berger, Ferro, and Waitjens, the top 10. JJ Mikela from Venturino, Zev Gottschalk, only P13 from Simone, Blake Shuey dropping back to P15. Dubinin, Actigan, then comes Hejnar Gonzalez and Brown. Diakonu from Ganea. Branikovsky, who's been involved in an incident so far this weekend. Remarkable driving to still finish P23. Then comes Spinner. Of course, Yatu, the top 25. We'll see the rest of them as they roll through. Most importantly, well, not most importantly, but most notably, Jaden Francisco, P32 and out on the final lap after contact in the final couple of corners in a 6, maybe 5-way battle all the way to the end. In fact, actually, no, make it 6 all the way to the end into that carousel for the final time. It was something special and exactly what you would expect from the Mini Under-10s. Best race of the day so far, I'd have to say. And Sasha Miraz reading it perfectly. Jack Wolf versus Denver Boss. That drag race to the line, that exit off of the carousel, 0.03 of a second decided the podium. A quarter of a second, the top 5, 0.4 of a second, the top 6, and less than a second, get this, the top 7. It was, what a race. And the race that we always like to see, the types of race that we always like to see. Of course, a big shame to Jaden Francisco for losing out, but in a race that intense, you almost have to expect it. And, Zane Burgess' win streak in the Supermaster Series comes to an end. His podium streak in 2026 still alive, but Sasha Miraz, a big fan of VITERBO this year. 2 races over the Euro Series and the Supermaster Series, and 2 victories for Sasha Miraz. When we come back for the final cup in November, maybe Sasha will be able to go 3 from 3 in terms of VITERBO rounds. Of course, that's a long time to be waiting for that one. Of course, Ian has made his way down to the podium, and we'll go chat with him in a few moments' time, of course, just waiting for results to be confirmed and all of that. But I'm sure some very happy parents and grandparents and supporters for our podium citizen. Again, that entire field should be very proud of themselves. They are mini, but goodness me, are they mighty in the way that they battle and handle themselves out on circuit. There you can see the French, the American, and the Austrian flag flying proudly on the podium, awaiting the arrival of our 3 podium sitters. And a quick update in terms of the championship and what that's done, the implications for that one. Zane Burgess, 267. To Sasha Miraz's 166 from Denver Boss, 133. Jaden Francisco drops behind Sasha Miraz to 3rd with 132, so still very close. Venturino from Shuey, Oliver Waitjens, and Jack Wolf, a podium for the Austrian. Sees him up into 8th position. Again, a late charge. We saw him as a bit of a dark horse in the background of that sort of top 4 battle. We knew Jaden Francisco would get involved. We didn't quite know if Jack Wolf was going to. And then, well, it all went off. That chain reaction started. Once you start battling, you almost don't stop. And, well, that allowed Jack Wolf to get involved and then positioned his car brilliantly. The 2 on the inside, of course, Jaden Francisco getting up onto the wheels, I think it was of Denver Boss. And that allowed Jack Wolf to get that drive that he needed to narrowly find his way onto the podium. Sasha Miraz as well, reading the situation. Again, in hindsight, you can make all the right decisions. In the moment, it takes something special to react, and sometimes you're going to get it right, sometimes you're going to get it wrong. And for our top 3, they very much did make the right decision. Of course, awaiting confirmation and things, then we'll head down to Ian in a few moments' time. Of course, Jack Wolf from 10th to 3rd. Biggest gainers, from what I can see, that's going to be Ganea up 10 from 32 to 22. Biggest gainer inside the top 10 was Max Varic, the Thai driver, up 9 from P16 into P7. So a pretty decent drive there from the 581. Again, a very unpredictable race all the way through with the drive as well. Biggest gainer inside the top 10. Zvaric also did take the fastest lap of the race, a 1:0.018 to go with it as well. Obviously, halfway through the finals this afternoon now, we've done, over halfway through now. We've got just 2 left to go. Mini Group 3 and OKJ still to come. And looking forward to that one for sure. Of course, the Mini Group 3s probably just as competitive as the Mini Under-10s. Maybe a little bit more tame in terms of the racing action that we get, but we'll have to wait and see what's to come in just a few moments' time. Before we get to the Mini Group 3s, though, let's head down to Ian and hand out some trophies for a very mighty Mini Under-10 final.
Thank you, Zach. As ever, the best racing has come from the Mini category, in particular the Mini Under-10 final here. A pulsating race. It came down to the very last corners. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. In 3rd place from Austria, Jack Wolf. Second place, the Jamaican-American for the Andretti Motorsport team. Driving for the Paralympic Motorsport team, the championship leader, Zane Burgess. The winner of round one of the WSK Euro Series last week in the pouring rain has come back to win for the second week in a row. The winner of round three of the Supermaster Series here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO from France. For Team Baby Race, Sasha Midas. And the winning team, Team Baby Race, represented by Michele Abrami. Now, with great pleasure, we'd like to call on Signor Raffaele Gianmaria, Dirigente Automobile Club of Italy, AC Sport, to present the third place trophy to the Austrian Jack Wolf. Second place to the Jamaican-American for Paralympic Motorsport, the Andretti Junior, Zane Burgess. And Mr. Raffaele Gianmaria, Dirigente AC Sport, premia il vincitore, the first place trophy to the French Baby Race team driver, Sasha Miras. And Michele Abrami representing the winning team, Team Baby Race. The national anthem of La France. Round three, the WSK Supermaster Series. On the podium in third place from Austria, Jack Wolf. Second place from the United States, Zane Burgess. And the winner for Team Baby Race from France, Sasha Midas. What a fabulous final here this afternoon. We keep racing with the mini category, mini group 3. Zach, if I'm not mistaken, we have got a driver, certainly, literally, yes, pun intended, on the pace from Malta, who starts from pole position.
We do indeed. Zane Pace will be starting this one alongside Dan Ferguson on the front row for Mini Group 3. Still got 2 more finals left to go. As good as that Mini Under 10 finale was, and as tough as it's going to be to top, we still have 2 more opportunities to do it. 25 more laps of racing, just over 31 kilometers left to drive. Mini Group 3 up next, of course, and I would say Zane Pace on the pace this weekend, starts from pole position. We'll run you through the full grid in just a moment, but look out for the likes of Alfie Mehr starting on the inside of the second row. Wyn Gottschalk, of course, the championship leader. Of course, the gap closing just a little bit by 20 points in the previous race. Wyn, of course, with what was a third place finish. Bags 30, Zane Pace and Alfie Mehr, P1 and P2 in their respective heats, able to gain a little bit of ground on the American driver. So Wyn Gottschalk, maybe the gap could come down quite tremendously at the end of this final, or it could grow tremendously if Wyn can ascend himself from 4th all the way to the lead. Still 10 laps and just under 13 kilometers left to decide that one. Like we say, it's Zane Pace that will start in pole position. 2 more finals left to go. Mini Group 3, the ones up next, in what is a very sunny, very warm VITERBO circuit. Stark contrast to what we saw 8 days ago here at VITERBO. But yeah, look out for, like I say, Zane Pace, Dan Ferguson, who has also been, not a stranger to getting his elbows out over the course of the pre-finals, but looking forward to getting this one underway.
Which we will do in just a moment after we take a look at the highlights of Mini Group 3 from this week here at VITERBO.
Well, 4 down and just 2 left to go here for the third round of the 2026 WSK Supermaster Series here at the Leopard Circuit VITERBO. My name is Zach Sweeney, Ian Salvation alongside me in the commentary box. We've had 4 fantastic finals and just 2 more left to go here. First up, of course, Mini Group 3, where Zane Pace will be the one taking to pole position in just a couple of moments' time when we get these carts rolling for their formation lap. Now, of course, those that have just joined us, you've missed a fantastic Mini Under 10 final. Those that have been sticking with us know what to expect from the minis, from the Mini Group 3s especially. Look out for the likes of Zane Pace, Dan Ferguson, Alfie Mayer and Win Godchalk, the front 2 rows. This could be quite a spicy way for the penultimate final of the day.
There is Daniel to the right of your screen. Well, it was. This is Zane, who starts on pole position. We believe the first ever driver from Malta to take pole position in a qualifying session in WSK. Vortex-powered Tony Kart, grid 1 to the left of your screen. There's Daniel to the right. Alfie Mayer inside second row. This is Daniel. So the Brits, second and third. Daniel, the Londoner with Northern Irish heritage. Proudly British. Does hold an Irish passport as well, which is convenient in this day and age. This is Alfie, Union Jack on the top of his helmet. Alfie Mayer racing with us in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy in 2025. Watch him on the second row of the grid. He dominated in the rain from grid 8 in the first round of the Euro Series last week. This is Win Godchalk, the Red Bull driver from Curaçao in the Dutch Caribbean. 501 WSK Final Cup champion as well. Outside second row of the grid. Mini Group 3 final over 10 laps. This is Kees Moyes van the Netherlands. 509 inside third row of the grid. Don't be surprised if the red and white Birol Art is inside the top 3 after the first few corners. This is Theo Steindal from Norway. MP Motorsport Team Gamoto, who won the Supermaster Series with Dennis Hauger, also from Norway, back in 2015, I think it was. Dennis about to line up for his rookie season in the NTT IndyCar World Series, having won the Supermaster Series with Gamoto 1 decade ago. Now his young countryman, Theo, 552. Also from Norway, also for Team Gamoto. Zane, to the left of your screen, looks for help from above. The green flag flies and the green cart leads the field away on the formation lap for the Mini Group 3 10-lap final, round 3 of the Supermaster Series. Zane Pace from Malta out of pole position, and Daniel DF for team driver out of 2. Alfie, we crowned him the mayor of VITERBO last week after he dominated the first round of the Euro Series. Inside second row for the second Tony Kart racing team driver, Alfie Mayer, Win Godchalk, Kees Moyes, Theo Steindal, Neil Algahoudi, one of 3 Moroccans racing here. Devon Tits for the Kittix driver performance team, Philip Stets and the Energy, and the Dutch Colombian from Spain, Abraham Silves in the 532 CRG. Row 11 sees O Menino do Brasil, Alvaro Medeiros, JVDC, Guido Evergeni, the Serbian-Mexican, Andrea Buffo, Felix Chen, the Roman, Alessio Ottaviani, Petro Cueto is alongside the Finn, Ito Koromo, Alexander Machak, who led in the pre-final this morning, and Amador Padovani also for the green team out of grid 20. Andreas Papageorgiou started on pole at this very race 12 months ago, alongside the Dutch driver Mick Klinkers, Yunus Tam, David Sitov, the Siberian, Matteo Garcia, Garrett Hibbert, Haman Pantolet, Matsarov Barretta out of grid 30, Max Lauver, David Acton, the Dutch Pole, Mohamed Wibowo from Jakarta, Indonesia, VITERBO, Leo Kralev, and Daniel Vartino. Zane has certainly been on the pace all week. The Maltese driver, Zane Pace, out of grid 1, being pushed up to the line by his British Tony Kart racing teammate, Alfie Mayer. Watch Daniel, the outside of the front row of the grid.
We'll have to wait and see. Turn 1 can be unpredictable as ever. 10 laps of racing for round number 3 of the Supermaster Series in 2026. We won't go racing this time through. So another formation lap for the Mini Group 3s and another moment to just breathe there. Zane Pace getting a good practice start, to say the least. He's going to need one with Daniel Ferguson looking punchy on the outside of the front row. Alfie Mehr, for the pre-final, started second, so on the outside of the opening row, did not get the best of starts, fell back, I think as low as 5th, very quickly recovered to 4th, and then subsequently went on to do very, very well in the pre-final. This time, though, he's starting on the inside, so the odd-numbered slots, just in behind Zane Pace. So he's at the advantage here, because Zane Pace dictates that rolling speed all the way to the start zone, and then, well, Alfie Mehr can follow suit, and probably, I'd imagine, very quickly find his way up the inside of Dan Ferguson. So I'd say Alfie Mehr in a very good position here to put some early pressure onto the top 2. Win Gottschalk as well cannot count out the 5:01, the Red Bull Junior, who has, well, won everything in Mini Under 10, has come into Mini Group 3 and has continued that winning form, was involved in an incident in the Lokonka final, came back in Sano and, well, did exactly what Win Gottschalk does best, and, well, that's, well, win, as the name suggests, through the final couple of corners. And, well, let's see what Zane Pace can do. You can see that peppermint liveried OTK on the left-hand side of your screen, now rolling through the carousel. Dan Ferguson alongside him, Alfie Mehr directly behind Zane Pace, the Maltese driver, who has definitely, pun intended, been setting the pace this weekend. There you can see Philip John Beck just on the grid, telling the drivers to behave themselves and make sure they are in that formation as they need to be on that run to the line. 10 laps. WSK Supermaster Series, round number 3, the Mini Group 3 final. Zane Pace, Dan Ferguson the front row with Alfie Mehr and Win Gottschalk the 2 behind. A star-studded grid here for 10 laps of racing. Foot to the floor, the lights go out and we go racing towards turn number 1. Darting to the inside, Dan Ferguson, not the best of starts as Alfie Mehr immediately tips him to P2. Win Gottschalk stuck on the outside, there's contact between a couple of cars. One of them gets sent off. I think that could well have been Win Gottschalk involved potentially.
It is Zach, it is Gottschalk who was sent off into the grass in turn 2.
That's the championship leader. He recovered after a woeful round in Lokonka. He recovered it in Sano, and now all of that progress has come undone. A golden opportunity here for Zane Pace and for Alfie Mehr to recover some crucial ground in the championship. Through the chase for the opening time, it's Zane Pace, for this time from Alfie Mehr, but now into the golden overtaking opportunity. Dart to the inside to defend there from Zane Pace. He does not feel safe. That's going to allow Alfie Mehr to maybe get the exit, maybe get that run to the carousel. He's going to look to the left. He's going to send the move. Zane Pace sees him coming, and Alfie Mehr takes the lead of the race.
The Tony Kart Racing duo 1-2 at the end of the first lap. They trade positions though. The ball's here to back to second. Win Gottschalk has rejoined, but way down the bottom of the field. Pedro Cueto, Felix Cheng have also come together into turn 5. As we settle into a rhythm at the end of the first lap. Mehr, Pace, Ferguson, and back to Philip Stairs. Medeiros makes it 3 Tony Karts inside the top 5. We are getting news. Well, Win Gottschalk, he's come across the line in position 18. Listen to this. Win Gottschalk under investigation.
Yeah, well, the steward's definitely seeing something they're not happy with. Also, again, I spoke about the championship. Win Gottschalk came into this, thankfully for his sake, with a big old advantage. As it stands, with Alfie Mehr, Zane Pace and Dan Ferguson 1, 2 and 3, this is the championship. 185 to both Mehr and Pace. 184 to Win Gottschalk, going into the final 2 rounds at Lonato and Franciacorta. The Mini Group 3 Supermaster Series title in 2026 could well come down to the wire. Let's decide the rest of this race first, though, with 8 laps remaining. Alfie Mehr, Zane Pace, Dan Ferguson nose to tail with a bit of a gap back to Philip Stets. But as we saw in the under 10s, just because the top 3 are broken away for now doesn't necessarily mean the chasing pack can't worm their way back into contention as the race develops.
Gottschalk under investigation for the moment. I can tell you also Andreas Papagiorgio was sent into the wall on the very first lap at this race last year. Well, he's got 3 corners further. He's got to the top of the hill and was sent off track as well. Andreas Papagiorgio, what does he need to do to have a decent start here at VITERBO? He's come across the line in P31. The leading trio, 2 of them driving Vortex-powered Tony Karts. Zane, Alfie, Daniel. There's Ferguson, the team driver. We go back to Philip Stets and the 3rd Tony Kart Racing team driver. Do Brasil, Alvaro Medeiros. Shelvis, Elga Howdy, Teo Steindal. There's Medeiros on the back of the Energy Corsa of Philip Stets. Alfie from Zane. Mehr trying to go 2 weeks in a row. He won in the pouring rain from grid 8 days ago at this circuit, the first round of the Euro Series, as Daniel dives down the inside. And the team driver splits the 2 Tony Karts. Nice pass at the top of the hill. And the Brits run 1-2. The Tony Karts first and third. Lap 4 of 10, the Mini Group 3 final. The shadows are getting longer here. It is 18 degrees Celsius. It is a beautiful winter's afternoon here at the world-class Leopard Circuit VITERBO. Ferguson in second place, the Londoner. Alfie Mare, the Brit P1, Zane Pace from Malta, who started on pole position, took pole position on Friday. We go back to the pole. Philip Stetz in the energy course cannot shake Alvaro Medeiros. Mare glances back over the shoulder. The Union Jack flying proudly on the top of his Arrow helmet, the Vortex Power Tony Kart. The Tony Karts running first, third and fifth. Daniel in second, half race distance. The Mini Group 3 final. This is Leopard Circuit VITERBO. This is round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. Daniel in a Tony Kart sandwich. Mare skipping away, trying to be crowned for the second week in a row, the Mare of VITERBO.
I'm going to be annoying. It's not a Tony Kart sandwich. It's a team driver sandwich with Tony Kart bread. I'm just going to be a little bit annoying there. Anyway, we've got that done and dusted out of the way. Tony Kart bread, sandwich between the two Tony Karts, is Dan Ferguson. Sorry about that.
Stetz in the background, still defending from Alvaro Medeiros. El Gahoudi, the Moroccan in P6 from the Norwegian. Theo Steindl. So we start lap 6, half race distance, the Mini Group 3 final.
Indeed so, on to lap 6 of 10. And Dan Ferguson, he's got to look forwards to attack, backwards to defend. All he can see is Peppermint. Alfie Mare in control of this one. As it stands, though, with Alfie Mare, Dan Ferguson and Zane Pace, as they run, Wyn Gottschalk somehow is going to be hanging on to the championship leader. Sent to the inside, though, from Zane Pace. He finds the gap on the team driver. Dan Ferguson gets the up and under. The drive now, a bit of contact as he sends the move back through the chicane at the top of the hill. That's going to allow Alfie Mare to open up this gap to a good couple of kart lengths. Well defended from Dan Ferguson. Well on a good effort in terms of the offense there from Zane Pace. A good effort, but in the end, it's going to cost him time to Alfie Mare. Wyn Gottschalk's recovery drive, though, into the top 16. He's going to be able to salvage some points from this race and just keep the championship lead as it stands. We'll have to wait and see what's to happen and how much more progress Wyn Gottschalk can make into the second half of this race.
Well, he is under investigation. Remember, we have not heard anything from race control suggesting that won't be resolved before the checkered flag. Incidentally, Mason Hibbert, not to stand on the podium this afternoon, but the Brit has set the fastest lap of the race. He's down in 20th, but he's gone purple with a 59.336. Mason Hibbert is faster even than his two countrymen who run 1-2, the race leaders, Mare and Ferguson. The Brits, first and second. The Tony Karts, first, third and fifth. Ferguson, the team driver, in second place. Winner of the Valencia International Finals last year. There's Stetz in the energy. El Gahoudi, the Moroccan. 60 nations represented here north of Rome for round 3 of the Supermaster Series. The Vortex-powered cars, 1, 3 and 5. The Miami-powered Kart Republic. Team driver of David DeLucchi in second place. It's looking good for Alfie Mare. Coming from the British Championships, the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, as we mentioned, in 2025, and now with the Tony Kart Racing Team for 2026. Winner of the first round of the Euro Series in the pouring rain last weekend. Round 3 of the Supermaster Series. Through the chicane, up the hill. The highest part of the circuit, which is 316 meters above sea level. Mare looking good. Ferguson in second place. This is Zane Pace, who looks behind him. It's quite a distance back to Philip Stetz. He's 2 seconds dead. In fact, fastest on track now is the Moroccan, Nael El Gahoudi, 2-time WSK race winner. We'll need a miracle to repeat that here this afternoon. With now 2 laps remaining. Mare, Ferguson, and Patch, 1, 2 and 3. Alfie, Daniel and Zane. Penultimate lap of the Mini Group 3 final, the top of the hill. No attack from Daniel. Zane, though, tries to put the Tony Karts back 1 and 2. Ferguson will attack. Mare has not got enough of a lead to race away. He has to defend, and that will draw Ferguson in, including right here, right now. They go down the hill into turn 12. Mayer white lines at Daniel on the outside, almost runs into the back of him. Watch Zane in third. Into the carousel. Alfie stares back at Daniel. Daniel stares at Zane, who tries the banking. Into the carousel. Magnificent defense from Alfie Mayer. We are about to start the last lap of the race. Will we crown Alfie Mayer of VITERBO for the second week in a row? Last lap.
Well, we've got 1.3 kilometers left to decide it. Dan Ferguson trying his luck into turn number 1. That doesn't usually work. Usually, what you need is a good run through turn number 4. Then the send can come at turn 5. He's going to look. Can't quite facilitate the send. Meanwhile, he's looking forward to attack backwards to defend. Sandwich between the two Tony Cuts. Zane Pace wants to promote himself in an extra position on that podium. The defense here from Mayer is absolutely sublime. He was able to tame the conditions 8 days ago, and well, in much nicer weather, much nicer climate here north of Rome. And look over the shoulder from Alfie Mayer. He's not going to take any chances defensive into turn number 12, but bringing it back to the racing line almost was his demise as Dan Ferguson sends the move. Alfie Mayer runs wide, side by side towards the carousel with 3 wide. 2 wheels on the grass there from Dan Ferguson. Stretching on the line of peril there as they run their way through the carousel. Zane Pace gets the up and under. Dan Ferguson with the dirty tyres loses out to the Tony Kart duo. Alfie Mayer out of the final corner. We'll see the checkered flag first. We'll take victory once more here at VITERBO. Alfie Mayer from Zane Pace, the top 2, with Dan Ferguson demoted to P3. That was, well, flirting with disaster into the carousel on that final lap. Dan Ferguson squeezed. Was that over the line?
How did he do that? Magnificent defense once again. We shall crown him Alfie, the Mayer of VITERBO. He wins round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Zane Pace makes it a Tony Kart Racing Team 1-2 here this afternoon. And Daniel, 0.09 of a second behind Ferguson, the team driver on the podium in third. Alfie wins again. We take a look at the highlights of our scintillating Mini Group 3 final from pole position. Zane Pace with Alfie Mayer just behind him. Good start by Daniel Ferguson and was soon by into position 2. The team driver split the 2 Tony Karts. Zane back in second. Philip Stets in the background was trying to catch up as El Ghaoudy, the Moroccan, set the fastest lap of the race. And then this into the carousel for the final time. Almost, he was. In fact, Ferguson was in the grass. Mayer withstood the defense. Brilliant challenge, brilliant driving, great defense. Alfie Mayer wins again here at VITERBO. The Tony Kart Racing Team 1-2 here this afternoon. Zane second, and Daniel Ferguson, the team driver, on the podium in third place. Now El Ghaoudy just misses the podium. Fastest lap of the race for the Moroccan. Stets, Medidos, Steindl, Shelver, Stefan Tits, and Kees Moyes. Case comes home in P10 just ahead of Guido Abadagani. Alfie Mayer wins round 1 of the WSK Euro Series, and 8 days later, right here, right now, at VITERBO, takes victory in round 3 of the Supermaster Series as well. Wing Gottschalk has crossed the line in position 15. Still does hold the championship lead. That is very provisional because remember, the Red Bull driver is still under investigation. Alfie Mayer takes the victory from Zane Pace and Daniel Ferguson in round 3 of the Supermaster Series in the Mini Group 3 final.
What a race that was. Again, the Minis, they do not disappoint. What a race that was. And of course, unfortunate for Wing Gottschalk, provisionally leads the championship by 3 points. Alfie Mayer, Zane Pace matched, by the way, on 185 apiece. Oh, this is going to be a good championship. 2 rounds left to go for the Mini Group 3s and for the Supermaster Series, both at Lonato and at Franciacorta in the coming weeks. We get to crown our first champion of 2026. Alfie Mayer, a very aggressive defense. Let's not be around the bush too much with that one. He gave it his best shot, and well, I'm sure Dan Ferguson may be feeling a little bit hard done by into the carousel. I think just hard racing in the end of it. Alfie Mayer doing what he needed to hang on to the lead. Alfie Mayer from Zane Pace, from Dan Ferguson, the top 3, in what was a brilliant showdown in the Mini Group 3 final. El Ghaoudy, Philip Stets, of course, finishing within a second of the leaders, but not quite close enough in order to really contend for that podium. It was an electric battle between the front 3. Getting very aggressive, and like I said, on the edge of peril sometimes, especially on that final lap. Very aggressive, Alfie Mehr, thinking of going defensive into turn 12 on that final lap, moving it back very late, and then ever so slightly running wide on the exit, and that did just allow Zane Pace to draw alongside into, Dan Ferguson draw alongside going into the carousel. Then, of course, Zane Pace was able to capitalise subsequently because of that. Alfie Mehr was able to hang on to take, his second subsequent victory in VITERBO. Funnily enough, the two most competitive races we had, it's the only championship where we've had repeat winners so far. Of course, Sasha Miras winning in the Euro Series at VITERBO last week, winning in the Supermaster Series at VITERBO this week, and same too for Alfie Mehr, winning it last week and winning it again this week. And yet the races were the most competitive that we've seen across the entire 6 categories that we've got this weekend. 294 drivers, by the way, 60 nations represented here in the WSK Supermaster Series. A truly remarkably international championship, of course, the breeding ground for future champions. And of course, champions of the past work their way through the ranks. 77% of the F1 grid have competed in at least one race promoted by WSK, and well, the majority of them have gone on to win championships, the likes of Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, Kimi Antonelli, to name a few. Valtteri Bottas, one of the first to do it in WSK all the way back in 2006. Of course, hope everyone is enjoying the coverage. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Salvation alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you the action here at circuit side. Big thank you, of course, to all of the staff at WSK, all of the staff here at VITERBO for their fantastic facilities. And as Ian was alluding to a little bit earlier on as well, future plans for some upgrades, as if it needed any. It looks fantastic here at just north of Rome. And, well, especially in this beautiful sunshine that we've been treated to this weekend. Hopefully that's still going to be the case in 2 weeks when we head to Lonato, but in the north of Italy, I'm not optimistic that we'll be holding to that. At the very least, thanks to Antonio Pizzonia's win in OKJ earlier on in the day, I don't have to be subject to anything other than tea, which is a bonus for me, to say the least. That was the penultimate final of the day, done and dusted. We have one more to go after this one, of course, with OKNJ and their final coming up very, very shortly. We won't get ahead of ourselves too much ahead of that, but they are making their way out onto the grid, so hopefully it won't be too much longer until we head down to Ian for the podium. There you can see 2 British flags and the Maltese flag flying proudly, and I'm sure 3 very happy drivers, and 3 drivers that should be incredibly proud of their efforts so far this weekend, allowing themselves to close up the gap in what is a very volatile, very unpredictable championship in the Mini Group 3s in the Supermaster Series. Of course, like I've alluded to, in 2 weeks we'll be at Lonato, 2 weeks after that at Franciacorta for the 5th and final round and to crown our first WSK champion of 2026. Then we look forward to the Euro Series at Lonato and Cremona over April and July for round 2 and 3 of that one. Then all eyes to the Final Cup, where we again get to crown the 3rd and final set of champions for 2026. Then all eyes, of course, straight to 2027, where we get to look forward to a whole new season of racing, some new drivers, and looking forward to seeing all the current drivers go on and go to do the brilliant things. Of course, thinking of the likes of Dries van Langendonk. He's gone on to do some brilliant things so far recently in 2026, taking that step up into single-seaters. But let's head down to Ian for the Mini Group 3 podium.
Thank you, Zach. The drivers make their way down to the podium. 2 Brits, 2 Tony Kart drivers for round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Round 3 here at VITERBO. In 3rd place from Great Britain for team driver Daniel Ferguson. Second place, the fastest qualifier from Malta for the Tony Kart racing team, Zane Pace. Once again, he wins. We crown him the mayor of VITERBO. The winner of round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series from the United Kingdom for the Tony Kart racing team, Alfie Mehr. And the winning Tony Kart racing team represented by Mr. Alessandro Sfirella. Third place to the Brit for team driver Daniel Ferguson. Second place from Malta for the Tony Kart racing team, Zane Pace. from the United Kingdom for the Tony Kart Racing team. He won round 1 of the Euro Series. He backs up a week later to win round 3 of the Supermasters Series for the Tony Kart Racing team. Let's hear it for the race winner, Alfie Mea. And Mr. Alessandro Sferrella representing the winning Tony Kart Racing team. The national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series for 60 Mini Group 3. Third place, Daniel Ferguson. Second place, Zane Patch. And he wins again here at VITERBO, Alfie Mea. Zach, we have raced 5 times here this afternoon. We've got the OKN Junior Final. Il Bergamasco, Nick Dangerous to start from pole position. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian. 5 finals down, 1 to go in OKNJ. Nicola Pedico will start this one alongside Elton Headforce, who the two of them, pretty big rivals so far in 2026. Coming to blows 2 weeks ago at Sarno. Nicola Pedico, the one, definitely in form coming into this weekend, leading the way in the championship as well. Elton Headforce, though, something to prove and maybe something to get back after Sarno. Of course, Nicola Pedico leads by just over 100 points, 109 points from Leo Lassinen after the pre-final proceedings. Anthony Achepa on 96 from Elton Headforce, who's just trailing the top 3, 1 point behind Anthony Achepa in that championship. So all to play for over the next 15 and the final 15 laps of racing for round number 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. 18 degrees and lovely weather here at VITERBO, as we've been blabbing on about. Best part of the day, because we are so incredibly grateful for it. The commentary box is very toasty. I could probably almost feel myself burning momentarily. So hopefully we can end the OKNJ final on a high.
We'll take a look at the highlights first of what has happened, what has taken place this week at VITERBO in OKNJ. Nicola Pedico wins round 1 of the WSK Supermasters Series at La Conca. He wins at Sarno. And Il Bergamasco line up on pole position for the 15-lap OKN Junior Final in just a moment. The WSK Euro Series champion Elton Headforce starts out of Grid 2. He won that title at this circuit last year. That is Elton to the right, Nick to the left. Our final of the afternoon as you look at Nick Dangerous. Il Bergamasco on your screen, 701 Kart Republic. Pole position for the Italian. Elton to the right of your screen. This is Headforce for the Modena Kart Racing team. Euro Series champion.
the youngest of the two headforce brothers. Inside second row of the grid from Hong Kong, John Han, who took pole position for Zunky Motorsport. On Friday afternoon, this is the 756 TM Powered Kart Republic. As we see Yannick and Jacopo for TCard.IT, official media partner of WSK Promotion. 727, Joella Carter outside second row of the grid. The EKS kart, the manufacturer from the north of Italy, founded 41 years ago. The 1 minute board goes up. We'll take you through the grid in just a moment. It is 15 laps of the 1,294 metre Leopard Circuit VITERBO. Nick Dangerous to the left of your screen to start from pole position. Zach, let's take a look at the grid.
Indeed, so Nicola Pedico will start this one from pole position, as you can see, lining up on the left-hand side of your screen, the right-hand side of the grid, and subsequently the inside by the time they reach turn number 1. The drivers are rolling their way around on their formation lap currently. You can see that push start to get them underway. So we'll run you through the grid ahead of 15 laps, 19.4 kilometers around the Leopard Circuit VITERBO. Nicola Pedico will line this one up on pole position after a very successful weekend thus far, looking to extend the gap in the championship ahead of Elton Headforce, who will join him on the front row. There you can see a very beautiful looking VITERBO circuit. We've already gone through the front row. Perico, Headforce, then comes John Hahn and Joao Carrere on row number 2. Luigi Dascoli and Henry Moering, the German, who's definitely been aggressive so far this weekend, ahead of Robert Poulbert and Yannis Kolovos on row 4. Christensen and Leo Lattinen coming into this P2 in the championship will round up the front 5 rows of the grid. Behind that, Marco Verde from Matteo Terciano, an all-Italian 6th row of the grid. Then comes Baronin, Augustin Feglioni, row 7. Lingham Lee and Anthony Achepa share row number 8, with Colucci and Colton Schniegenberg keep each other company on row 9. Nicholas Nashmush from Federico Mirabella round out the top 20. Behind that, Davide Di Filippo alongside Victor Caroon on row 11, with João Rodriguez, Benadaman and Danila Verba on row 12. Matthias Brejo, Giuseppe Noviello share row 13 with Manacera and Atika Mir. Look out for the Indian as she carves her way forwards as she did in the pre-final. Faria from Sebastian Riedel, the front 30. As they work their way through the formation. Platin Kovtunenko alongside Rowdy Brasheshko Prekop on the 16th row. Then comes Clement Pollet, Alessandro Nani, Alexander Schub and Sen Lindemann, the 36th and final driver to take to the start. As well, they're queuing themselves up in their formation. I don't think we're going to be getting a start this time through. But Nicola Pedico, all eyes on the unofficial Mercedes Junior ahead of 15 laps of racing for OKJ.
Another formation lap, no start this time. .36 cars on the grid, back to 747 of Sen Lindemann, the LA Motorsport, who's had a quiet weekend, starting alongside Alexander Schub from Poland. For the 2015 World Champion from Poland, Karol Bash. Pedico wins round 1 at Lekonka. He wins round 2 at Sano. He wins the pre-final this morning. But the attack will come, 707. Watch Elton, the WSK Euro Series champion, the Swede, to try and take the lead from the outside of the front row of the grid. The shadows getting longer here. We're just a few weeks away from the start of springtime here in the Northern Hemisphere. 18 degrees Celsius, in stark contrast to the torrential, consistent pouring rain last weekend for the first round of the WSK Euro Series. Don't forget, we see you in 2 weeks from now at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato, for round 4 of the Supermaster Series. And then 2 weeks after that, the 22nd of March at Franciacorta, as we race the 5th and final round of the 2026 WSK Supermaster Series. Nick Dangerous, Il Bergamaschino on pole position. Watch Elton from the outside of the front row of the grid.
for the final time today for round number 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series to conclude the story here at VITERBO and send us off into the second half of the season. Nicola Pedico and Elton Headforce will share the front row as we race towards turn number 1. Look at the start there from Joel Carrera as he tries to thread the needle through the middle, but it is the 701 of Perico that leads. However, runs wide through turn number 2. That opens the door there for John Hahn in the Zanchi Motorsport to go through. Now towards the top end of the hill at turn number 5. Perico launches a bit of a counter-attack. Now towards turn number 6 and 7, ascend to the inside from John Hahn. He retakes the lead. The switchback is there from the Cut Republic. Nick Dangerous back down the inside towards the top of the hill.
What a start from John Hahn. Goes wheel to wheel with Perico. We've got a fight here this afternoon. Carrera is in P4 behind Elton Headforce, who's in 3. John Hahn briefly into the lead, going wheel to wheel with Perico. Trying to attack. They go into the carousel for the first time. Trying to attack and catch the Italian by surprise. Joel Carrera ranges up behind Elton Headforce. Nicola Pedico will lead across the line for the first time. We've got a yellow flag out because there's a big crash at the top of the hill with Mirabella, Victor Garoon and Valentino Manesaro. We go full course yellow. Full course yellow, just as Pedico was starting ominously to open up a gap.
Yeah, Perico, well, is going to be quite frustrated, I think, about this yellow flag. He, of course, did initially get a good start, ran a little bit wide through turn 2, and that opened the door for John Hahn to come through. Perico then launched a counter-attack. John Hahn launched a counter-attack, and then Nicola Perico finished it off with a counter-attack into the chicane at the top of the hill. It was a very good battle between the two of them. And now John Hahn is going to be looking to try and close that gap, get onto terms with Perico, and, well, kickstart the second part of this race with just as much fury as he did the opening lap. Elton Headforce, Joel Carrera, who initially got a decent start but fell victim to the opening couple of corners and the melee that followed. A big shame for those involved in the incident. We started with 36, we've lost 8 already. I think a couple of them DNSs, a couple of them involved, of course, in that crash at turn number 5. So that's why we're under full course yellow now. A warning flag for the 701, I would assume, either start or being too quick under this full course yellow, but Nicola Pedico, no penalty going his way. He leads under this full course yellow and will be looking to hold that once we get this race restarted.
Full course yellow, in fact, we've lost 8 drivers. Luigi Diascoli, Paul Berry's out, Mirabella, Victor Garoon, Daniel Verba, Valentino Manesaro going out on the first lap, Nani and Clement Paulet. 36 starters, we're down to 28. Carts scattered there on the side of the circuit. Full course yellow on lap 3 of 15, the original kart national junior final. It is Pedico from John Hahn. They went wheel to wheel. That was brilliant racing on the first lap of the race. Headforce, Carrera. What a start! Que partenza, Mark Green. Marco Verde, già in quinta. Already up to P5 from grid 11. Christiansen, Colavas. Bella partenza anche Edoardo Colucci, who's gone from 17th up into 8th. Lingard Lee and Henry Mooring, he's gone the other way. He's gone to P10 and 21st to 11th for DDF. Davide Di Filippo from the 11th row of the grid. He's one position outside the top 10. Still one more lap on a full course yellow. There's Kolovas from Greece going through for the Modena kart racing team. His teammate, Headforce. We expect to go green next time round. Looking at our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, our deputy race director, Mr. Philip Trombeck. Lorenzo Camporese controlling live timing, every sector, every kart, every lap this weekend for LST timing. Mr. Marco Carlino on the radio. The yellow flag has been put down on the start-finish line and the green flag is about to wave at next time round. We will start lap 5. It will be a 10-lap race effectively under green. The OKM Junior Final, round 3 of the Supermaster Series. The Zanchi Motorsport. The TM-powered Cut Republic, the driver from Hong Kong, the former British Protectorate. John Hahn for the Italian team. Behind the Italian, Nicola Pedico, and the Swede for Modena Kart Racing. It's Elton in P3. This is lap 4 of 15, the OKN Junior Final. There's Colucci going through. head of Lee, Mooring, Henry, head of TDF, Nick Mush, Latin, Turciano, Rodriguez, Feligione, Otchepa, Colton. In 18th, Borodin, Faria, Noviello, Schub, Lindemann has avoided the carnage. Brajo, Rydell, Basheshko, Preko, Kovtunenko, and Atika Mia. We go that green. Great restart from Pettigol. The same cannot be said from John Hahn, and now Elton has to defend from Joelle Carrère. GC tried to go through to P3, all over the back of the Swede. Perico is gone. 4 corners, and he's already got 5 kart lengths over the Zanki Motorsport driver, John Hahn. Perfect restart from Nicola Pettigol.
Yeah, indeed, that's exactly what he needed to do. Didn't let the pressure get to him, didn't make a similar mistake to what we saw at the lights out. He just got his foot down, got his head into the game, and well, now he's pressing on. John Hahn, though, still in front of the Paralin of Elton Headforce, still in front of the Emma Racing, of course, of Joao Carrère, who's also looking pretty decent for a podium. But I think, yeah, it's going to be a fight for second at this rate, unless someone could find that extra bit of pace to go and catch Pettico. It's going to have to be John Hahn leading the charge, but opening lap under green, Nicola Pettico has opened it back up to nearly 0.8 of a second already. Of course, back to John Hahn, Elton Headforce, then comes Joao Carrère, Mark Verde from Janos Kolovos, Christensen, Colucci, Moering, and Davide Di Filippo up 11 places, riding the wave of the opening lap carnage very well from P21 into the top 10 already.
It's been a tough weekend for Davide Di Filippo, but looking to finish on a high. And he's now inside the top 10. He's just gone by and taken Lingan Lee. Second generation race in the Modena powered DR kart. The Oyami powered Kart Republic in P1 of Nicola Pettigol, as we see Elton down the inside takes John Hahn for second place. There's Di Filippo going through from Lee, Latin and Otchepa. Joelle Carrère, the EKS kart. That's how to present a kart. Looks magnificent. And again, it's quick as well. 727, Joelle Carrère. Head of Mark Green, Marco Verde for team driver. The gap 1.1 seconds. Fastest on circuit is actually Leo Latinen. Carrère down the inside. Nice pass. GC through to P3. Joelle Carrère now up onto the podium in the EKS kart. Puts John Hahn from Hong Kong back to P4.
John Hahn demoted, and well, Carrère and Headforce getting themselves an extra position on the podium. Look for Mark Verde as well. Definitely there for team driver, knocking on the door of a podium if they continue to battle, of course, in the faster cat racing any category other than mini. Overtaking a VITERBO quite difficult, despite the fact there are numerous overtaking opportunities, whether it's a case of being unable to follow the car in front or get the exit speed that you need, or whatever it is that makes it difficult. It is quite tight, twisty and technical. So once the race is settled down, the initial obviously turmoil of an open lap or restart is different. But once the race is at this phase where it's settled down, everyone's in a rhythm, it does become quite difficult to overtake, especially when you've got Perico up in front, running away with things. This train for second, it's going to take a mistake or two from Elton Headforce to really ignite things heading into the second half of this race. On to lap 8 of 15, so we are bang on half distance now. Perico 1.4 seconds nearly clear of Elton Headforce, the two rivals. As it stands, Perico will be extending the gap in the championship to, over double what Elton Headforce has. 3:23 for Perico as it stands, 1:55 to Headforce as the Swede will demote Lea Latin into third place in the championship. Anthony Cheppel will gain a few. He'll stay in the top 5 off the back of VITERBO as it stands. Still got half the race to run, but I think the championship after the halfway point of the season, as it stands for Nico Perico, if he gets to the end and still wins, which is looking likely, 323 to 155 is an insane gap to have at this stage, and speaks volumes as to the level that Nico Perico has been able to rise to in his opening season in junior racing.
Purple lap last time round for Perico with a 53.427 and purple in this sector. This is Verde on the back of John Hahn. Carrère on your screen, Elton Headforce, as the shadows get longer here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. 294 drivers from 60 nations around the world. And with 5 laps to race this weekend here north of the Italian capital, it is the Italian Nicola Perico in P1, looking to go 3 from 3. Incidentally, second quickest on the circuit, Janos Kolovos, who was on the podium last week in the Euro Series. There's the Greek, the Modena Kart Racing Team driver. 53.575. He's in P6 behind Marco Verde. Of course, 2 new international standard circuits being built in Greece as we speak. Akpaio, Thessaloniki, Circuit 27, and the new Athens International Circuit, adjacent to the Athens International Airport. Yannis Kolovos from Greece. P6 from Christensen from Norway. This is Perico. Looks back behind, I can tell you, his father, Alessandro Perico, is watching on from on top. In fact, you can almost see, just in the background, the new glass terrace which is being completed here. F1 Paddock Club style. This is world class. That's where Alessandro has found a way up. Watching on his boy pull away, 1.7 seconds clear. Of course, Alessandro Perico, WRC World Rally Championship racer as well. It was Colton going through in P15 after winning in the Euro Series in the rain last week. Won't stand on the podium today. 5 laps to race here this weekend. It is Perico, head force, and Joelle Carrer, the Swede in between the 2 Italians. Henry Mooring, second ever junior race for the driver from Frankfurt in Germany after coming out of 60 Mini, 1 in the pouring rain on Friday afternoon. The Door Motorsport driver behind Davide Di Filippo. Kegara DDF is ahead of the German. Elton now with the purple sector. The gap 1.6 seconds. Has not given up. The determined young Swede. This is Carrera, Hahn, Green, Kolovas, Christensen, Colucci, TDF, Mooring, Lattinen, Ochepa, Turchiano, Lee, Snickenberg, Boronin. That was Felicione going through ahead of Rodriguez. Noviello, Pedro Faria do Brasil, just ahead of Matias Brajot. Pacheco, Prekot, Rydell, Atikamish. He's up to 24 now. Ahead of Lindemann, Nekmush, Kovtunenko, and the final runner after that 8-car crash on the first lap is the pole, Alexander Schub. Perico comes out of turn 12. About to start lap 13 in the race lead. He's trading purple sectors with Elton head force. This is John Hahn, pole position for Zanki Motorsport on Friday. Looks as though he will miss the podium here. And GC may well stand on it for the EKS team. How good does that kart look, Zach? And it's driving quickly as well. Joelle Carrer, P3 for the EKS racing team.
Yeah, it looks great, but yeah, obviously more importantly, it drives quickly, which I'm sure they're more fussed about. But I mean, it's simplistic. It does the job. It looks nice. It drives fast. That's all you really need it to do. Not overly complicated by any means. Carrer on the podium, which again I'm sure is probably his priority out there on circuit through the chase, and he's got his target set on Elton head force, but whether or not he's too fast, P2 or P3, it's a podium at the end of the day. Whether he wants to have a 2 or a 3 written on it is his decision, and how much risk he wants to carry with that as well. Elton head force, of course, a lot more to lose. Carrer as well, kind of involved in that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the championship. Perico, you know, on pure pace, I don't think is going to be beaten in the Supermaster Series. But again, like we saw with Wing Gottschalk, anything can happen at any point. And with next round, Lonato and Franciacorta being worth 80 points apiece for the final and 60 for a pre-final, which, by the way, was worth as much as a final victory 2 weekends ago at Sarno. So the points ramping up into the final 2 stages. Anything still can happen in the Supermaster Series. Right now in the present, though, the one thing that is certain is Nicolo Perico. Absolutely rapid out there on circuit, out over the crest through the chase. 1.8 seconds clear of Elton head force, who, to be fair, has responded to the pace of the Italian quite well. The Swede has been running there or thereabouts, matching the Cut Republic in his Paralin, but that pace initially that Perico had, just to open up the gap off the full Courcello restart, has allowed him now to just not coast his way through. I'm sure he's still very much pushing, but under little to no pressure, allowing him just to settle into his own rhythm at his own pace, whereas head force has had to be, well, chasing him down. A swap, though, is John Hahn finds the space on Joelle Carrer. They're going to do battle towards turn number 1. This now the final lap of the day, round number 3 of the Supermaster Series.
John Hahn back onto the podium. This is the last lap of the weekend. Carrer has to defend from Marco Verde. Out front, Perico puts in a purple lap. He's pulling away 2 seconds clear of head force. Carrer, who was looking good for a podium, now has to defend from Mark Green. Marco Verde for team driver 721. Here comes the Greek, Yannis Kolovos. Into turn 12 for the final time. Pericles going into the carousel. This is Kolovos on the back of Verde and Carrera. Out of the final corner, Vince il Bergamaschino. Nick Dangerous, Nicolo Pericles takes his victory again. 3 from 3 for Nick Dangerous. Head for second, John Hahn does come home on the podium in third place. What a comeback from John Hahn. He looked gone. A lap and a half from the end, John Hahn raced by to take P3 away from Joelle Carrera. Verde 5, Kolovos, Christiansen, Colucci, Latin and Henry home in 10. Pericles wins again. Just quickly, 323 points for Pericles. Over head falls on 155 as we take a look at the highlights of the OKN Junior Final. This at the start, John Hahn going on by. He took the race lead away. Just didn't quite have those extra few engine RPM. As they raced up the hill, we went full course yellow for an 8-car crash. The drivers were fine. We went back green and GC on the back of Elton. Head force eventually going by into second place. And this fabulous fight for the final step of the podium. John Hahn, 1.5 laps from home. Back into position 3, but Il Bergamaschino, Nicolo Pericles wins round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Head force from Sweden in second. John Hahn from Hong Kong for Zanki Motorsport on the podium in third place. Carrera just misses the podium from Mark Green. Verde from Kolovos, Christiansen, Colucci, Latin and Henry home in P10, just getting by the Roman DDF, Davide Di Filippo. Pericles wins at La Conga, wins at Sano. Do we start engraving his name on the trophy? Because just quickly checking the championship, 323 points to Pericles. Second head falls on 155 and Leo Latinen on 154.
Yeah, that's an insane gap. Obviously alluded to it during the race, and also just wanted to add in to support that point. There have been 333 available points to have been scored. Of course, 10, 30 and 50 for round 1 at La Conca, 11, 40 and 60 for Sano, and now 12, 50 and 70 here at VITERBO. Add that all up, obviously it comes to 333, I promise you that. Nicolo Pericles has only dropped points on one occasion, and that was the pre-final at Sano, which of course was wet. Joao Carrera was the one to rise to the occasion, tame those conditions and get the 40 points. Pericles finished second. That is the only time this season he has lost points in a race. Of course, yeah, he's lost races and not won all of his heats, that sort of thing, but he's still on each of the 3 occasions come out on top in the qualifying heats and on all but one occasion has won the pre-finals. So that is just putting in perspective how insane of a season Pericles has had thus far. And again, for head force, Latinen, Carrera, Chepa, Schniegenberg, John Hahn, they've all done a brilliant job. It's an incredibly competitive championship, but Pericles has just had that ruthless consistency at the front end of the field. Hopefully someone will be able to challenge him over the next 2 weekends at Lonato and Franciacorta, where, of course, the points get to their maximum they can get to, which is 13 for coming out on top in the heats, 60 for a pre-final, and 80 for the final. So what is that? It's going to be 73 plus 80. That's 153 points available for each of the subsequent rounds. That's 306 available for the rest of the season. I hope my maths is right there. Never trust commentators' maths, but I think I'm on the right lines. So 306 available, and the gap 168 between Nicolo Pericles and Elton Headforce, 323 to 155. Still doable, but it's going to take a couple of mistakes from Pericles, a couple of bits of misfortune for Elton Headforce to really capitalise, or anyone else, Leo Latin and Joao Carrera, to really capitalise in terms of raw consistency, raw pace. Pericles is the one head and shoulders above the rest in this OKNJ field. And very deservedly so, will be getting his 3rd trophy of the year. After all of that, by the way, the top 4, Pericles, Headforce, Hahn and Carrera, didn't actually change a position from where they started. Biggest gainer inside the top 10 is Colucci, up 9. From P17 to P8. Biggest gainer in the entire field will be Lindemann, up 11 from 36th to 25th. But remember, we have 8 DNFs. So that's obviously less that would have been done on circuit. Basheshku Pridikop up 9. Riddell up 8. Faria up 9 as well. Davide Di Filippo just outside the top 10, up 10 places from P21 to P11. A very chaotic opening to the OKNJ final. And a big recovery effort out on circuit as it stands. Thankfully, all the drivers are A-OK. There was no one hurt or anything like that. So the full Coachello more than enough. Nicolo Pedico able to control the restart, lost the lead for a corner. Got it back versus John Hahn, who you have to give his props to, knew that Pedico was going to be a hard adversary to go and top. Gave it his best shot through the opening couple of corners, and the Sanchi Motorsport machine would pay dividends in the end. He'd finish on the podium, tipping Joao Correa on the, well, just at the end of the penultimate lap, heading on to the final lap to take what would be their first podium of the season. Hopefully it won't be too much longer until we can head down to Ian for the final time today. Of course, a big thank you from myself to all of the people watching along at home on motorsport.com, WSK YouTube channels, wherever you're watching and supporting from. A big thank you. Big thank you to all of the staff at WSK. Big thank you to all of the staff at the Leopard Circuit VITERBO, all the marshals, medical crew, and everyone who makes this racing possible. Of course, big shout out to the drivers, the engineers, the team members, the family members, of course, for their support in what has been a very long, as always, but hopefully worth it in the end after this weekend. Round number 3 of the Supermaster Series, over halfway done with the Supermaster Series. 3 of 5 done and dusted, 2 rounds left to go at Lonato and Franciacorta. Then it's all eyes to the Euro Series and the final cup towards the tail end of this year in 3-round championships that we've got for the Euro Series and the final cup. We've already ticked off 1 round of the Euro Series. That was last week here at VITERBO. On the 18th of April, we'll go to Lonato. On the 11th of July, we'll go to Cremona. And then the month after, we'll start the final cup, taking us all the way through August, October, and November. And Franciacorta, Lonato, and VITERBO to end off the 21st season of WSK promotion. My name is Zach Sweeney. Ian Salvation has been alongside me in the comment box. We'll see from him in a few moments' time when we head down to the podium for Nicolo Pedico, Elton Headforce, and John Hahn, the OKJ finals. 16 races done and dusted over today. There are 10 pre-finals and our 6 finals. If you've been joining us from the start, thank you for your support and sticking with us. And for those joining in very recently for 1 race, or however many you have done, again, a thank you to you. I hope you have enjoyed the coverage at home following the Stars of the Future here today at WSK Promotion. Of course, 77%, I love this stat, 77% of the grid in Formula 1 have competed in at the very least 1 race promoted by WSK, and the vast majority of them have raced regularly and won championships at this level before going on to do big and amazing things at the echelon of motorsport. For the final time today for round number 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series, let's head down to Ian for the OKNJ podium.
Thank you, Zach. Yes, the final podium of the afternoon for OKNJ. The drivers from Hong Kong, Sweden, and Italy, representing the 60 nations who have raced here for round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. The OKN Junior Podium, round 3, the fastest qualifier from Hong Kong. Let's hear a big round of applause for John Hahn. Second place from Sweden for the Modern Kart Racing team, Elton Headforce. Il vincitore a La Conca, il vincitore a Sardo. E di nuovo qui a Viterbo un altro grande applauso per il bergabaschino Nicolo Pedico. And the winning team, KR Motorsport, represented by Guillermo Francescon. The OKN Junior Final here at VITERBO from Hong Kong. In 3rd place, John Hahn. Second place from Sweden for the Modern Kart Racing team in the Paralympic, Elton Headforce. The winner of round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series in OKNJ for Kart Republic Motorsport, Nicolo Pedico. Guillermo Francescon representing the winning team, Kart Republic Motorsport. The national anthem of Italia. The podium, round 3, the WSK Supermasters Series. Third place from Hong Kong, John Hart. Second from Sweden, Elton Hedfors. And the winner, Nicolo Perico. Don't forget, we are at Lonato in 2 weeks' time from now for round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. And the series final at Franciacorta on the 22nd of March. What a brilliant weekend of racing here it has been at Leopard Circuit VITERBO 8 days ago. There was torrential rain. I have made a strategic error though, because it's been beautifully warm all day up in the commentary studio, but the sun is soon setting and I need a jacket real quick. Thank you for joining us for round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO. 60 nations, a record represented. From here, we go to the center of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato in 2 weeks' time for round 4 of the WSK Supermasters Series. Un grande ringraziamento a tutto lo staff qui a Circuito Circuit Leopard VITERBO e tutto lo staff WSK Promotion. It's been a fantastic event in beautiful winter sunshine. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you at South Garda Karting in 1 fortnight from now. But for now, on behalf of everyone here at Leopard Circuit VITERBO, we say grazie e arrivederci.